The story begins. On that fateful night, I recognized him from our very first encounter. The man in front of me was my dream bias, and also the little kitten of my heart. My Kylo, I finally get to meet you. The female lead stared at Kylo's face with hopelessly infatuated eyes. In a moment, her expression became extremely bewildered. What just happened? How could I have slapped Kylo, my beloved kitten? What is going on? Why did my hand act on its own? These soft hands slapped him. 3 times in a row. I hit him that many times. I once read a comment like this on SS: if you were to meet your bias, what would you want to do? What is there to hesitate about? Of course, the female lead looked at her phone screen, giggling incessantly. Then she typed a long comment expressing her desires. First, I will kidnap him to my room, then feed him delicious food and pat his head. I will let him eat and play for the rest of his life without a worry, and of course, he will have to stay in my arms. That is right, my adorable bias. He clearly deserves more happiness, but the female lead still could not believe her reckless actions. Why did I hit my precious bias like this? Seriously. Her cheeks flushed as she saw her dream idol tightly gripping her hand. Some force seemed to control the female lead's mind, making her temper flare. How dare you touch me with your filthy hands? Let go of me this instant. Though she said that, deep down, she was screaming, don't let go. Please do not let go, they are not dirty at all. I am so grateful that Kylo even dared to grab the hand of someone like me. Anyway, it is absurd that I suddenly slapped my bias's cheek and then uttered such harsh words. He even looks handsome in this situation. I worked so hard to be reborn into this novel, and this is what happens. This must be a dream. It can only be a dream, she thought as she collapsed into Kylo's arms. Faced with this unexpected situation, he did not know what to do. She fainted. She is no different from a thug. The girl was now unconscious, oblivious to the world. Our female lead was reborn as the Empire's princess, Agnes Saint. There were many words to describe her. The Emperor's most precious jewel, the queen of high society, the most beautiful woman on the continent, and finally, the ticking time bomb of the Imperial Palace. But for now, she was just the princess causing a drunken commotion at the war's end celebration party. Kylo stood there, enduring the strong smell of alcohol that wafted into his nose. Pathetic, both her and this thug-like girl. 2 knights rushed over and asked, Sir Rey, are you alright? Kylo told them, quickly take her highness to the princess's palace. After instructing his subordinates to escort Agnes Saint back to her room, Kylo turned and left. In this situation, I do not even dare to complain. Everything is unbearably pathetic. The next morning, at the magnificent castle, inside Agnes Saint's room, she slumped over, distraught. What should I do now? Inside, Agnes Saint's inner thoughts clashed violently and incessantly. I had skinship with Kylo, calm down, get a grip, everyone stay strong. I thought it was a dream, but everything is too vivid. Agnes Saint sat in deep thought, exhausted, but no one understood. I even slapped my bias right after reincarnating, and then I was controlled. And then there is the matter of my passing away that night. When the accident happened, many passers-by rushed to help. Someone call 119, hurry. Wake up, student, please, someone call 119 quickly. The more Agnes Saint remembered, the more frustrated she felt. Just thinking about how I died on the way to my bias's birthday cafe makes me feel wronged, but the real reason I logged out is even more unjust. She recalled the moment a god governing the world suddenly visited. Hello. This is your first time meeting a god, right? I came here because there is something I must tell you. I am truly sorry, but your time has not come yet. It seems there has been an error with the soul collecting system lately. Agnes Saint's jaw dropped in astonishment at this shocking information. So, my death was simply a mistake. The god grinned and replied, yeah, I guess so. Looking at her words and demeanor, Agnes Saint had some doubts. Is she really a god? She blankly requested, then send me back. The god sadly informed her, I am very sorry, but your body is damaged, so you can't go back. Agnes Saint's world crumbled. You are telling me this after I died because of a mistake. If I knew I would die like this, I would not have read those fanfics. What about all the goods I pre-ordered? The god offered, in return, I will take responsibility for my mistake. How about I give you a new life wherever you desire? It could be in a real or fictional world. Is there anywhere you want to be reborn? Hearing this, Agnes Saint's face brightened considerably. Agnes Saint blurted out without hesitation, let me meet the person I love most immediately. Back to reality, Agnes Saint trembled with anger. I thought that is what I wished for, but why did I slap him? The god just chuckled, justifying herself. Well, I did listen to your request. From this incident, Agnes Saint learned a valuable lesson: always convey your prayers clearly. She stood still, looking at herself in the mirror. But there is a more serious problem. Platinum hair with a faint purple sheen and purple eyes, an appearance like a glamorous cat if that is the case. The female lead finally realized. I am doomed. The character I have transmigrated into is Agnes Saint, the villain of villains, from the novel Infinite Splash. The story is about the male protagonist, Raymond, fighting against demons. This novel was so popular even with fans of other genres that it was called an SNS-addicted fandom. And Agnes Saint, in that novel, played the role of a simple fan who always followed the male lead, Raymond. But if it were that simple, it would have been much better. Compared to that simple image, her dialogue was a bit off-topic. To what extent? At the ball celebrating the end of the war, Agnes Saint did not hesitate to speak with disdain. Anyway, besides Duke Spencer, the rest of you are nothing special. Those who only know how to exploit Lord Spencer's reputation to drain the military budget are no different from parasites. Those words astonished the guests. What a trashy personality, to say such things in front of the knights who just returned from a grueling battle. Not only that, she ran to find the Black Knights while drunk and decisively threw a wine bottle at them. You lowly scoundrels. All you do is cause trouble for the Duke. This is how disruptive this character was. Right after that, someone appeared who made Agnes Saint stop. A voice made her freeze for a few seconds. Please stop. That person was Kylo, the captain of the Black Knights, who came from the streets as a mercenary. He was Raymond's, the protagonist of this world, sworn enemy. Agnes Saint flew into a rage when someone dared to stop her. Even someone like you dares to order me around. And that person was Agnes Saint's enemy, Kylo. Kylo hated Raymond because of his insecurities about his background, so every time he faced Raymond, he would utter venomous words and curses. Because of this, Agnes Saint and Kylo stood side by side, occupying the top spots among the villains. The arrogant Princess Agnes Saint, the ill-tempered Captain Kylo. Their mutual dislike was clearly visible on their faces. Now the female lead could only cry over this harsh reality. But why? How on earth did I become a fan of Kylo? Why did I become Princess Agnes Saint? You lousy god, go away. Everything has been ruined from the start. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that life was treating her unfairly. Now, Agnes Saint was no longer like the original. She clearly showed discrimination when interacting with Raymond, while towards Kylo, she became passionately infatuated. 2 days after my rebirth. Of course, my body started moving freely after that incident. Yesterday felt like a nightmare. The maid walking next to her kept asking Agnes Saint, "Do you still have a headache?" She replied, "A little." Although my current state is still hazy, that self-proclaimed god clearly said that after reviving me, she would fast-forward my time to the starting point of the novel. As the god said, Agnes Saint's memories were becoming clearer in her mind, although they were not pleasant memories at all. Previously, every time she saw Kylo, Agnes Saint would grumble. Don't think everyone is the same just because you are the captain of the knights. How impertinent. It is so annoying. I feel uncomfortable whenever I encounter lowly people. Thinking back on those things, Agnes Saint could only chuckle. I should not have from the beginning. However, I am not giving up because of that. Agnes Saint called out to the maid. "Hey there." Her friendly tone surprised the maid. "Your Highness." Agnes Saint pretended to be shy and asked, "I think I caused a bit of trouble with the knights yesterday, so where is Kylo?" In her heart, she was determined. From now on, no matter what, I must become closer to him. Hearing the princess suddenly asking to see Kylo, the maid feared something bad was about to happen and asked tremblingly, "What do you plan to do, Your Highness?" She mustered all her courage to speak up for Kylo. "Of course, it was wrong of him to touch Your Highness's body, but could you please not cut off his wrists?" Agnes Saint was too upset to say anything. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "I am a little sad about the misunderstanding, but whatever." Agnes Saint said coyly, "How could you say something so cruel? I just want to see him." "Just see him." The maid felt somewhat relieved. "Really?" Agnes Saint was now overjoyed beyond words. "I can finally arrange my first date with Kylo." You are wondering why he was so sullen when he saw me drunk, right? It is because Kylo is a knight of the Black Knights. Originally, the Empire had 4 knight orders. The White Knights, a group of elites from high society, possessing both talent and status. The Azure Knights, knights whose origins were not emphasized, but who possessed outstanding and exceptional abilities. The Crimson Knights, a gathering of excellent mages. And finally, the Black Knights, a place for unusual individuals. Although they possess outstanding skills, they did not know who or what they were fighting for. They were called war dogs and only knew how to blindly rush into battle, attacking indiscriminately. But it is not entirely accurate to call them useless. Despite their bad reputation for embezzlement, assault, extortion, and disturbing the peace, they still had significant achievements on the battlefield. Because of the Night Order's image, Kylo was always discriminated against. Because I saw the reflection of my own lonely youth in his, I became immersed in this character, Kylo. So, I tried everything to promote my bias. Try Kylo bread, it is delicious too, however, because this character was so disliked, no one paid any attention. In the midst of that, on the day the first part of Infinite Splash was completed, an incident occurred. Emperor Alexander, furious, slammed his hand on the table. How could this happen? We clearly won, but why are monsters suddenly invading people's homes? Right after the war with the demons ended, cracks suddenly appeared in people's homes. In this urgent situation, the emperor anxiously asked, "High Priest, what should we do?" The temple revealed the situation. To completely resolve this, we need to eliminate the source of the cracks at the snowy mountain peak, known as the end of the world. However, there were very few people in the world capable of eliminating the source of the cracks. The two strongest in the Empire, Raymond, who possessed outstanding strategy and martial arts, and Kylo, whose experience and combat abilities far surpassed his lack of tactical skills. This meant that one of these two powerful individuals had to sacrifice their life. And the one who stepped into the crack in place of Raymond, the protagonist, was none other than Kylo. After seeing Kylo appear in that dangerous place, Agnes Saint was incredibly surprised. "Why are you there?" There was only one reason why Kylo, who bitterly hated Raymond, stepped into the crack. After the Great War ended and everyone triumphantly returned to the capital, he realized that all the people lining the streets were chanting Raymond's name. The Empire's only hero, Lord Raymond. Our hope. Kylo's face reflected a faint sadness when he saw that he did not exist in their eyes. Long live Lord Spencer. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat Raymond and become a hero. Therefore, Kylo left a letter and went to the source of the crack himself. The hero will live forever and sacrifice his life to bring peace to the Empire once more. That way, after his death, Kylo could become a hero in the eyes of the people. This was the first time the so-called demon was acknowledged by everyone. In the novel, Kylo's extraordinariness did not stop there. The author made an announcement. To commemorate the completion of Season 1, I would like to clarify a setting that I have not had the opportunity to explain to everyone. While Raymond has a noble aura, Kylo has a more gangster-like aura. But we need a little comparison. Here's a picture of Kylo that I personally commissioned the cover artist to draw. That was Kylo's visual design revealed on the original author's SS. I was shocked. And the otaku community exploded. Netizens did a complete 180 and became Kylo fanatics. In short, Kylo quickly became a popular character and experienced glorious days. They even organized cafes and birthday celebrations. But what is the point? He is already gone. Kylo's cafe and birthday celebrations were held after his death, while Agnes Saint died on her way to his birthday cafe. Their fates were truly unfortunate. Even so, things will be different from now on. Agnes Saint declared to herself confidently, "I will change Kylo's future." Just standing in front of his office, she could not stop smiling. "Wait for me, Kylo. I will pave a flower path for your life." Agnes Saint happily stepped inside. However, the sight of Kylo tied up in his office completely changed her mood. What is going on? Agnes Saint trembled and asked the knights, "What is this situation?" One quickly explained, "The attendant ordered me to prepare for Her Highness's arrival. I tied him up so he would not escape or resist." He spoke with a tone of pride. Agnes Saint yelled, ordering them, "Untie Sir Kylo immediately." After the two knights cut the ropes, Agnes Saint hurriedly shooed them away. "Go, get out." Then she slammed the door shut so no one could disturb them. Tears of helplessness rolled down Agnes Saint's cheeks. "I really just want to treat him well, but why do things like this keep happening?" Meanwhile, Kylo said to Agnes Saint, "Please cut them off. I will willingly accept the punishment for daring to touch your highness's body. Please cut them off." Agnes Saint replied flustered, "I have no intention of cutting off your wrists. How could I cut off something so precious?" Kylo calmly continued, "So, not my wrists, but my head must be surrendered." Agnes Saint felt trapped. "I can't explain this truthfully either." Kylo, like a clueless guy, kept thinking of punishments Agnes Saint might inflict on him. If not that, then must I remove my knight's uniform to satisfy you? Hearing this question, Agnes Saint could only stare blankly in bewilderment. Knight's uniform meaning Kylo would take off his clothes and show off his muscular, six-pack physique that so many women admire. Just imagining it made Agnes Saint blush furiously. She could not believe he would actually take it off. Agnes Saint, abandoning all shame, hesitantly asked, "Take it off from where to where?" Agnes Saint's innocent questions left Kylo utterly perplexed. He had to explain it to her again. "What I meant was, do I have to leave the Knights?" It turned out that Agnes Saint's dirty mind had misinterpreted it. "So that is what you meant." Faced with this embarrassment, she could only blame herself.
Of course, he meant it that way.
Why did I react like that? What if I am labeled as a stupid thug and a pervert? Agnes Saint said shyly. "And about that slap, please pretend yesterday never happened." Kylo asked suspiciously, "Are you serious?" Agnes Saint stammered, "Yes, so I hope you will forget about yesterday." I am too nervous to even look at him. I have so much to say, but it is best to leave it at this for now. The girl who slapped him yesterday is suddenly friendly today. He will definitely think I am crazy. Moreover, Kylo is a vulnerable little kitten, too. The important thing is that from now on I have to spend time gradually approaching him. So for the time being I will perfectly cosplay a non-fan. I will use the strategy of gentle rain soaking the ground. Kylo slowly stood up. He was a little curious, so what did the princess come to him for? I thought she would kick me out of the knighthood. In Kylo's imagination, Agnes Saint would utter cruel words, "I do not intend to stop at just cutting your wrist." He could not explain why she suddenly told him to act like nothing happened. What is she thinking this time? However, I did not expect her to react like that. With such an ordinary statement. Who would have thought? That princess also has such an innocent side. Did I say something wrong? Kylo kept remembering Agnes Saint's expression. But why do I feel like I shocked her? A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Not bad. For several days after meeting Kylo, I have been using the excuse of being sick and have been cooped up in the princess's palace. After reorganizing the original story's plot, I thought about how to approach Kylo in the future, but ever since the reckless speech incident at the last banquet, my reputation has been declining. Because the princess of the empire, no less, insulted the families who fought with their lives. It is hopeless. Agnes Saint slumped face down on the bed in frustration. In this situation, even if I tried to approach him naturally, my reputation might negatively affect Kylo. There is no suitable excuse. Furthermore, that incident will happen from while she was racking her brains for a solution. A voice called out from outside, "Your Highness. His Majesty the Emperor has summoned you." Agnes Saint could only accept the truth. That is right, the events in the original story are finally starting to unfold. She told the servant, "Please tell him I will be departing shortly." Anxiety filled Agnes Saint's mind. I am about to be kicked out of the imperial palace. The Zen Empire, ruled by the royal family, is the only land capable of developing magical tools and weapons that can fight demons, leading this continent to peace and enjoying powerful authority. And Emperor Alexander, the one with the highest authority in the empire. Standing before the emperor, Agnes Saint respectfully bowed. It is an honor to meet His Majesty the Emperor. He silently stared at Agnes Saint. Meanwhile, she was also anxious about what kind of ordeal would befall her next. Emperor Alexander was not happy to see his beloved daughter in such a predicament. My beloved daughter must be feeling very uncomfortable and sad right now. He finally spoke. "You have arrived, Agnes Saint." The emperor also became troubled. Having such an extremely foolish daughter, I know I can't keep covering up my child's flaws forever. But what can I do? Every time I see her looking just like my late wife, my heart softens. So, until now, she has not listened to my teachings. Seeing the emperor's distressed expression, Agnes Saint understood his feelings. His Majesty must have had a lot of headaches. Therefore, regarding Agnes Saint, whose reputation had declined, the emperor could only think of one solution. "You know that your situation is being spread among the upper class, right? Until your reputation improves, leave the capital." The solution was to exile Princess Agnes Saint from the capital. The readers, on the contrary, are quite pleased with this, but for me, it is a big problem. Agnes Saint imagined the scene of being separated from Kylo for a long time. I do not like it. So, I won't be able to see Kylo anymore. This absolutely won't do. So, she mustered all her courage to object. "Father, I do not like it for now, just be stubborn." Agnes Saint was extremely confident that she held the winning hand. What now? The most foolish daughter in the story, the precious daughter just like my late wife, tried to force me to leave, and see. The hardship of raising a child could not be avoided even by the emperor. Seeing his daughter so stubborn, the emperor had to find another way. Agnes Saint, if you do not comply, I will have to make a different decision. Is that all right? She firmly replied, if it is not leaving the capital, anything is fine. I absolutely will not step out of the capital. Emperor Alexander immediately agreed. All right, if that is the case, then you Agnes Saint had already prepared herself mentally for the punishment. Clean the stables, confiscate all dresses and jewelry, move the bed to the servants' quarters, volunteer at the temple. Anything is fine. For Kylo, I will do anything. Emperor Alexander pointed at Agnes Saint and declared, I will appoint you as the Mage of the Black Knights. She was surprised by the emperor's decision. Yes. Agnes Saint was afraid she misheard, so she asked again, what did you say? Emperor Alexander sighed and replied, yes, the Black Knights. You can't accept it anyway, right? So, for the time being. After knowing she did not have to leave, Agnes Saint was overjoyed and obediently followed her father's arrangement. Yes, I will go right away. Her sudden obedience surprised the emperor. The royal family, including Agnes, mostly possess a large amount of innate magical power. Therefore, by convention, His Highness the Crown Prince, also Agnes Saint's older brother, Damien, became a Knight of the White Knights. Of course, Agnes Saint had never gone on a mission because she considered it troublesome. She always complained to her attendant knights, why do I have to go to that troublesome place? So, although she belonged to the White Knights. But will I be sent to Kylo's side? Agnes Saint smiled radiantly and begged her father, please change my assigned knights immediately. I will definitely obey. This is absolutely amazing. After hearing his daughter's request, Emperor Alexander's face turned pale green. He tried to use his last bit of strength to order, Doctor, call the doctor here for me. My daughter is acting strange. Agnes Saint was now busy indulging in happiness, so she ignored everything. Isn't this an official reason to meet my bias every day? Kylo, wait for me, you will definitely fall for my charms. My lovely Kylo kitten, I will definitely catch you. Seeing Agnes Saint's dazed expression, the emperor tearfully asked the doctor, how is my daughter? The doctor, upon seeing her, immediately noticed something was unusual. The whispers spread more and more. They asked each other, did you hear that? Anyway, it seems His Majesty has gone too far this time. This is the first time in history a royal has worked in the Black Knights. Her personality is a bit strange, but she is still very young. The noble women also whispered, that being said, considering the princess's spoiled nature, it is not too much. On the contrary, I think it is her karma. Not only the nobles, but even His Highness the Crown Prince was annoyed. That is why I said moreover, I heard she has recovered from her illness, but she did not come to the ball today. She must be too ashamed, right? Agnes Saint was temporarily banned from the ball to repent. Maybe that confident face of hers is now blurred with tears. They laughed at their own imaginations. It would be satisfying to see that with my own eyes. But I guess she won't be able to speak so carelessly anymore, right? These gleeful whispers accidentally reached the ears of a young blonde man. He was Sirius, a member of the White Knights. Sirius stroked his thick hair and curiously asked the person next to him, it is funny. Why does everyone like talking behind people's backs so much? The person next to him was Hugo, also a member of the White Knights. Being colleagues, they came to the ball together. Hugo shrugged and said, what they said is not wrong. Those nobles have been criticizing her for a while now. Sirius decisively walked away. That brat has no manners with the ladies. Anyway, I do not want to hear any more. His action made Hugo frown. This Sirius is a pervert who is obsessed with girls but likes to pretend to be a gentleman. At that moment, someone called out to Sirius. It was Diana, the vice captain of the White Knights. She asked Hugo as she could not see Sirius. Where did that guy go? He was just standing here a moment ago. Hugo looked over and nodded in greeting. Hello, Vice Captain and Lady Hazel. Hazel was the #1 female lead candidate of Infinite Splash, also a member of the White Knights. Hugo explained to the Vice Captain, he said he did not want to hear any more justified criticism of Princess Agnes Saint and left. Basically, Sirius is really known for his obsession with girls. The Vice Captain, after hearing the explanation, was speechless. That guy, really? Diana raised her glass of wine. But honestly, I think so too. Because Diana was Crown Prince Damien's childhood friend. Agnes Saint was Damien's only younger sister. No matter how justified it is not pleasant to hear your sister being badmouthed. While they were talking, a voice from behind rang out, "Oh my." When they turned around, Saint Liliana, in a splendid yellow dress, appeared right before their eyes. "So all the heroes of the White Knights are gathered here." She smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear. "What are you all talking about so happily?" This was the #2 female lead candidate of Infinite Splash. Hugo politely replied, "We were talking about Princess Agnes Saint Liliana." Liliana nodded. "Oh my, I have heard about it too. I did not expect His Majesty to make such a decision." Facing the saint, Hugo was a little embarrassed. "Yes, I was very surprised too." Speaking of Saint Liliana, she was originally a commoner but awakened one morning and became a saint. However, for a beautiful girl with no power or status, people's perception of her was not good. She faced contempt and ridicule from the arrogant nobles, along with harassing flirtations. But her life completely changed since she completely cured a nobleman who had been demonized, and received respect and enthusiasm she had never experienced before. After experiencing such two-faced behavior, Liliana gradually developed a desire for something higher. Now, in her eyes was the image of Hugo, the heir of Duke Rodern, and a young man with a reputation among the knights. But, while she was lost in thought, completely unaware that she had attracted the attention of many young noblemen in the room, Liliana just smiled gently. Just a simple smile was enough to make Hugo, who was infatuated with the saint, feel his heart skip a beat. Hugo cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Anyway, is not this good? Now the captain will be more comfortable, and the saint won't be unreasonably blamed anymore." These words surprised Liliana. "Yes, what about me?" Liliana humbly said, "Oh my, I do not care about that. Even if Princess Agnes Saint is not satisfied with me, since I am a commoner, I have to endure it." The saint's words made those who heard sympathize with her. The saint is so pitiful. Someone even went so far as to shed tears. Inwardly, Liliana thought happily, "On the contrary, I should thank the princess for making me look more pitiful in everyone's eyes. Men really are simple-minded, but what can I do? I have no intention of meeting them." Thinking so, Liliana tried to change the subject. "Rather than me, are not you very happy, Sir Devent?" Diana sensed another layer of meaning in Liliana's seemingly harmless words. What does she mean by suddenly saying that? Everything Liliana did was because there were only two men in the Empire suitable for her, Crown Prince Damien and the other one. At that moment, someone walked towards them. "So, everyone's here." The saint turned around in surprise. "Sir Spencer, you have arrived." It was the captain of the White Knights, Raymond. The saint smiled and said to Raymond, "We were just talking about the princess, and saying that now Sir Devent can feel at ease." Raymond did not understand how it was related to Hazel. "Sir Devent, also." Liliana pretended to hint, "Well, the princess and Sir Devent, oh dear, did I let something slip?" Hazel glanced at Liliana. That was enough. The saint pretended, as if she had not said anything. "I apologize. I am still not used to the way nobles speak." Hugo quickly said, "You did not say anything wrong. So, do not worry, Saint." Only Diana still felt uncomfortable with the saint's strange behavior. Hugo even praised her, saying, "Honestly, that is the saint's strong point." Liliana covered her smile. "Thank you for your compliment." Diana sighed inwardly. She brazenly controls everyone, to the point that even the slow-witted Hugo does not notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, Agnes Saint, the center of all this commotion, was leisurely enjoying tea, without a word of protest. Her maid was extremely anxious. "You said the Black Knights, Your Highness." Daisy was incredibly worried. How could His Majesty make such a decision? What if that strange Kylo man mistreats the princess? Agnes Saint had actually considered these questions Daisy raised. Probably. Because it is clear Kylo does not like me. So, he will definitely use this opportunity to torment me. I do not understand why things are like this. This is really the first time I have met a rich man as stupid as him. Could I be Kylo's first? Thinking about it, Agnes Saint's cheeks quietly flushed. But it does not seem too bad. Seeing the princess silent but blushing like that, Daisy panicked. "Your Highness, do you have a fever? Your face is too red." "I will call the doctor back." "Should I tell His Majesty that you are sick? Perhaps he will order the cancellation of your transfer." Agnes Saint firmly shook her head. "No need. I am fine." She confidently told Daisy, "It is a place full of thugs, so what can they do to me? Anyway, since the war has been won, there are not many missions left. Inwardly, she sighed. It is nice that you are the only maid who is not afraid of me, but sometimes it is a bit pressuring. Daisy completely believed Agnes Saint's words. That is right. I suppose so. Agnes Saint noticed something strange. That is right, this reaction from Daisy. She then pretended to say, I have a bit of a headache, so please go out, Daisy. The maid immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness, and withdrew. The people of the Empire were still reveling in the joy of victory in the war against the demons, unaware that it was a peace that would not last long. Agnes Saint quickly regained her composure. But I know everything, when and where the demons will appear. So I will prevent the loss of life that will occur in the eastern region in 6 months, and all the credit will go to Kylo. This was the perfect plan. She even imagined the scene where she honored him before the people. This can all be accomplished thanks to Sir Kylo's foresight. Just as Daisy opened the door to go out, the Crown Prince entered. Daisy was startled. Greetings, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Daisy's call made Agnes Saint look over. What if it is the Crown Prince? It is Agnes Saint's brother, right? She stammered, asking the newcomer. What brings you here unannounced, brother? Crown Prince Damien, with a dignified posture, looked down at her. You still greet me as rudely as ever, Agnes Saint. Before appearing here, he had a private conversation with Emperor Alexander. He said to Damien, no matter how I look at it, Agnes Saint seems strange. Although the physician said there is nothing unusual, she said she would attend the banquet and not cause trouble, and even obediently followed my appointment to the Black Knights. With Agnes Saint's personality, do you think that is possible? Damien felt that his father was being too suspicious. Agnes Saint had always been unusual. Father, Emperor Alexander was extremely worried about his daughter. She must have been bewitched by those spell books that are popular with the upper class lately. Damien had to reassure him, please calm down. It is not that serious. The emperor took a deep breath and ordered him, that being said, Damien, go and check on Agnes Saint's situation directly. The emperor's words stunned him.
What?
Emperor Alexander looked at him expectantly. After all, you are her only older brother. Faced with his father's expectations, Damien had to accept the task. Tomorrow, I will make time to check. That was why he was here today. As Damien observed, everything seemed normal. There were no strange things like spell books. Damien looked at the maid and asked, You are the young lady from Duke Rodern's house, correct? Daisy bowed and replied, Yes, that is correct. The Crown Prince politely said to Daisy, I have something important to discuss with my sister, so could you excuse yourself for a moment? Daisy immediately left. Yes, Your Highness. I will excuse myself. Now only the two siblings, Agnes Saint and Damien, remained in the room. Damien quickly changed his expression and addressed Agnes Saint coldly. How long are you going to keep worrying His Majesty? If you continue acting recklessly like this, even as a princess, you won't be able to find a decent marriage partner. To her brother's words, Agnes Saint remained silent. Damien continued to scold her. Stop disgracing the royal family. Father has always cherished and protected you, but I absolutely will not. From now on, you will honestly fulfill your duties as a mage of the Black Knights. Answer me. Only then did Agnes Saint coldly glance at her brother. According to Damien's understanding of his sister, she would angrily retort, What are you talking about? Don't tell me what to do. But unexpectedly, Agnes Saint replied, Yes, brother. All of Damien's illusions shattered. Agnes Saint obediently answering like this, looking at her brother's bewildered expression, Agnes Saint wondered, why does he still look annoyed even though I answered as he wanted? Damien regained his composure and replied, I hope you keep your word. Then he left without lingering. Alone in the room, Agnes Saint dared to show her true feelings. My brother is so mean. She regretfully thought, what the hell is this happiness about having a family I did not have in my past life? In front of others, he puts on a friendly and warm expression, but with his sister, he is always frowning and annoyed. It is like he is a different person in front of others and in front of me. Of course, it was also because Agnes Saint had done many things to warrant such an attitude. Agnes Saint smacked her lips, reflecting on her past of shamelessly pursuing handsome knights, skipping duties to attend parties, drinking, and causing chaos. Truly astonishing destructive power. She helplessly hugged her pillow. Anyway, what does it matter if I can't find a good husband? Where do so many difficult superiors come from? In an era where hot air balloons fly in the sky and golems work in the fields, why say such outdated things? Infinite Splash is a world where traditional fantasy and science fiction are combined. with a focus on steam-powered machinery and devices. I wanted to immediately chase after him and say everything I felt, but I held back because finally, tomorrow, is the day I officially join the Black Knights. The next morning quickly arrived. Agnes Saint was dressed from head to toe by her maids. It suits me better than the white uniform of the White Knights. She looked at the black uniform on her body and imagined, it feels like matching outfits with Kylo. The maid behind her was puzzled by her strange behavior. Should I say it suits her? Then I will shout it is perfect for the Black Knights. It is not like it is my first or second time experiencing this. Agnes Saint proactively asked them, so, does it suit me? The maids were flustered and could not react in time. That yes it does, Your Highness. She quickly realized. Honestly, I am making things difficult for them. Agnes Saint smiled confidently. All right. The two maids, seeing the princess's self-directed performance, could only look at each other in bewilderment, speechless. Are you really all right, Your Highness? Agnes Saint laughed. I can't always do as I please. Now, I want to demonstrate virtue as a member of the royal family, as His Majesty said. These words made the maids even more bewildered. Her Highness and virtue. Agnes Saint ordered. Then you may leave. Now I will depart as a member of the Black Knights. Then please be careful, Your Highness. Finally, I can show Kylo my changed appearance. This time, I am truly happy. At the Black Knight's office, a subordinate asked Kylo, is Princess Agnes Saint really coming today? Honestly, I can bet my knighthood that she won't come. Kylo rested his chin on his hand. We will see. Just a few days ago, Emperor Alexander had summoned him.
As you know,
My Agnes Saint lost her mother when she was young and grew up lonely. Although there are rumors that Agnes Saint is selfish and does not follow instructions, in reality it is because she is weak. Just seeing patients in the same condition as her mother is enough to frighten her. Even when her wet nurse passed away, that child almost became a lifeless shell. The Emperor clenched his hand. I know I am being too lenient with my daughter, but I can't help it. Looking after her is more difficult than state affairs. Kylo thought dejectedly, does this mean that although the princess has become my subordinate in name, I can't treat her casually? What a frivolous play. Unexpectedly, the Emperor continued, but I can't let that child live like this forever. From what I have heard, you took the lead and did very well in the previous battle. As someone who fights demons, can you perhaps tame someone like Princess Agnes Saint? This time, I want that child to experience the bitterness of life. Kylo looked at the Emperor and carefully asked, do you mean I do not need to treat the princess specially, and can treat her like my subordinate? Emperor Alexander nodded. That is right. If possible, make her do things she does not like. The Emperor's order surprised him, but the imperial power of this generation is unprecedented. Making the princess perform duties like a commoner, according to the Emperor's wishes, and then attracting the Emperor's attention, will be a heavy blow to those who have looked down on me, my stepmother, and my stepbrother. Besides, this is also a chance to repay the contempt I have received from the princess. Thinking so, Kylo indifferently replied to his subordinate, I do not know. It would be a shame if she really does not come. I do not really expect her to come, but... Before he could finish his sentence, someone announced from outside, Princess Agnes Saint has arrived. The figure of a girl wearing the black uniform of the Black Knights slowly emerged from behind the door. Please come in. Princess Agnes Saint, she actually appeared here. Kylo could not believe his eyes. Did she really obediently come here, by herself? The door slowly opened wide. Kylo had been waiting. Agnes Saint entered, her captivating beauty making it impossible not to be mesmerized. That Princess Agnes Saint really came here herself. It seems she has not grasped the situation yet. Kylo greeted Agnes Saint cordially. His Majesty has ordered me not to treat you specially while you are wearing the Black Knight's uniform. Kylo gave a sinister smile. Therefore, the fact that you came here wearing that outfit directly. Can I interpret it as you being ready to lower yourself and crawl under my command? Agnes Saint was slightly surprised but quickly regained her composure. She bowed her head slightly and hesitantly replied, I will forget my past wicked thoughts and believe that you will lead me like other members without any discrimination. Kylo was satisfied. Is she trying to flatter me now? Kylo signed the pre-written document and pushed it towards Agnes Saint. This is your appointment letter. From now on, Lady Agnes Saint, you are officially a member of the Black Knights. Although the princess appeared very submissive, Kylo still felt something strange. I am used to being looked down upon for being illegitimate, but Princess Agnes Saint not only ignored me, but also looked at me like I was some kind of harmful insect. It felt like being exposed as the most useless person in the world. Even if she is afraid of being abandoned by His Majesty, she is not the type to easily discard her pride. Yet her attitude today is different. "What the hell are you thinking, Agnes Saint?" Agnes Saint breathed softly. On the outside, she was cold. But inside, she was blossoming. I love Kylo's sarcastic tone. It turned out she had fallen for this handsome man. How can someone be so divinely handsome? How can such righteous facial features like a priest's, combined with a cold expression, be so harmonious? Agnes Saint lowered her gaze to Kylo's body, admiring him to the point of exclaiming, "Those firm and seductive chest muscles proclaim him to be the most valiant person in the world. Even his handwriting is beautiful. Apart from his personality, my bias is truly perfect. But then again, his personality is also as cute as a kitten. A little stubborn, but adorable." Agnes Saint shyly turned her face away, but in Kylo's eyes, it looked like she was plotting something else. Definitely have to be on guard. Lost in thought, Kylo interrupted the beautiful story unfolding in her heart. "Well then, Agnes Saint, I will give you your first mission." Agnes Saint's eyes lit up, immediately thinking of a romantic date with Kylo. But reality slapped her in the face like a bolt of lightning. Area A-15, east of the capital suburbs, is preparing to recover from war damage. But before deploying the construction teams, the Black Knights have decided to patrol first to see if any magical beasts remain. You will go there alone. I wonder how well you can perform this mission, when all you know are dresses and looking in the mirror. Kylo's blunt sarcasm surprised the attendant. Agnes Saint frowned, her expression displeased. Furthermore, Kylo added that the weapon she would receive was a small pistol. Thinking about it, it did not make sense for the army to send a healing mage, who was not even a combat type, with a small pistol. It was like sending Agnes Saint to her death if she encountered a magical beast. But that was not as important as the fact that this initial mission was not a date. I thought I would be going with Kylo. What kind of date is it if I am alone? She turned away, a little saddened. Seeing her expression, Kylo laughed triumphantly. As expected, you are scared, are not you? Agnes Saint agreed to accept the mission. I will do my best and return. After the princess left, Jeremy leaned close to Kylo's ear and whispered, "Is this okay? If we really let the princess go to Area A-15 alone, and she encounters a magical beast?" Kylo, unconcerned, said cheerfully, "Let us see. If she is really scared, she will probably cry in front of His Majesty and complain." The truth was, the patrol of Area A-15 had long been completed. It was just not announced to discipline the princess. The entire village was deserted due to the evacuation of civilians. The barren buildings testified to the ravages of war. Above all, there was the tension of not knowing what would happen or where it would come from. Just witnessing that would prevent the princess from acting frivolously as before. Kylo subtly dismissed Jeremy. "So do not worry about this and go to your work." But this also gave Kylo a headache. Honestly, even without the Emperor's orders, I would not do this to a young girl, but anyway, nothing dangerous will happen, so do not worry. Since he said so, Jeremy returned to his duties, bowed, and left. In another room in the royal palace, Sirius, a member of the White Knights, burst into the room. He angrily shouted, "What is the meaning of this? That Kylo, he is truly crazy." Raymond, sitting in the room reading some documents, saw the anger on Sirius's face. He had to find out. "Sirius, you came to report, and suddenly you are saying what?" Sirius immediately told Raymond everything. "That is not important right now. On my way here, I clearly heard that Kylo sent Princess Agnes Saint alone to Area A-15. That place is still uncontrolled. I even went to the armory just in case, and I discovered that Princess Agnes Saint received a small pistol." How can he do that to a lady? Raymond thought for a moment. Then defended Kylo. It is true that Kylo caused some minor incidents on the battlefield because of his ambition to gain merit. But he is very clever at staying within limits, so he only receives light punishments. He is not the type to act without considering the consequences. Above all, a power-hungry person like him would not do anything to provoke the Emperor's wrath. Sirius listened attentively. It seems reasonable. To think it is a plan to discourage the princess seems quite absurd. Despite hearing such words, Sirius still maintained his own viewpoint. Even so, Captain, what if the worst happens and the princess is seriously injured? I also want to check, but unfortunately, I have to go out on patrol, so. Raymond saw that what Sirius mentioned was not impossible. He immediately suggested, "All right, I will go see the princess directly, so you go back to your patrol area." Sirius was overjoyed. "Really, Captain? He could finally feel somewhat relieved. Before leaving, Sirius asked Raymond for a favor. Then, while you are at it, please have a proper talk with Kylo. That bastard thinks the Black Knights are equal to the White Knights. After the door closed and he left, Raymond silently lowered his head, tiredly complaining to himself, how long do I have to look after the princess? When I heard the news that the princess would be transferred to the Black Knights, I was relieved because I would not have to endure her childishness anymore. Yet on the first day of her appointment she is already dragging me into this. Raymond put on his cloak, constantly thinking about Agnes Saint. Perhaps this time it is not Kylo, but Princess Agnes Saint's masterpiece. That girl's blind and selfish concern makes me feel pressured and bored. If I can escape the princess, I would be willing to do anything from now on. Raymond left the room to go to the princess. Outside, everything was peaceful as usual. Agnes Saint, after receiving her mission, quickly proceeded. She rode a white horse, leisurely advancing. It seems it is over there. Behind a beautiful girl, there is always a handsome man. Raymond rode behind the princess. He had to tell himself to go slowly. Meanwhile, Agnes Saint was still obsessed with coaxing the white horse to meow meow, outwardly normal, but her heart deeply missing Kylo. On the other hand, while Agnes Saint and Raymond were on their way to Area A-15, at the Black Knights captain's office, a member of the Black Knights came to Kylo and reported, "The Area A-15 that we went to yesterday, I will go there for a final check and then return." Kylo froze, stopping his paperwork.
What?
"Didn't we finish checking yesterday?" Victor calmly replied, "It was just a preliminary report. Going back and forth is troublesome." Kylo now truly panicked. Victor continued to explain, "The person who investigated with me yesterday suddenly caused a commotion. She said her cat was missing, and it was in my clothes. So I stopped the search and returned, so I have to go back again." He was so startled that his chair fell backward. Damn it, I should not have trusted those guys. His expression clearly showed his shock. If the search is not over, then the princess is now. In Area A-15, the two gatekeepers trembled upon seeing her. "Do you have any business here, Your Highness?" Both were sweating, secretly glancing at each other. The walking time bomb has arrived. Agnes Saint calmly held the reins of her horse, while looking at the two. It seems like they did not know I was coming. Of course, the purpose of the Black Knight's visit was to patrol. Seeing them ask her the reason for her arrival indicated that she had been sent to a place where the patrol had already ended. Agnes Saint pulled out a letter and said, "I have come to patrol Area A-15 under the captain's orders." Both flusteredly replied in unison, "Confirmed." Both opened the gate with unspoken concerns, only exchanging glances. "Isn't that area already checked?" The other one glanced back and replied, "I do not know. Maybe there are still unchecked places. I kind of guessed that Kylo would not harm me." One person and one horse entered. Agnes Saint showed the most satisfied expression she would ever had. "He is probably trying to scare me, so he is doing these sly things. Oh, how adorable. But it is truly tragic." Agnes Saint sighed. Fortunately, the people here were evacuated beforehand, so there were not many casualties. That is thanks to Raymond's merits. And it is not wrong that everyone praises Raymond as a war hero. The image of Raymond fighting with his troops looked truly heroic. He had grasped the demon's movements and plans with superior strategy, thus winning most battles. He is even young and handsome. This, Agnes Saint could not deny. Even considering the sorrow of his mother falling into the hands of demons when he was young, he is truly a star that captivates everyone. But because of that brilliance, other knights have been forgotten. Unlike Raymond, who only focuses on commanding, Kylo is someone who fights alongside his comrades, yet no one recognizes that. Agnes Saint muttered. She even came up with a thorough plan. "When I return, I will definitely pretend to be extremely frightened and praise Sir Grey for being such a skilled knight, fighting in such a dangerous place." Kylo, beside her, would laugh loudly. "It is good that you know that now." So focused on her thoughts, Agnes Saint had been lost in them for a long time. Agnes Saint glanced to her right in surprise. Among the messy pile of debris, she saw a black shadow. That jet black figure, could it be a monster? Agnes Saint observed carefully. Is this area really unchecked, or did they not examine it thoroughly? The beast lunged forward, creating a loud noise. She instinctively raised her hands to block it. "What should I do? Help me, Kylo." It turned out to be just a cat. Agnes Saint breathed a sigh of relief. "What? It is just a cat." She also noticed it is being held so easily, it seems like it is used to being touched. Did its owner have to evacuate during the war and could not take it along? Agnes Saint also saw the cat was covered in scratches. She murmured, "So many injuries. I have to heal it." The cat, after being healed, meowed. There. Agnes Saint soothed the cat. "All right, are you feeling better now?" She held the cat in her arms and comforted it. "I was just feeling bored. Now it is all right.
Do you want to patrol with me?
After we finish, I will find your owner." "Okay," she whispered. At this time, Agnes Saint had not noticed the danger behind her. Only then did she hear strange breathing coming from behind her. Agnes Saint was frightened. Agnes Saint slowly turned around. This jet black shadow was 4 or 5 times bigger. That thing was not a cat. This time it was real. Agnes Saint slowly backed away. The monster slowly lunged towards her. "Am I going to die again? This is absurd. I do not like this," but she could not resist this powerful monster. "I do not want to." Kylo appeared just in time, a sword slashing through the monster. Kylo looked in horror at the girl's figure below. The monster's blood splattered all over her, a large streak staining her face. Agnes Saint was stunned, her eyes vacant. "Are you all right?" He sheathed his sword after finishing. Agnes Saint had not yet recovered, but her hands were still tightly clutching the cat. Suddenly, her jaw dropped as she looked. Kylo saved me." Seeing the princess like that, Kylo panicked. "I did not intentionally put you in danger. There was an error in the report, so I apologize." The horse, startled, ran away. He offered her a brand new handkerchief, instructing her, "Use this to wipe it off." Kylo's handkerchief. Inside, Agnes Saint screamed, then hurriedly accepted the handkerchief as if afraid he would take it back. Kylo looked puzzled at the princess's current behavior. She clutched his handkerchief tightly to her chest, a strangely satisfied expression on her face. What? Is she so shocked that she has lost her mind? The more worried he became, the more he had to ask. "Are you hurt anywhere at this moment?" Agnes Saint snapped back to reality. "Oh no, I forgot about cosplaying." "A little." Agnes Saint stood up shyly. She stole a glance at Kylo. It seems those thugs in the Black Knights did not check thoroughly. Agnes Saint was also happy. It seems he rushed here right after he found out. Outwardly, she acted as if nothing happened, but inside, she was ecstatic. "This is really beneficial for me." Finally, a chance to have a date with Kylo. The princess even tucked her hair behind her ear, speaking softly. "The captain is here too. Shall we explore the remaining areas together?" But what is that sound of horse hooves? It was Raymond, also appearing in this area. Raymond Spencer. Agnes Saint's eyes widened in surprise. Raymond, his aura shines so brightly. Agnes Saint had moments of rich imagination that surpassed ordinary people's. The image of Raymond and Kylo fighting one-on-one in Agnes Saint's imagination, and her choice was. Raymond's appearance made the atmosphere even more tense. Raymond Spencer. Kylo was also surprised. The princess's face was smeared with blood, and in the distance, a monster lay dead and twisted on the ground. He frowned as he watched. "As expected, you caused another incident, did not you, Kylo Ray?" Kylo turned and glanced at him with a frown. Agnes Saint looked up at the approaching figure. "Please wipe the blood off first." Raymond kindly offered her a handkerchief. The princess accepted it, her heart filled with complex emotions as she looked at the handkerchief. Kylo was startled to see the princess using his handkerchief to wipe her face, while she had already clutched his handkerchief to her chest. "Does she hate using my handkerchief because it is dirty?" Kylo pondered. Raymond took back the blood-stained handkerchief and carefully spoke to Agnes Saint. "I have called for a carriage. Please get in." Agnes Saint showed an indifferent expression, unconcerned. Kylo glanced. It seems she is extremely angry. Does she think it is my fault that she missed the opportunity to be with Raymond Spencer? Or is it because it was me that she is like this? Raymond looked sternly at Kylo. "I will overlook today's incident, but do not let something like this happen again." He seriously reminded him, the capital is not a battlefield. If you continue acting on your own, you won't get anything you want. Kylo sneered. Overlook, according to whose will, he is already acting like he is the princess's husband. But outwardly, he was frighteningly friendly. "Of course, I will keep it in mind." That is advice from the hero of the Empire. "But are not you acting a little arrogant?" Raymond frowned. "I am the one ordered to manage Princess Agnes Saint. Why did you follow us? Are you planning to be the princess's nanny now?" Raymond became angry. "Watch your words, Kylo. And you constantly reject the princess's advances." Kylo smiled mockingly. "Are you actually trying to two-time her?" Raymond frowned. "In the end, Neither of them yielded, both turning away in frustration. Dirty bastard, Kylo cursed inwardly, pretending to be a noble knight, but it seems no one knows that it is a plot to win the princess's heart and become the emperor's son-in-law. Acting like I am some trash blinded by power. Kylo clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. But in the end, you're just the same. Kylo gritted his teeth. Someday, I will expose your dirty nature, Raymond. Agnes Saint sat in the carriage, her heart filled with gloom. She was so angry, she almost chopped Raymond to pieces. Why did this guy come here? It was my chance to have a wonderful date with Kylo. Why is he even sharing the carriage with me? Come to think of it, this was the first time she had met Raymond since her rebirth. Agnes Saint pondered. Honestly, he is handsome, but definitely not my type. First of all, his chest is too small. She assessed him from head to toe. And he has the aura of a pampered young master. But Agnes Saint thought of Kylo and praised him. I prefer a wilder and more rugged feeling. Moreover, because he is too perfect, he lacks humanity. But I prefer Kylo, who belongs only to me. Even so, I still have to pretend to like Raymond. She feigned a listless look and asked him, why did you come all the way here? Raymond was the jewel Agnes Saint desired most, to the point that everyone knew. If I suddenly put aside my feelings, no one would believe it. Raymond was also at a loss while thinking of an answer. Why did I come if I tell the truth? Surely in his mind, he was imagining this. Are you worried about me? As expected, Sir Spencer has feelings for me too. I came here today to tell someone to restrain any actions that could endanger the royal family. So now, the action I must take is, I hope you won't care about me anymore and will show the dignity and exemplary behavior of a royal. Agnes Saint frankly replied, do you mean I should not bother you anymore and should act properly? I also know that I have unintentionally bothered you all this time. Agnes Saint was devising the perfect plan, becoming a heartbroken girl determined to leave. Now, I won't be an obstacle in your path anymore. I will pretend to be hurt and act like I have given up naturally. Raymond was stunned for a moment. I am glad you said that. I believe you will dedicate yourself to your duties from now on. Princess Agnes Saint smiled and nodded. Of course. So, you do not need to look for me anymore. Inside, she was angry with him. It is because of you that my date was ruined. Then I will excuse myself. Raymond glanced at her through the carriage window. Not even turning to look at me, has she changed her pursuit method, or is she truly heartbroken? Whatever the case, it does not matter. Raymond sighed. As long as the princess does not bother me anymore. I have not felt this relieved in a long time. Go straight to the Crown Prince's palace. I understand, Sir Spencer. Raymond instructed the coachman. Crown Prince Damien was having a headache. Did such a thing happen? Yes. Raymond bowed respectfully. Anyway, it seems Kylo intends to take revenge on the princess. That is possible. Damien agreed. Agnes Saint has been looking down on those of low status all this time. As long as it is nothing serious. Raymond lowered his head. I understand. Even so, I can't nitpick about something His Majesty has approved. And honestly, Agnes Saint needs to be disciplined a little. Besides, the thing I need to pay attention to first. Damien was surprised after hearing that. Agnes Saint said she won't bother you anymore. She told you directly. Yes. However, her tone was not very trustworthy. Damien replied, that is her habit when she lies. So, someday, she will become an obstacle in your highness's future path. The Crown Prince pondered. Indeed. He is right. Agnes Saint is a time bomb that could explode at any moment. She is not a political enemy that needs to be eliminated by force. She is just an obstacle. Interesting. Agnes Saint is playing the role of a witch. So, who should I drag into the vortex of fate first? Agnes Saint is an arrogant and reckless obstacle, so I had hoped she would be married off quickly. But the proud people of the Empire are not satisfied with a royal marrying someone from another country. Therefore, I am also searching for a suitable marriage partner for Agnes Saint within the Empire, and that partner is a subordinate. I thought Raymond was the perfect candidate, but the noble's impression of the princess is not good at all. Raymond, sitting in the room, replied, we can't let this nuisance tarnish the royal family's honor. This bastard. Damien frowned at him. Anyway, that is the girl who likes you, and she is also my sister. Damien felt a surge of irritation. Isn't that too harsh? He suppressed his anger, expressing it only in his thoughts. No, even I sometimes complain about Agnes Saint, but I am her older brother. It has to be different from a stranger. After composing himself, he replied to Raymond, however, Agnes Saint also said she would not bother you anymore, so I will consider it. Damien still tried to suppress his anger, his voice strained. So you do not need to criticize her right in front of me. Raymond respectfully replied, I understand. Thinking the conversation between the two had ended, this was not the end of the events surrounding Raymond Spencer. At the same time, at the princess's palace, Agnes Saint's two maids, Lo and Emma, looked at her in panic. What happened? Agnes Saint's face was dirty, her eyes teary, her hair disheveled, her clothes filthy, and bloodstains all over her. The two maids rushed over to ask, did you encounter a monster during your mission? Emma also panicked and asked, these bloodstains. She hesitated. Are you hurt anywhere, Your Highness? At this moment, Agnes Saint looked up. She thought to herself, my maids, Lo and Emma. These two are known for being the most smooth talkers among the upper class. This means... She smiled and replied, something terrible almost happened, but thanks to Duke Grey, I was able to return safely. In her mind, she was gleeful. Now is the chance to boost Kylo's reputation. If these two spread the news that Kylo saved me everywhere, the two maids beside her immediately asked, Kylo is that person. But their conflicting words made her deflate. Wasn't his fault for putting the princess in danger. If the captain had fulfilled his duties from the beginning, such a big incident would not have happened. Agnes Saint's face stiffened. Not like what I imagined.
Ha!
Lo became even more worried. 1 or 2 members of the Black Knights have been imprisoned for causing incidents during the war. Beside her, Emma nodded vigorously. Lo recalled a past scene. Before, when I was passing by the Knights building and happened to meet Sir Ray, he did not even greet me, and he glared at me with such a scary look. Lo and Emma said in unison, you can't trust someone like that, Your Highness. Her expression became pensive. That Kylo is just a fool, you guys. She thought to herself, I am surprised, but Kylo, it turns out your reputation is at rock bottom like mine. The journey to restore Kylo's reputation will be long. Agnes Saint sighed. Perhaps you have some misunderstanding about Sir Grey. He is a very trustworthy person. The fact that he saved me is true. She paused when she heard one of the maids mention it. But I heard you returned with Sir Raymond, she pondered. Even so, I still have to continue my operation. Then Agnes Saint frankly instructed, from now on, do not mention the name Raymond Spencer in front of me. Emma was surprised. Yes. Did something happen between you and Sir Spencer? The two maids became even more worried. Please tell us, Your Highness. She shook her head. There is nothing to tell in detail.
She hesitated.
But I am human. I also know how to be hurt. Agnes Saint's mood plummeted. I am tired now. From now on, I will be the heartbroken girl determined to leave. I am tired and want some private space. I need to rest now. My clothes are covered in blood, so I am feeling a little unwell. The two maids carefully instructed her, right, please lie down and rest, Your Highness. Before closing the door, Emma still worriedly added, Your Highness, please do not worry about anything and rest.
Well.
The sound of the door closing. Agnes Saint's expression immediately changed, becoming strange with a sinister smile. Now, my lovely little birds, just as planned, go and spread the news. However, what followed was slightly different from Agnes Saint's expectations. Emma and Lo were walking in the palace. What happened? Emma expressed her worries. Her Highness, she always talked about Sir Spencer, but now she ordered us not to mention him anymore. Something serious must have happened.
Lord Vronet.
But you also know that the princess has always been good to her people, right? Although we have had to endure quite a bit because of her personality. The benefits we enjoy in the palace are enormous. Especially the things the princess has given to Sir Spencer are countless. Emma understood the meaning of Lo's words. So you think Sir Spencer did something, could it be? Emma's expression was stunned for a moment. Could it be something indescribable? In her mind, a thought appeared. How could Sir Spencer say such things? Why, Emma was extremely panicked. Sir Spencer said that, but thinking about it, she remembered the princess's tired expression. Until now, although Sir Spencer has rejected the princess many times, she has never been so discouraged. If the princess is hurt, it is definitely not just because of rejection. Emma suddenly became clever. If so, oh my God, Emma shouted. What kind of knight would do such a thing, accepting everything he could and then hurting her? Come to think of it, the princess is truly pitiful. But the rumor they eagerly wanted to spread was that Princess Agnes Saint was hurt by Duke Raymond Spencer, a cold-hearted betrayal, but it was distorted by the two gossipmongers. Two young ladies were sitting, drinking tea and gossiping. How could such a gentleman do such a thing? It is truly surprising. I never thought Sir Spencer could do such a thing. Next were the ladies and young masters gossiping about Agnes Saint, but with fabricated stories. He said, "If I marry you, I would rather marry the garbage on the ground. I even heard a sewer would suit you better than the palace." Look, Sir Spencer. He frowned at the gazes of the people around him. How can he brazenly walk through the princess's palace? Raymond Spencer became the one who broke the princess's heart with indescribable words. "And that news, what did you say?" He slammed his hand on the table. His fury ignited. "That damned Spencer hurt my daughter." It even reached the ears of an unexpected character. Emperor Alexander angrily slammed his chair. That nobleman, the attendant below, was terrified. "Please calm down, Your Majesty. The source of the rumor has not been verified, so..." But the emperor was consumed by rage and did not care. He fumed. "So the Spencer family are all arrogant bastards, from father to son. The Spencer dukedom, one of the 4 dukedoms of the empire, possessing unparalleled wealth and reputation. But I have known that Spencer bastard for a long time, because that bastard was the Empress's first love, Agnes Saint's mother. A guy so dark that he came to see her right before our wedding and tried to convince her to stop the ceremony. Fortunately, the Empress was not swayed by him, but I could not swallow that anger. But that Damien brat, he became even angrier when he mentioned his son. He does not know anything and even plays with that bastard son. Wasn't even Agnes Saint tricked by that son? My lovely daughter becoming that guy's daughter-in-law," he wailed, then firmly declared, "Even if the sky falls and dust fills my eyes, this is impossible, absolutely not. Just imagining it makes me sick." However, up until that point, everything was fine because I believed that the son would be different from his father. But now, he was about to go and settle old and new scores with the Spencer family. "How dare you hurt my daughter?" The emperor kept cursing. "Insolent bastard." The butler standing below tried to calm him down. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Perhaps this is a good sign." The emperor frowned and asked, "A good sign?" "Yes." He recalled the conversation with Agnes Saint's 2 maids. The princess was so heartbroken that she ordered that his name never be mentioned in front of her again. The emperor's expression brightened. "Isn't this a sign that the princess has given up her feelings for Spencer?" He thought to himself, "It sounds right. So, this rumor is known throughout the nobility." "Yes, Your Majesty." The butler respectfully replied. "It is spread so widely that even those who do not usually socialize know the rumor." Kylo was surprised. That guy insulted the princess. In Agnes Saint's imagination, she was hand in hand, marrying Kylo, with Raymond screaming behind them, begging her to come back. Inside the fortress walls, Kylo was training with a wooden dummy on a stand. He stopped and wiped away the sweat dripping down his face. "Sir Spencer." This call made him glance over. "Raymond Spencer." Kylo's gaze towards Raymond was not friendly. "I have not liked that guy from the start. From his high status to his culture and knowledge. Things I have always wanted but never had, while he has had them since birth." However, Raymond also noticed someone staring at him. Someone like me, who has to struggle with life because I have nothing, is treated by him like trash blinded by power. Raymond's gaze turned cold as he looked over, as if the madness of someone crawling up from the bottom of society has no value to him. Kylo was looking through the balcony glass. Such a person is now insulting the princess. Despicable, lowly bastard. He did not spare any insults for Raymond. The so-called captain of the White Knights, who protects the royal family, actually enjoys treating himself as a weapon and treating even royalty like his subordinates. Kylo rested his chin on his hand and thought. But why did that guy, who always acts so high and mighty, suddenly remove his mask? A monster suddenly attacked the princess at that time. Or was he angry because an incident almost occurred? So he took it out on the princess. Wait a minute. This time, he held his forehead in panic. So the princess crying is my fault. I thought it would be satisfying to hear that arrogant girl cry, but thinking it is my fault makes me feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Kylo blamed himself. Moreover, if the emperor dismisses me because of this incident, it will be troublesome. So, I have to formally apologize somehow. In Kylo's mind, he pictured the emperor's furious expression while reprimanding him. The problem is, I do not know how to talk to girls. He recalled the past. The reactions of the girls he had met so far, small memories gradually resurfaced. That person's clothes are covered in blood. 2 girls behind Kylo gossiped. I heard he is a mercenary, but he has no manners at all. Miss Montrose, I was not finished. At that time, he approached a girl, but she ran away. The more Kylo thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Except when wearing the knight's uniform, I have been a subordinate from the beginning. How can I approach the princess first? What should I do in this situation? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The door suddenly burst open.
Come in.
Kylo was stunned for a moment. The beautiful Agnes Saint, in a splendid outfit, appeared before him.
Oh, no. Kylo stammered.
Your Highness, but in Agnes Saint's mind, she was puzzled. Your Highness, why not call me Miss Zen? Ah, it is because of this she touched her cloak. Earlier, Agnes Saint's two maids had prepared this for her. They were even more worried. What if you catch a cold? You are still tired. She sighed. This elaborate cloak the maids put on me does. He think that not wearing the uniform also means when I am wearing this cloak, Agnes Saint chuckled inwardly. As expected, Kylo is naive. Your Highness, Kylo bowed respectfully. I apologize for putting you in danger, due to my carelessness. I promise this will never happen again. Agnes Saint's expression was awkward. Her face fell. I did not come here to hear these words. But since Kylo has done this, I should play along, right? Agnes Saint considered carefully before replying. If this happens again, I will punish you severely. Inside, she was gleefully teasing him. For example, life imprisonment in my arms. Kylo remained respectful. Thank you for your generosity. Then Agnes Saint softly asked, what happened to those unchecked areas from last time? Kylo was startled. The princess suddenly used honorifics with him. Does this mean I should treat her as a member of the Knights from now on? It has been completed by the person originally in charge, Victor. Her expression became more expectant. Then, when is the next mission? Kylo shook his head. There are no missions for the time being, so participate in training. Agnes Saint was immediately deflated. Yes. Come to think of it, I have not introduced you to the members of the team yet. Agnes Saint's face flushed as she looked up at him. Members of the Knights. In the original story, the members of the Knights were not described in detail. Kylo led the way. I will introduce them now, so follow me. She happily followed behind. I wonder what kind of people they are. In the large room, a voice called out, gather around. I am introducing a new member. Everyone knows the Princess of the Empire, Her Highness Agnes Saint, right? Kylo introduced the girl beside him. From now on, she will also be with us as a member of the Black Knights. Agnes Saint's face lit up. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. She continued, originally, that was a privilege only for Sir Grey, but I will allow everyone to treat me as a member of the team as long as I am in uniform. A bald man raised his hand and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Victor. Opposite them was a girl.
She spoke softly.
I am Anna. Then, the atmosphere fell silent. Agnes Saint's face fell. Are there only two other members? Kylo shook his head. That is not the case. It is because one guy robbed a bank during the war, another took the opportunity to kill his enemy, and there is a crazy guy who wants to develop magical tools using the bodies of demons. So most of them are imprisoned. Including those on missions and the members here, there are a total of 6 people. Kylo pondered, his expression resigned. Agnes Saint chuckled inwardly.
So you have to control people like that.
After speaking, Kylo casually turned away. Well then, take care of your individual training. Agnes Saint stared after him, dumbfounded. He is already gone. She was dejected. I thought that by joining the Knights, we could stick together every day. But nothing is going according to plan. Someone tapped her left shoulder. Agnes Saint turned around. What is it? Anna came over, holding a cat. This is the cat from that time. Anna trembled and whispered, Coco wants to say, thank you. Agnes Saint tried to listen, but it was always like this. Her voice is too soft. I can't hear anything. She asked again, what did you say? Anna quickly hid behind a chair. Agnes Saint was startled. Did I scare you? I am sorry. But what did you say? The characteristic of people turned into zombies by monsters or demons is a black body and red eyes. That is why girls with black hair and red eyes have become targets of oppression after the demons appeared. Anna came closer and spoke a little louder. Coco wants me to convey her thanks for saving her. The cat also rubbed against her, expressing its gratitude. Is this why she is so timid? Agnes Saint smiled. So this cat's name is Coco. How cute. Is it a member's cat? Agnes Saint was delighted. I am so glad it is safe. Agnes Saint smiled brightly. I have no ulterior motives, but can I say I am glad I have gained favor. Glad you found it. Victor interjected.
But
I have been noticing it since earlier. Agnes Saint glanced to the other side. But what? Are those brutal things on the side of the cabinet? Several cannons and huge hammers were displayed. In the distance, some heavy weapons were placed on the ground. Agnes Saint was slightly bewildered and asked, "What are those things over there? Whose weapons are they?" Victor picked up his massive hammer and replied, "This is my weapon." Agnes Saint was a little worried because Victor kept holding the weapon without putting it down. Then she asked about the other weapon. "What about the one next to it?" Anna quickly replied, "Ah, that is mine." The moment she held that heavy weapon, she looked terrifying, especially with her grinning expression. She excitedly said, "Do you want to see it? I will show you how it works." Agnes Saint was stunned and speechless, her face pale. She waved her hand and said, "There is no need for that." Anna's enthusiastic eyes said it all. She eagerly explained, "This weapon is designed with 5 overlapping star blades, and it is coated with monster venom.
So,
In just a second, I can crush even a monster's bones." Agnes Saint was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time she had felt the terror of the Black Knights. She quickly changed the subject. "I also need a weapon for myself. Where can I go to get one?" Anna enthusiastically said, "Go to the weaponsmith in the Fire Fortress, and he will make one for you. I will take you there." Hearing this, Agnes Saint happily replied, "I should thank you for taking me there." The source of the Empire's ability to develop the power of industrial magic technology lies in the purple magic stones located deep within the Empire's land. The first emperor created magic stones by combining his special magic power with mineral stones, which people thought were just ordinary stones. And thanks to the help of magic stones, the first emperor awakened his magical abilities. He sealed all the demons underground with a single ray of light. After thousands of years, when demons began to reappear on the surface, the people of the Empire began using magic stones to create weapons. And they believed that a royal who could use the first emperor's power would be born again. Changing scenes to the weaponsmith's place in the Fire Fortress. The craftsman, seeing Agnes Saint enter, trembled and said, "What wind brings the princess to this place?" Seeing his appearance, Agnes Saint thought, "What is with this déjà vu feeling?" Then she said, "I have come to commission you to create a weapon. Do you have time now?" He gave a strange smile and replied, "Of course, Your Highness."
please follow me.
He led Agnes Saint to a shelf full of purple stones. He said, "To create an effective weapon, you need to use magic stones with compatible wavelengths. Please choose the magic stone you want to use." Anna gently reminded Agnes Saint, "Your palm will warm up when you find a stone with a compatible wavelength." Agnes Saint was surprised to hear that. She thought to herself, does it really have to be like Harry Potter? And of course, I am playing the role of Malfoy. Then she tried a few stones. But after touching dozens of stones, she still felt they were all cool to the touch. Hearing this, the craftsman and Anna were both puzzled. The craftsman thought for a moment. Then he took out an old wooden box and said, "If that is the case, Your Highness, please try this one. This is a special magic stone used to create weapons specifically for His Majesty, the Emperor's guards." As soon as he opened the box, the glittering light of the stone was visible. Agnes Saint's eyes lit up, but she was still a little doubtful. Specifically for His Majesty's guards, but are not weapons made from magic stones harmless to humans? Then how is this suitable for protection? The craftsman explained, originally, it was like that, but recently it has been combined. So it can be used against both humans and monsters. Agnes Saint now understood. She said, "So other countries can imitate this technique, right?" The craftsman chuckled and replied, "Certainly not, Your Highness. These weapons are linked to magic, so if they are disassembled, they will be completely destroyed." And now the craftsman had a different view of Agnes Saint. Until now, he had thought the princess was a spoiled and violent person, just like the rumors. After meeting her in person, I see that she cares deeply about the Empire. As expected, you can't truly understand someone without meeting them directly. Agnes Saint was now very fond of the stone. She said, "That is meticulous. Then there is no need to worry about them being used in other countries." She gently touched the stone. But as soon as she touched it, she immediately withdrew her hand. The craftsman, seeing this, smiled and said, "It seems this one is compatible with Your Highness's wavelength. It will only feel warm. It won't burn you. What shape do you want for your weapon?" Agnes Saint looked at her hand and saw that there were indeed no burns. Then Agnes Saint thought about the weapon's shape. As expected, when it comes to Sims in the magical world, it has to be a wand and a gun, right? Changing scenes to the moment the gun was completed. Agnes Saint was very pleased with it. She thought to herself, I was a little worried that ordering a gun shaped like a wand would not meet my requirements, but both the design and weight are okay. Anna, who was following her, saw Agnes Saint's progress and exclaimed, "Your abilities have improved so quickly. You will definitely perform well in actual
combat."
Agnes Saint was overjoyed upon hearing this. She thought to herself, if a mission appears, I will try using it. Actually, I have not even seen Kylo's face, let alone go on a mission. Anna and Victor look way too relaxed. Why is Kylo so busy? I miss him so much. Suddenly, Anna burst into a frenzy, talking non-stop. Fortunately, Victor stopped her in time. At this point, Agnes Saint just wanted to take back her previous words. Forget giving these people work, I will just do it all myself. Anyway, there are no missions and everyone is avoiding me. It is relaxing but also too boring. After escorting Agnes Saint back to the Imperial Palace, Anna and Victor said goodbye and left. Then Agnes Saint noticed a group of people chatting animatedly in the distance. She thought, that is the area reserved for the White Knights, and there are 4 people. Just when I was thinking about what to do. I should eavesdrop a little. Even if I am discovered, it is fine. I am the princess. Let us see. Oh, all familiar faces. There is Sirius, the girl crazy one, Hugo, infatuated with the saint, Diana, the vice captain of the White Knights. Agnes Saint also spotted Liliana. In the original story, she was also a strong contender for the female lead position, along with Hazel. She is incredibly beautiful. Then Agnes Saint overheard her saying, could it be that His Majesty transferred Princess Agnes Saint's unit because he wanted to increase the strength of the other 3 knight orders, excluding the White Knights? Agnes Saint, seeing them talking about her, became a little more curious. She thought this topic of conversation is quite interesting. Liliana continued, that would not be right. The White Knights and Sir Raymond have worked the hardest. How could His Majesty do that? Hugo, hearing this, scratched his head and said, it is disrespectful for us to discuss matters related to His Majesty's decisions. But Liliana, still being mean, said, where did that logic come from? Agnes Saint, hearing everything, felt a little melancholic. She sighed and thought, Saint Liliana is a commoner, so it is quite difficult for her to understand these cultural etiquettes, so I can overlook it. Liliana continued, by the way, I heard that Sir Spencer insulted the princess. Is that true? Hugo replied, according to recent rumors, it seems so. At this moment, Agnes Saint felt something was strange. Why is only Hugo answering Liliana's questions, and Diana and Sirius's expressions look uncomfortable? Hugo added, according to what the servant said, she cried while running from the princess's palace. After hearing what Hugo said, Agnes Saint realized, with that kind of topic, I understand why Diana has that expression. But why are those girl crazy people like Sirius acting like that towards Liliana? I remember now. Sirius, he is promiscuous to the bone, but he is also someone who discriminates based on social status, so commoners are an exception for him. Changing scenes. Saint Liliana sneered and said, that is truly sad. But it is also a bit miraculous. He hurts others, but when he is the one hurt, he cries. Diana had heard enough. She said irritably, I think we should stop talking about the princess. What if someone overhears us? But Liliana put on a pitiful, innocent act and pretended to say, why do you treat me like this every time I speak, Lady Diana? The saint even shed crocodile tears. Could it be that because I am a commoner and can't learn the way nobles speak, it makes you uncomfortable? Hugo defended her, even shouting at the vice captain. Diana, you are going too far, apologize to the saint. Agnes Saint was amused. A little shrug like that makes her look much more fragile. I have to learn that technique. But what is with this strange feeling? Is the saint originally such a character? When she is with Raymond, she is like an angel. So are not her mind manipulation skills amazing? This is quite attractive. But Agnes Saint was suddenly startled. Could it be that the second female lead will be chosen? Just thinking about it made Agnes Saint furious. Agnes Saint's eyes were opened. She realized the saint, as virtuous as an angel, is actually scheming. Why did not the author reveal this attractive setting earlier? Changing scenes, Sirius was now also furious at her blatant pretense. He shouted, Saint, what are you talking about? But Hugo was still determined to defend her. Are you raising your voice at the saint? While they were arguing, a voice suddenly interrupted. What are you all talking about? Agnes Saint's mind cleared. She found this voice familiar. And it was the female lead of the original story, the nation's first love, the ambassador of purity, Hazel. Seeing Hazel arrive, Diana said happily, you have finished your mission. Hazel replied, it was a mission with the captain, so of course it is finished. Liliana then asked, "Where's Sir Raymond?" Hazel said, "The captain is probably in his resting place. I came here alone as soon as we returned." Liliana gave a fake smile and then started gossiping about others again. She said, "Right, Miss Hazel, you have also heard the news, have not you, about Sir Raymond insulting the princess?"
Did he say anything about this?
Hazel calmly asked her back, "Did he?" Liliana's true face, like a cunning fox, tried to appear noble and said, "I think it might just be a baseless rumor. Sir Spencer is not someone who would insult others. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. The captain hates girls who bother him as much as he hates demons." Hazel's attitude was extremely cold, firmly correcting Liliana's behavior. Liliana was speechless, unable to say anything more. This love triangle is quite interesting. Liliana did not know what to do next, so she had to slip away. She said to Hazel, "You must be tired from traveling such a long distance. It is quite cold, so I will excuse myself and go inside." As soon as the saint said that, Hugo immediately rushed over and took her hand, escorting her. "Let me take you inside, Saint." In the original story, it seemed like Hugo had a one-sided love for the saint, but seeing this directly, he is just an otaku like me. Then the group dispersed, everyone going home. At this time, Agnes Saint felt a tinge of sadness. "I also have to leave quietly." But as soon as she turned around, they noticed the sound of her footsteps. Sirius, quick as a flash, drew his sword and shouted, "Who is there?" Agnes Saint was startled. "I did not think they would hear me so quickly." When Sirius's sword pointed at her face, she froze. Sirius was also surprised that it was the princess. Agnes Saint gently reminded him, "Aren't you going to put your sword away?" Sirius quickly sheathed his sword and bowed his head. "I apologize, Your Highness." Then he asked hesitantly, "You heard everything?" Sirius's insides were burning with panic. "This is bad, caught by the person I was bad-mouthing. What kind of punishment awaits me?" But suddenly, he was jolted awake when the princess said, "Please keep the fact that I heard everything a secret. I do not want to cause any more commotion." Sirius asked in a panic, "Is that rumor true? On the day of Your Highness's first mission, there was a rumor, but Agnes Saint was now trying to hypnotize herself that she was hurt. I am a heartbroken girl." Sirius mustered his courage and asked, "The rumor says that Sir Raymond said he would rather marry the garbage on the ground than you, or that a sewer would suit you better than the palace." Agnes Saint was stunned. She froze, completely bewildered. "Wait, what? How did the story become like this? I just wanted to spread the word that I am heartbroken." Agnes Saint hurriedly explained, trying to put out the fire. "He did not say that. It is just—" Sirius became even more curious. "What did he say?" Agnes Saint's face turned pale. She tried to stay calm. "What should I answer? If I tell the truth, no one will believe I have given up on pursuing Raymond. If I lie, my conscience will bother me. And if I lie, when the truth comes out, my reputation will plummet to hell, and Kylo's plan will be ruined. The Empire's face will also be ruined." She stammered that I do not want to remember it anymore. Sirius, seeing this, thought, "Your Highness, is the rumor true, but you are still protecting the captain?" Agnes Saint did not know where to hide her face in this awkward situation. She just wanted to say, "I am sorry, main character. Most people will side with you anyway. Good luck." Before leaving, Agnes Saint gently reminded Sirius, "Anyway, please keep today's matter a secret." Sirius stared blankly at the princess's retreating figure. He still wondered, this is absurd. Did the captain really say that? Changing scenes, Victor and Anna returned. Seeing them return, Kylo asked, "Did you two just come back from training?" Victor replied, "We took the new member to test which weapon suits her." Kylo wondered, the princess, "Oh no, you said you trained with Miss Agnes Saint, right? Did she bother you guys?" Anna quickly answered, "No way. She is very kind. She is always nice to Coco the cat, too." Kylo was quite puzzled. He thought to himself, mistreating people if you do not like them, but being kind to animals. Anna continued. She even listened attentively to the story about monsters. Hearing such praises about Agnes Saint, Kylo still could not believe it. He said, "Is there some kind of mistake? How could the princess?" "No, wait. These two do not have a position in the palace like me, and they are both people who do not care about anything other than their fields of interest. In other words, the people who can see that girl most objectively in the royal palace are these two." Kylo stood in the center, thinking deeply about the situation. Victor also added, "But Captain, do not you usually stay cooped up in your room? Why are you here today?" "Thinking too much makes my head hurt." Though Kylo did not want to know the princess's true face, he still needed to find out a little. Then he instructed Victor, I have some news. If you see Miss Agnes Saint, tell her. I will give her a new mission. Including me, all members of the Black Knights stationed in the capital will participate in this mission. Scene change, Sirius, a member of the White Knights. As a child, he frequently visited the royal palace because he was always the playmate of His Highness, the Crown Prince. The Princess Agnes Saint he saw at that time was truly different from other children of the same age. Arrogant, bossy, and even resorting to violence when others did not do as she pleased. But as time passed, he learned that all those actions were a way of acting out to get attention and affection. She lost her mother and nanny at a young age. Her father was busy, her only brother was cold to her, and she could not make friends with others due to her different status. Always being separated from those close to her, the princess was constantly lonely. The reason why those who had taken care of the princess for a long time could not easily dislike her was because they knew how lonely she had been. Sirius kept pondering, finding it absurd. Even though the captain knows that, how could he say such insulting words without turning a blind eye? But he suddenly remembered something. He thought, if it was the princess's first day on duty, that was the day I grumbled to the captain. I even asked him to go see the princess. If I had not asked the captain to go, they would not have met, and the princess would not have heard those insults. So this, in the end, it is all my fault, is not it? Sirius was now at a loss, unsure what to do. Scene changed to the royal banquet hall. Agnes Saint is dining with her father, Emperor Alexander. The emperor glanced at her with deep concern. My Agnes Saint. It has been a while since we have met, but why do you look so thin? Is that man worth it? According to the report, Agnes Saint has faithfully participated in the Black Knights training course without missing a single day. As expected, entrusting Agnes Saint to Kylo was the right choice. The emperor thought to himself, when did my little squirrel become so mature? Agnes Saint, looking at her father's expression, had to rack her brain. The emperor seems to have strange thoughts again. But there is another reason why I look like this. When it was time to leave, Agnes Saint politely stood up and said, I will excuse myself first, father. I have to prepare early for tomorrow's mission. And it was true. Finally, the mission Agnes Saint had been waiting for had arrived. She just wanted to say goodbye to the days of just smelling Kylo's handkerchief. The 4-day, 3-night trip with my bias, I have been looking forward to it so much that I have not been able to sleep. 4 days, but I do not feel tired at all. In fact, I am very happy. I even brought a mini camera in my cloak for that day. On the day of departure, Agnes Saint realized. The White Knight's baggage cart arrived. Are they also departing today? Agnes Saint was incredibly annoyed, too upset to speak. I just heard that the White Knights are working in the nearest area, and the Black Knights are in the farthest area. Why are they bringing so much stuff? Are they moving? During the war, they made him a human shield at the front, and now they are making him work like a dog by sending him to the farthest place. This mission arrangement is clearly the work of Raymond, the captain of the White Knights among the 4 Knight Corps. Thinking about it, it is not a mistake that strange rumors are spreading like the incident with the insults. Raymond noticed someone lurking by the wall. He ran over and realized it was Princess Agnes Saint. Agnes Saint looked directly into his eyes with sparkling eyes. The two stared at each other without saying a word. Agnes Saint felt a bit uneasy. What is this? Why is he staring at me like that? Raymond is here. So, where's Kylo? And there he was. Kylo arrived and said, You are here, Miss Agnes Saint. Everyone has gathered, so I will explain again. Agnes Saint stood in the ranks, constantly admiring Kylo's handsome, ideal appearance. Kylo carefully explained to everyone, we will move to the SP3 area, the area most affected by the war. The main mission is to encourage and treat the people at the shelter, and then inspect the village under control to proceed with reconstruction. Since this is a large area and requires long-distance travel, we will be accompanied by soldiers. If everyone is ready, let us depart quickly. Agnes Saint was extremely excited and cheerfully replied, yes. Kylo found her behavior strange. He thought to himself, does she think we are on a picnic to extinguish her unrealistic dreams? Kylo said, this mission will be very difficult. The monsters we encountered last time will appear in hordes. But Agnes Saint, without a trace of panic, approached him and asked, is that so? Then I should stick close to the captain to avoid danger, right? Hearing these words, Kylo got goosebumps all over. He was a bit puzzled. Does she mean, you better protect me so that things like last time do not happen again? In this moment, I thought I might have had a biased view of her, but as expected, she is not someone who forgives easily. Princess Agnes Saint. Agnes Saint stepped towards her horse. Seeing Kylo standing there in a daze, she asked, "Why are you just standing there? Didn't you say let us depart quickly?" After a few seconds of being lost in thought, Kylo sighed. This is no different from raising a child. It is really tiring. Having traveled until late at night, Kylo stopped his horse and said, "We will rest here tonight and continue tomorrow. I will go inspect the surroundings. The rest of you, prepare to sleep." All the officers heard clearly and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, one by one, they quickly moved to work. Seeing their self-motivated and urgent manner, Agnes Saint was quite surprised. They know what to do without being told. "I can't just do nothing either, but this is my first time setting up camp, so I do not know what to do." She just stood there, watching everyone work and set up camp. Agnes Saint saw something and asked a comrade, "Hey, is not that edible?" Now in a good mood, the princess rolled up her sleeves and decided, "All right, since this is the first camping trip of my life, I have to try my best to have a hearty meal." When Kylo returned, he was astonished, his jaw dropping. "I went out to investigate for a while, and how did this situation happen?" Agnes Saint and everyone else were sitting around the bonfire, enjoying grilled food and chatting happily. He remembered that tonight's dinner was supposed to be just dried meat and soup. So, where did those crayfish come from? The soldiers who had been complaining until now about having to accompany the princess were now close to her. They thanked Agnes Saint. "Thanks to the princess, we are able to eat our fill at the campsite." Kylo could not figure it out. He thought negatively, did the princess complain about the food, so the soldiers caught crayfish? This is unbelievable. It is such a waste of manpower. Does she really think we are on a picnic? But actually the soldiers were very happy. While eating crayfish, they teased each other. "I thought you could only eat this at high-end restaurants." Victor and Anna also diligently ate crayfish. And Agnes Saint laughed and talked happily with everyone. Seeing these moments, thousands of thoughts raced through Kylo's mind. He approached Victor. As soon as they saw him, the other soldiers cheered, "Captain, come eat with us." After another day of marching, the Black Knights arrived at the shelter near SP3. The villagers were talking amongst themselves. "Did you hear? I heard the Black Knights and the princess are coming here today." "Why the princess?" "I heard the Saintess is going towards the capital because no one in our village has been demonized." Another person said, "Even so, the Black Knights alone make me uneasy, and now the princess too. I heard the princess even harmed the Saintess, right? I hope they do not treat the villagers like slaves." "Oh Lord." And, at that moment, the knights arrived. The village chief rushed out to greet them. "Welcome, Sir Kylo. We have been waiting for you." Kylo replied, "Yes, can I hear a report on the condition of the patients?" The village chief nodded. "Of course. This way, please." The children in the village, seeing Agnes Saint, exclaimed in admiration. "This is the first time I have seen someone so beautiful. Could it be that the Saintess changed her destination to come here?" The boy next to her said, "You fool. The Saintess has black hair." The little girl wondered, royalty came here on horseback, shouldn't they be in a carriage? Agnes Saint, seeing the two children, slowly walked over. She patted their heads and asked, "Children, where are the sick?" The little girl pointed to a building and said, "In that building." Agnes Saint cheerfully said, "Thank you, both of you. It turns out there are two types of illnesses stemming from demons. One of them is demonization, a disease that turns the skin jet black, causes loss of reason like a monster, and leads to attacks on humans. Only the Saintess can purify those demonized. The other disease, although the personality does not change like in demonization, but it is a terminal illness that causes the skin all over the body to gradually rot. This disease cannot be cured even by the Saintess's purification method. Only a few magicians who have reached the level called light mages can cure this disease, and I, Agnes Saint, am one of the youngest light mages in existence. Now is the chance to restore my image in Kylo's eyes. Just wait a moment, everyone in the SP3 area. I am coming to save you." Scene change. Kylo is talking with a village chief, when suddenly a voice calls out, "Captain." Anna arrived to report the situation. Something big might have happened. The water supply here has been completely cut off. I heard that since 2 days ago, only water mixed with monster blood has been coming out from the water source. It seems there is a problem with the river in the village. Hearing this news, Kylo was very concerned. He asked, "Is there no other water source around?" Anna replied, "All the riverbanks are covered in blood." Kylo was extremely worried. Damn it, there is a river here, so clean water was not included in the relief supplies. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Come to think of it, Princess Agnes Saint is a magician capable of purification. She has never used that power for others before, so I do not know if she will cooperate obediently. Seeing Victor carrying firewood past, Kylo asked, "Where did Princess Agnes Saint go?" When he heard Victor say, "If it is her, she went inside that building a while ago," Kylo was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. Can't she stay still even for a moment? If the princess does something to the patients and causes a commotion, the Emperor will put all the blame on me. Kylo quickly went to find Agnes Saint. While walking, he heard crying from somewhere. He thought to himself, she has already caused trouble in such a short time. Could it be that she has been pretending to be obedient all this time, waiting for this moment? Kylo opened the door to the sick room and froze. Agnes Saint was using her light magic to heal everyone. Each person gradually recovered, from the elderly to the young. Afterwards, everyone thanked Agnes Saint. "Thank you. It is truly a miracle." Agnes Saint turned around and saw the captain. She smiled shyly and said, "You are here. I hope you will be hooked by me." Scene change to the next morning. The villagers were very grateful to Agnes Saint. "The princess healed us. We are grateful for the royal family's blessings." "Thank you, princess." Agnes Saint smiled shyly and said to everyone, "I am just following the captain's instructions as a member of the Night Corps." Then all eyes turned to Kylo. Everyone said in unison, "We truly thank you." At this moment, he looked at the princess with different eyes and thoughts. The villagers told them, "You two are our heroes." Afterwards, Agnes Saint asked the captain, "What is the reason you were looking for me?" Kylo stammered, "I heard there is a problem with the river next to the village, so the water supply has been cut off. Can you purify it? You have just used large-scale healing magic, so your physical strength must be severely depleted." Hearing the captain say that, Agnes Saint pretended to be tired and leaned against him, acting spoiled. "Oh, I feel so dizzy." As Kylo was telling her to go rest, Agnes Saint immediately interrupted and said, "No need. I think I can do it after a short rest. I can purify it immediately, so just let me lean like this until we reach the riverbank." Seeing her clinging to his arm like that, Kylo thought to himself, if I keep escorting her like this to the riverbank, it will take a lot of time. He sighed and suddenly picked her up. Agnes Saint blushed, surprised, staring at him. Kylo also looked at her. Agnes Saint felt a thrill throughout her body. She did not understand what was happening. Scene changed to the river. The river water was still completely red. The village chief was concerned. "It is even more serious than this morning." "I see," Kylo said worriedly. Then he looked back at the princess sleeping soundly on his shoulder. He thought, seeing her clinging to me so obediently like this, her condition must not be very good. Even so, looking at how she tried to purify the water, it seems like the princess is also a very responsible person. But is not she hugging me too tightly? Agnes Saint rejoiced inwardly. She wished she could become a fossil like this forever. Then Kylo woke her up. Princess, can this really be purified?" Agnes Saint looked at the Crimson River and said sadly, "It seems difficult to purify on this scale in one go. It would be better to purify the necessary amount of water first, rest, and then deal with the water flowing from upstream. Can we draw water into containers?" Kylo ordered the soldiers to bring large barrels to collect water. Just looking at the color of the water was enough to frighten anyone. After the water was poured, Kylo said, "The necessary water has been filled into the barrels, Princess Agnes Saint." Agnes Saint stood before the barrels of water. She gradually activated her purification ability. The emanating power was truly magical. In just a moment, the barrels of water became clear again. Kylo told the soldiers, "Everyone, please take these wooden barrels to the shelter and distribute the water to the villagers." Agnes Saint was also surprised by her own ability. "Actually, I was not very confident, but I purified it all in one go." "Agnes Saint, you have this kind of power." Kylo rushed over and asked, "Are you alright? Your complexion does not look good. Are you dizzy again?" Agnes Saint immediately pretended and said, "I am a little tired. Perhaps you will have to carry me back like before." She thought to herself, I can be legally held by Kylo. This level of dizziness is fine. It was not an act anymore. Agnes Saint's head suddenly spun. Everything became hazy. She clearly thought she was fine, but she was not. She fainted. Kylo caught her and called out, "Princess, quickly find a place to take the princess to rest." In her dream, she remembered when she was still in reality, her classmates would say, "Hey, why does he always walk alone?" They mocked her. "Don't you know that person? His mother had an affair and gave birth to him. I heard she abandoned him and ran away from home. His father is also famous." I heard he used to get drunk and smash all the windows of the shops in the neighborhood. If a family causes trouble for me, they can't go around apologizing. Even though no one contacted him, he stares at his cell phone every day. He looks so gloomy. It is so irritating. It is really uncomfortable. Before transmigrating into the story, Agnes Saint was very sad. Despite the years that had passed, she still had not gotten used to living alone because of the label of having a terrible family. But when reading the story, she felt more encouraged. She thought to herself, even so, Kylo. Because he has the same reason as me, he must have been very lonely. But since meeting him, someone who always tries so hard that he could die at any moment, I have felt a little less lonely. I want to do anything to become the light of his life. After the coma, Agnes Saint finally woke up. She sat up tiredly. She remembered, I really collapsed. Being held by Kylo was so blissful that I did not realize my body was unwell. Kylo had been constantly by her side. Seeing her wake up, he immediately asked, "Are you alright?" She was very surprised, just staring at him. Kylo did the same. She could not believe that Kylo had directly taken care of her. He said, "There is no major problem. They said you fell asleep due to exhaustion. Get plenty of rest to prepare for departure. I have to go inspect the area that needs to be checked now." Agnes Saint felt strange. Why is Kylo colder than yesterday? Is it his mood? Anyway, it is nice to see Kylo as soon as I wake up. Scene change, Kylo, while patrolling, recalled. During that time, she kept saying something. She seemed to be having a nightmare. Just as I was about to shake her awake, suddenly she called my name. Kylo felt a thrill throughout his body. He did not understand why she called his name. Netizens said, "Did she eat a poisoned apple because of me?" The next morning, whispers outside the camp. They were all worried about Agnes Saint's safety. But what they were more concerned about were the rumors about her. Most of them found it hard to believe. Some guys asked each other, "Isn't she famous for just wandering around and then running away? You know the nature of nobles." At this moment, Agnes Saint appeared amidst the rumors. Perhaps because she had just woken up, she had not yet realized why the crowd was surrounding her. She only heard them continuously asking about her health. Agnes Saint forced a smile. "It is nothing special. I am fine." She wondered why she felt strangely happy. A voice came from behind. "Are you all packed up?" It turned out to be Kylo. He came because Agnes Saint's health had stabilized. Upon seeing her first love, Agnes Saint could not hide her shyness and replied, "Thanks to the captain, I am much better." Agnes Saint's stunning beauty inadvertently left Kylo flustered. They quickly sped up their departure that morning. On the way, Kylo recounted, while the soldiers protected the shelter and the people, the Black Knights inspected the village. Seeing the devastation after the war, the dilapidated houses, and the chaotic land, Kylo announced, "Today's mission is to rebuild housing for the people. We will divide into 2 groups to investigate." As he spoke, he turned to the 2 teammates behind him. All he saw were the assassin personas of Victor and Anna. Although they did not want to show it, their eyes strangely yearned for his trust. Having no other choice, Kylo let Victor and Anna form one group. He would go with Agnes Saint as the other group. Agnes Saint felt indescribably shy upon hearing this. As soon as he got on his horse, Kylo called out to Agnes Saint. "Yes, Captain." Kylo hesitated a bit, looking at her horse. The white horse thought it would be praised by the knight. However, Kylo threw cold water on its face, saying no matter how you look at it, it does not look like a war horse. He added, "This mission could be dangerous, so ride with me." This time, Agnes Saint's face really turned crimson. She jumped off her horse in front of the astonished white horse. Moreover, as soon as she climbed onto Kylo's horse, Agnes Saint casually wrapped her arms around his waist. Then she bid farewell to the white horse as if there were no parting. It watched with teary eyes as its gold-digging owner went further and further away. "Goodbye, my sister's horse. I will go on a date and come back to you." After traveling for a while, Kylo stopped at the edge of the forest. He said they would dismount and start inspecting from this position. Agnes Saint, on the horse, showed obvious regret. She asked, "Are we inspecting inside the forest too?" "Yes, it is highly likely that monsters will flee into the forest due to their wild instincts." "What about this horse? What if it is attacked by monsters?" Kylo explained, "It is a horse specifically used for combat, so it won't die against monsters. If there is danger, it will know to flee on its own." Moreover, he extended his hand to help Agnes Saint dismount. How could Agnes Saint not be infatuated with such a thoughtful gentleman? She unconsciously smiled foolishly. Kylo was a bit puzzled as to why Agnes Saint was smiling, so he just looked away to hide his inner feelings. Damn it, why do I have to be a babysitter even during this mission? This was originally Raymond's job. Earlier, I was a bit confused about why the princess was talking in her sleep like that. But then I realized. He paused when he realized that his own existence was a nightmare for the princess. To a girl who hates me so much. Suddenly, Kylo snapped back to attention when he heard Agnes Saint seemingly saying something. Are you saying something? Agnes Saint stammered, Captain. I do not know if there are mines here, but I think I just stepped on something. Kylo's face darkened, showing a serious expression. He looked at Agnes Saint, who was moving away from the mine's location. Kylo, disregarding the danger, rushed to Agnes Saint's side. As the two clung to each other, a killing intent was activated. Agnes Saint, encountering this situation for the first time, was extremely frightened. She screamed in the middle of the endless forest, and then disappeared from her original position. In some dark corner, a familiar panting sound appeared. The unfortunate pair, Agnes Saint and Kylo, were pulled into some narrow space. Kylo looked around and realized it was a mine trap created by demons to disperse combat forces. If you step on it, you will fall into the space for a certain amount of time. Knowing she had just caused a terrible incident, and not knowing what would happen next, Agnes Saint tremblingly asked Kylo, how long will we be trapped here? Is it possible that monsters will appear here too? He reassured her that monsters would not appear, but the confinement time would be about 30 minutes, or 20 minutes if they were lucky. Agnes Saint realized there was no risk of starvation, nor would she have to face monsters. In this state, with only her and Kylo, it was no different from experiencing heaven for 30 minutes. I have to take advantage of this opportunity. Agnes Saint put on a vulnerable look and said, Captain, I am a little dizzy.
Can I lean on you?
I used magic continuously yesterday, so I have not fully recovered yet. She did not know that Kylo was the culprit who made her use it continuously. Kylo paused for a moment, then agreed. Then, please excuse me for a moment. Kylo's eyes lit up as if he had found his reason for living. The gentle princess leaned against him for a few short seconds. The unusual circumstances made him extremely flustered. Kylo turned away to keep his composure. After they had embraced for a while, Kylo began to reflect on the girl in front of him. I hate Agnes Saint. From looking down on others because of their background, to acting arrogantly relying on the Emperor's favor, to even blindly obsessing over Raymond, everything about her makes me dislike her. But he smelled the faint perfume from Agnes Saint. Is every girl's skin this soft? Moreover, what is this warm and soft scent? I have never smelled it before. In a moment of distraction, Kylo fell into a reverie. He immediately shook himself awake when he thought about the people around Agnes Saint, even having to think about the faces of those hateful bastards. Agnes Saint woke up. She kept apologizing to Kylo for the trouble she caused, unaware that he had been suppressing a lot. Even thinking about those people could not extinguish it now. Kylo understood that this was the most blissful kind of torment. Suddenly, they both sensed something change. A bright light suddenly appeared, and then returned them both to the original forest. Finally released, one was annoyed because the time was too short to feel anything, while the other sighed as if freed. Captain, are you all right? From now on, I will be careful not to step on any more mines. As she spoke, she reached out to support Kylo as a thank you. Kylo replied, they are very well hidden, so they are hard to detect. It would be better if... Kylo trailed off, making Agnes Saint curious. She misunderstood, thinking that Kylo wanted to hug her to ensure she would not step on any more mines. The love-struck girl quickly agreed. That is a great idea. Captain, we also need to conserve our energy to purify the river. However, the foolish Kylo did not think that way. He thought Agnes Saint was just treating him like a servant or a vehicle. Kylo turned his back to Agnes Saint. It would be better if I carried you. It turned out Kylo thought Agnes Saint could have close contact with him, as if he were an inanimate object. The princess does not even see me as a human, let alone a man. It is not like I just realized this now. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Both of them arrived at the river mentioned in the mission. The crimson color there made Kylo extremely anxious. He discovered that the source was where the pollution was spreading. Agnes Saint climbed down after smelling the strong odor there. She said, Victor and Anna went in the opposite direction, so we have to purify the river here first. Although she said that the scale of the river was not small. Even though it was not as bad as yesterday, Agnes Saint was still worried about whether she could do it. If I could borrow the power of magic stones, it would definitely help me. I should try firing this and see. She held the magic gun tightly in her hand. Then she aimed accurately and fired. The bullet plunged into the river, causing water to splash up. Furthermore, the surging magic also affected Agnes Saint. Kylo looked to his left and noticed. A pillar of light appeared in the middle of the river. Facing them was a wave of magic gradually enveloping the pollution there. The light was so dazzling that Agnes Saint's vision was limited. When she was more stable, she slowly opened her eyes. Kylo complimented her. As the river was no longer crimson as before, but had transformed into a fresh jade green. Agnes Saint was dumbfounded in disbelief. At that moment, a voice called out to Kylo, "Captain." It turned out to be Victor and Anna returning after scouting all the monsters in the forest. Their bodies were covered in marks from the battle. Agnes Saint was startled and screamed. What happened to them? The sun had risen higher. Victor's group just recounted their mukbang journey of monsters. They kept appearing one after another, truly a delightful hunting trip. Anna chimed in, "It was truly amazing. Even on the battlefield, I have never enjoyed a hunt this much." Only Agnes Saint did not understand why their joy was so strange. Returning to the main mission, Kylo asked if they had found the cause of the contamination yet. According to Anna, they had both identified the cause. It was due to the surviving monsters collecting the bodies of their own kind, then setting up an altar and performing a resurrection ritual. The blood spilled from there. "I see. Good work, everyone." Recognized by their captain, Victor and Anna were overjoyed. This was also the time for the group to return to the village and complete the mine clearing. However, the members of the Black Knights did not know that. The mines they cleared that day were deliberately placed there by someone. As dusk fell, Kylo asked them to return to the shelter before danger struck again. Agnes Saint, from behind, still secretly peeked at Kylo. It turned out that she was the one who had scattered mines everywhere to have a chance to be closer to her captain. Not only that, she also wanted to be locked up with Kylo again like today.
Next time.
The village was quickly and beautifully restored. The villagers were overjoyed and thanked Kylo's group profusely. Even though she only helped a little, Agnes Saint was still very satisfied. The members of the Black Knights and the soldiers prayed, "May the gods always bless the Black Knights." With that said, they all got on their horses and returned. They finally reached the Imperial City. The soldiers seemed tired. One woman expressed, "Finally, the camping is over." This trip was not too bad. The person next to her seemed to see something. In front of him was the White Knights. They had also just returned after completing their mission. However, this young man wondered why the Knights, whose mission was near the capital, still used carriages to travel. Kylo immediately noticed. Two familiar nobles stepped out of the carriage. First was Raymond, the captain of the White Knights, followed by Liliana, the saintess of the Empire. They saw Kylo and called him over. Perhaps because of his constitution, Kylo's expression was a bit scary. It made Liliana afraid to approach, only hiding behind the soldiers. "Are you all right, Saintess?" "Yes, I am fine." His stiff expression startled me a little. Liliana explained that because the knights were usually friendly, she was a bit frightened. Agnes Saint, standing beside her, found it completely absurd. She thought it was because Kylo refused to submit that Liliana was dissatisfied. Then, she stared at her with unfriendly eyes. Agnes Saint suddenly thought, "It is not that I hate Liliana. On the contrary, I think that feigning that expression is quite cute." Just as she thought, upon seeing Agnes Saint, Liliana put on a sweet act. "Oh my, is the princess here too? Is the princess also returning after completing her mission?" Agnes Saint immediately pursed her lips. Then, she growled, "Did I give you permission to speak?" Liliana's fake sweetness instantly evaporated, her face turning pale and bitter. Agnes Saint continued, "According to the laws of the Empire, those of lower status are not allowed to speak before those of higher status. Even basic laws, it seems a saintess like you does not grasp them." Knowing she had provoked someone she should not have, Liliana quickly explained, "I apologize, but did not His Majesty give the order that when the princess wears the uniform, she should be treated as a member of the Black Knights? The person His Majesty gave that order to is only one person, Kylo. Are you trying to distort His Majesty's orders to ruin the royal family's honor?" Kylo, as an outsider, was a bit restless. He did not think Agnes Saint would stand up for him, even on such a small matter. Agnes Saint continued her criticism. "A person who does not even know the laws of the Empire, yet performs duties in the Knights, then I can understand that her superiors are also not much better." Saintess Liliana did not dare to utter a word, only remaining silent under everyone's gaze. This time, it was Raymond's turn. Agnes Saint only glanced at him. Then she turned and left. The soldiers started whispering. Even if the Saintess was wrong, is not that too much? Why suddenly drag Sir Raymond, who is unrelated, into the criticism? Raymond's eyes seemed to have realized something. He guessed that the princess was trying to ruin his reputation to avenge his rejection of her affections. That was also the reason absurd rumors, like him insulting her, were spreading. However, Agnes Saint's expression just now was somewhat strange. It made Raymond feel incredibly uneasy. After returning to the imperial city, Agnes Saint immediately sought out His Majesty to report. I have completed His Majesty's mission and returned. After returning to the imperial city and reporting her safe return to the emperor, she could not leave the princess's palace for a while due to the emperor's excessive protection. While Agnes Saint was on her mission, the maids had also gone to rest at their family's estate. So, it was not until several months after returning to the imperial city that she learned about the positive reactions towards the Black Knights in the SP3 area, and the reactions to the incident at the city gate on the day of her return. While Agnes Saint was being bathed by the maids, she asked about Daisy's whereabouts and learned that she would return next week. But the expressions of the two maids were different than usual. A few days prior, the maids had met and discussed the events of the past few days. You said the Black Knights and White Knights met in front of the city gate. That is right, but the thing is, do you know what the princess did? She criticized the Saintess's mistake in front of everyone, and even said it was Sir Raymond's fault. It seems like the Saintess misunderstood His Majesty's order. Honestly, was not the Saintess being too casual, because she is revered by men of common status? Agnes Saint's two maids looked at each other for a long while. This was truly the most interesting gossip in the past year. That was the reason why they had such expressions. Finally, the brown-haired maid spoke right. I heard that on the way back, you met the White Knights. I heard that because of some mistake by the Saintess, you criticized Sir Raymond. Is that right? When Agnes Saint confirmed that it was true, the purple-haired maid said, Are you all right? This is the first time you have seen Sir Raymond since that day. How could I be all right? Every time I look into his eyes, I feel like I am being stabbed in the heart. The two maids were moved to tears, unaware that Agnes Saint was merely acting out a heartbroken maiden's play. Next, she said she did not want to talk about Sir Raymond anymore. So the brown-haired maid changed the subject to the SP3 area. She recounted how she went to a social gathering and heard about the princess on the way. They said that Princess Netson, with just a wave of her hand, purified all the mountains and rivers and healed hundreds of sick people. And the Black Knights saved the village from monsters more righteously and bravely than anyone else. So cool. Agnes Saint could not believe they said such things about her. She was extremely bewildered by these ridiculous rumors. The villagers who were prejudiced against the Black Knights had received tremendous help, notably the healing of the sick, the purification of the water source, and the extermination of monsters. So, to apologize, they exaggerated the story a bit, and it spread widely. The maid also mentioned something even more unbelievable, that Agnes Saint hummed a song to purify the water. She looked at the maid in astonishment. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? And this rumor immediately reached the ears of the leading nobles. Initially, they all shared the same expression, disapproval of Agnes Saint. But when they heard that the princess had completed her mission excellently and had severed ties with Raymond, it caused a great stir among the nobles with sons in the empire. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become in-laws with the royal family. And the one most affected by this rumor was none other than the Spencer family. While Raymond was in the reading room, Duke Spencer burst through the door. His expression was full of anger. Raymond only had time to close the book he was reading. Then came the Duke's questioning about the rumors. What did you say to the princess that caused such rumors? Didn't his father tell you that if you kept this up, you would regret it later? You should be grateful that the most noble woman in the empire likes you. If you two were close like siblings just like when you were young, how good would that be? Raymond suddenly reacted. He shouted, Stop it, father. I have made it clear. There is absolutely no way I am marrying the princess. He then left, leaving the Duke with long sighs. This unambitious brat. The distress in Raymond's eyes was evident. He knew well that Agnes Saint grew up with a father who missed his first love because he was deceived by childhood familiarity. His mother married his father because she resembled his first love, then spent her entire life trying to please her husband. And he would drink every time, the only daughter of that woman. That child only caused trouble for others. But the fact that she always said she liked him and followed him around, it was cute and lovely, like having a little sister. Yes, everything was normal until that day, the day of pouring rain inside Raymond's mansion. Back then, he received news from the butler. That Princess Agnes Saint said she had an appointment with the young master. It turned out that during a stroll, Agnes Saint told Raymond a story. When it rained, frog spirits would appear in the pond they often visited. There, they promised each other they would definitely go out on a rainy day. For Raymond, it was just a playful, empty promise between children. He told the butler, "But I have not heard anything since Mother went to the territory yet. Weather like this makes monsters stronger, so can't we wait until I receive news that my mother has arrived safely before leaving?" The butler replied, "But the princess said she would punish you severely if you did not keep your promise. If you do not obey, then I also." Raymond froze for a few seconds and then agreed. He boarded the carriage and left his mansion. And then that night, what awaited Raymond upon returning to his mansion was horrifying news. His mother had passed away. Her body was brought back to the mansion for a final meeting with Raymond. "I know that my mother's death was not Agnes Saint's fault, but the thought that if I had been at the mansion, I could have saved my mother from death gradually consumed my mind. The daughter of the woman who made my mother suffer all her life, the child who made my mother lonely until her last moments because of her selfish stubbornness. When I look at that child, it makes me think of my mother and I can't bear it anymore." But even when I do not react and avoid her, Agnes Saint persists stubbornly. Agnes Saint repeatedly sought out Raymond, but only received indifference from him. She even fell so hard that her knees swelled up. Raymond only glanced at her, then left as if they had never met. Once, he made a rainy day appointment with Agnes Saint but made her wait in the rain all day. If Agnes Saint caught a cold, he could be free for a while, but that child was naive. Raymond received a handwritten letter from Agnes Saint. This innocent girl wrote that when she recovered, they would go out together. And not long after, she recovered and summoned him to the imperial city. "I am really bored, so I can be sure Agnes Saint won't let me go this time either. She will give up her foolish feelings for me. I am certain of it." Back to the present, in the royal palace. Agnes Saint, while consolidating her knowledge in the library, received a great surprise. Daisy had returned from her pleasant vacation. She expressed how much she missed Agnes Saint and asked if she missed Daisy too. Agnes Saint, busy with her work, just nodded. "What are you doing? Doing, of course." A wonderful product. It turned out Agnes Saint was repairing an old camera. Thanks to the steampunk world having the basics, but compared to 21st century South Korea, it still lacked many things. On the last mission, I was so busy purifying that I could not take any pictures. But with this, I will be able to see super cool pictures of Kylo automatically. I can't wait. At this moment, Agnes Saint remembered something. She wondered why Kylo went out right after returning. There were not any missions left. As for Kylo, he stood before a palace that was once very familiar to him. His eyes were somewhat cold as he looked inside. Subconsciously, Kylo remembered his mother scolding him. She, with her sharp tongue, yelled at Kylo's face, "I should not have given birth to something like you. If it were not for you, my life would not have turned out like this, you piece of trash." Not only that, he was bullied by the noble children. They mocked his status as the son of a maid. "If you get to live here, you should be grateful. How dare you resist?" Moreover, there was his father, who denied his illegitimate son to keep his noble position. Now Kylo had to face them once again. As he pushed the door open and entered, he received many judgmental looks from them, including his half-brothers and other power-hungry individuals. Viscount Austern spoke. "You have arrived, my son. Did you summon me, father?" The Viscount looked at Kylo cordially. "It has been a long time since I have seen you. Come, sit down." Kylo maintained a serious expression, although inside, he felt nauseous. "Yes. How have you been, father?" 27 years ago, Kylo's mother was the most beautiful girl in the village. She moved from the countryside to the capital with the ambition of becoming a nobleman's mistress. As expected, she caught the eye of a nobleman and gave birth to a son. However, it did not bring luck, but became the greatest misfortune of her life. Viscount Austern used the excuse that the child's hair color was different from his to claim that the child was not his. And besides the Viscount's betrayal, she was tortured by the Viscountess and gradually went insane. At that time, the easiest target for her to vent her anger on was the person who had become a burden to her. Yes, it was Kylo. By the time he got used to the abuse from his biological mother, the Viscountess, and his half-brothers, his mother was caught red-handed while trying to poison and assassinate the Viscountess. The punishment was being dragged to the backyard and beaten until she no longer breathed. That same day, Kylo ran away from the Austern house and did all sorts of things to survive. He was once punched while pickpocketing. He was almost beaten to death for stealing bread. There were times when he found work, but people did not pay him and even chased him away. One day, while wandering as usual, a mercenary took pity on him and hired Kylo as his bodyguard. Receiving help for the first time in his life then became the reason he became a mercenary later. Kylo did everything to earn money and tried to survive like an insect. When he gained attention as a mercenary and was able to join the Black Knights, the Viscount reached out to him. Clearly, his intention was to use Kylo to connect with the royal family. Knowing this, however, if he carried noble blood, even as an illegitimate child, it would help his advancement. Kylo was too tired of this dirty life, so this cheap kneeling, he could kneel as much as they wanted. But if one day, power fell into Kylo's hands, he would take revenge on all those who made his life this way. Austen spoke with concern. "Have you been well? I heard the princess has become a subordinate in your division. Surely you will bow your head for the benefit of our family, right? Of course, father." The answer was filled with forced politeness.
All right.
"Soon, I will send your brothers to the knights, so tell the princess to come greet them." This time, he was truly shocked. Benjamin and Bradley were also called to prepare to meet Her Highness the Princess. Bradley, in particular, was excited. He stammered because he was about to have the opportunity to meet Agnes Saint at such close proximity. Only Kylo did not understand why the princess had to be called to greet these Spencer hounds. The old man began to growl. "You do not need to understand. Just do as I say. Are you going to disregard the favor of me allowing a bastard like you to bear the family name?" Despite his immense anger, Kylo could only endure and wait for an opportunity. He knew that reckless actions would ruin the revenge plan he had been harboring. The youngest child, Molly, seemed envious of Bradley. She asked Julia if she could meet the princess, but only received indifference from her. "Be quiet, Molly." "Why, I want to go too. Take me to the tea party." Julia's expression became tense. Austen turned. "Come to think of it, my lady, it has been several days since the social season began. Has no family invited you to join yet?" Lady Ross said she had prepared a place for me so I could go with her to Marchioness Melville's party in a few days. Anyway, prepare yourself properly. Why am I the only one trying in this house? I heard the princess is allowed to participate in high society again. Are you going to miss the chance for our son to become the emperor's son-in-law? Kylo reacted again. He was startled when he heard Agnes Saint's name. Her image kept appearing in his mind. Kylo became increasingly tense. He questioned Austen. "What are you talking about?" "What is wrong, Kylo?" "Nothing, father. I have not heard anything about Her Highness the Princess returning to high society." "Is this true?" The Viscount nodded. "Yes, I have been to the ladies' social gatherings twice already. At Agnes Saint's mansion. The maids were admiring the princess's appearance. You look so lovely." Agnes Saint's reputation in the capital had recently improved. It was time for her to make an effort to socialize again. The party Agnes Saint attended this time was a charity event hosted by Marchioness Melville. The reason she chose this ladies' social gathering was because it was a charity event, so she could show them an image that met the standards that noble ladies liked. Furthermore, Agnes Saint dressed adorably, like a girl attending high society for the first time. It was also aimed at the noble ladies attending today. But for now, besides using jewelry for charity, she could not think of anything else. However, Agnes Saint's jewelry was synonymous with luxury. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Agnes Saint hurriedly left, leaving the maids very curious. She sent a message to the Crown Prince's palace that she would be there immediately. It turned out Agnes Saint wanted to rob the wallets of her not-so-close relatives. The scene shifts to a dining table. Kylo seems lost in thought, pondering his father's earlier words. Austen, noticing his distraction, asks, "Is it not to your liking, my lord?" "Surely not. That is why he asked Madame to tell the chef to prepare your favorite dishes from now on." She appears annoyed but replies, "I understand." Kylo falls into a deep contemplation. His eyes are filled with melancholy. Why did I react like that? Yes, be honest with yourself. Someone like me, always enduring disdain. Are you trying to distort His Majesty's orders to ruin the royal family's reputation? I felt so happy to have someone for the first time stand up for me. At that moment, even if someone said she was an angel, I would have believed it. But how dare these guys even dream about her? Just imagining it is disgusting. But if she were to stand next to a man who is perfect in everything, it would surely create such a noble and beautiful picture. I would not even dare stand next to her. Yes, I pity the princess for being targeted by these bastards. I am only angry at those ignorant fools who keep flapping their jaws. The scene changes to Agnes Saint's residence. She seems to be in the library. Agnes Saint is immersed in the books here. They are all new, are not they? Clearly just placed there to look intelligent. Suddenly, someone pushes the door open and enters. Damien casually questions, "What are you doing in this room, without its owner present?" To avoid suspicion, Agnes Saint feigns composure. "You have entered my room without permission before. Why are you so sensitive now? Did you think I would just stand there and take it?" Damien presses, "You rummaged around and wandered about in a study full of the Crown Prince's confidential documents, and that is okay. How can I not be sensitive? Anyway, I want your advice."
Advice from me.
"Yes, I plan to attend Lady Melville's charity banquet, but I have nothing to donate." "Don't you have plenty of jewelry?" However, Agnes Saint argues, jewelry does not seem appropriate. Wouldn't it be boring to do the same thing all the time? Agnes Saint's words surprised Damien. The child who used to smile even through tears upon receiving jewelry is now saying gems are no longer appealing. Agnes Saint stammers, "Since this is a gathering of noble ladies with deep knowledge of art, I came here to seek your advice." Damien walks further inside. Wait a moment. He carefully takes a book down from the shelf. This is a manuscript collection of poems by Grandel, a poet from 100 years ago. For ladies who value intellect, there is nothing more desirable than this. Marchioness Melville is a highly reputable lady. It seems you have matured. An excellent choice indeed. Raymond will be pleased as well. Hearing her brother's words, Agnes Saint freezes. "Why are you mentioning him? Since I am already here, I will have some tea before leaving. It is perfect timing. A guest you will be very happy to see is arriving." "No need, I will be going now." However, Agnes Saint is too late. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived."
Quickly show him in.
Feeling uneasy, Agnes Saint tries to escape. "Brother, I am busy preparing for the banquet, so I will excuse myself." Damien questions her, "Are you embarrassed, you little girl?" Indeed, as soon as she steps out, Agnes Saint runs into Raymond. He is struck silent by her beauty. Even Agnes Saint is taken aback. However, she deliberately avoids him and hurriedly rushes past Raymond. Damien murmurs, "Looks like Agnes Saint has fallen for you." Despite this, Raymond does not utter a word. Only when Damien shouts does he snap out of it. "Yes, Your Highness, I am listening." "Raymond, this is a question for me as a friend. Do you really hate my sister that much?" Normally, I would not hesitate to answer, "Yes, I do not like her." Why can't I say it now? Her simple appearance, different from usual, along with that hurt expression. The moment I saw her, there were too many overlaps. At this moment, Raymond feels she resembles his mother, who spent her life looking only at his father's back. I swore I would not become like my father, but I have an uneasy feeling that I will go against that resolve. It is known that Marquis Melville has two sons. One is a member of the White Knights, known as the heir and a womanizer, Sirius Melville. The other is an illegitimate child and a serving member of the Black Knights, Ruvius Melville. Marquis Melville, taking in Ruvius, his illegitimate son, as his brother's adopted child, has worsened the relationship between him and his wife. Marchioness Melville has taken control of the family in the capital. Arriving at the banquet, Agnes Saint attends in a dazzling gown. "Thank you for inviting me, Marchioness." After sending her husband to their territory because of that incident, Marchioness Melville greets her. "It is an honor to have the princess visit this humble place." Agnes Saint appearing alone raises suspicion. The princess came alone without any maids, and she even greeted us politely, so the rumors of her maturing are true. Witnessing the place, Agnes Saint exclaims, "This garden is even more beautiful than I would heard." Most recent reactions have been like this, but to make everyone completely forget my previous blunder, I need to put in a little more effort, especially with Marchioness Melville. A few moments later, she softly speaks, "This place is full of older people like us, so I was worried if you would feel comfortable, Your Highness." One of the guests speaks up, "By the way, Your Highness's hairstyle today is adorable. It reminds me of when my daughter made her debut in high society." Lady Ross, saying the princess is dressed like a child is a bit. "I apologize, Your Highness, I misspoke." Agnes Saint then says, "I heard from the maids that when young ladies debut in high society, their mothers would braid their hair with yellow ribbons. So I have always wanted to try this hairstyle someday. Moreover, being with all of you makes me feel like I am with my deceased mother. It is very comfortable and enjoyable." Her words almost choke up the ladies. Everyone is deeply moved. The late Empress would surely be delighted to know that the two imperial treasures have grown up so wonderfully. The charity item was also given to you by His Highness the Crown Prince, was not it? The sibling bond between the two of you is truly wonderful. At this moment, Lady Grey arrives with Molly. Mother, it is Princess Agnes Saint. Hearing the voices, some people notice them. It seems they are latecomers. On the left is Lady Ross, and next to her is. Isn't that Viscountess Ray? Be quiet, Molly. Lady Ross excitedly greets them. Marchioness, thank you for inviting me. I apologize for my tardiness due to a carriage accident. Marchioness Melville gently asks, Oh dear, is that so? And who is this next to you? This is Viscountess Ray, my dearest friend. It is an honor to meet you, Marchioness. And your Highness, it is an honor to meet you. However, Agnes Saint shows little interest in her. Although the original story did not elaborate on the Ray family, I know how cruelly they bullied Kylo. How dare you utter Kylo's name with that mouth? She continues, so soon, my sons will greet you through Kylo. Benjamin and Bradley are truly wonderful boys. Our Benjamin is a bright and pure young man who loves tending to flowers. And Bradley Agnes Saint suddenly interrupts, and what about Sir Kylo Grey? This question renders her speechless. Why are you suddenly asking about that child? I used to have many misunderstandings about Sir Grey. Although it is embarrassing due to my limited knowledge, I made many mistakes. But Sir Grey always treated me kindly, without discrimination. Moreover, I have seen how diligently he performs his duties as captain, so I have learned a great deal. How is he at the Grey estate? Agnes Saint's words impressed the other ladies. Sir Grey is truly, has the princess become more understanding thanks to Sir Grey. However, she feels irritated. Why is the princess defending that brat? This won't do. That brat, it is shameful. But that child, Kylo, is the product of my husband's infidelity. So, since he was young, he has bullied my children and even stolen. Indeed, she is truly vicious. Surely, Marchioness, you understand my feelings, do not you? Marquis Melville also registered his illegitimate child into the family. I can understand your feelings, Marchioness. You must have been very sad. All illegitimate children are the same. Unable to bear this any longer, Marchioness Melville slams her hand on the table. I can't listen to this anymore.
Get her out of this banquet.
Marchioness Melville's outburst shocks her. The Marchioness immediately orders the butler, Get these three out of here at once. I apologize, madam, I was just. Later, inside the mansion. The banquet ended in a terrible atmosphere. Because of an uninvited guest, her shame was exposed in front of everyone. How much will her high society enemies mock her when they hear this news? A while later, the butler arrives but is questioned by Marchioness Melville. What is it? I clearly said I wanted to be alone. Forgive me, madam. But Her Highness the Princess said, I must convey this to you. The yellow rose and the ribbon ornament in Her Highness's hair today. In the language of flowers, a yellow rose signifies unchanging love. Today, I was deeply impressed by the Marchioness's garden. Therefore, there is a custom in the Empire that unmarried young ladies, acknowledging the lady's hard work in preparing for this banquet, will gift a yellow rose and a hair ornament to the mother who raised them after their debut. I offer this gift as a token of my gratitude for your hard work. Thank you for inviting me to the banquet, Marchioness. How despairing I felt when I heard the news of my husband's affair and his illegitimate child becoming my nephew. But I could not abandon the home and reputation I would built, along with my beloved son. Even though I was tired to death, no one comforted me, and I could not show any of it. So this letter is the first comfort I have received. Kylo, you are also human, so you can be hurt too. In the late afternoon at the residence, Agnes Saint seemed somewhat distressed after the banquet. Thinking back, it is truly unbelievable. How dare that foolish woman touch my Kylo? What else? Saying Kylo bullied her daughter. How shameless. But there will surely be people who believe it. So, I need to prepare for the next step. Some time later, we have arrived, Your Highness. Anyway, it seems I have completely captured the heart of an important figure in high society, Marchioness Melville. Upon returning home, Agnes Saint is greeted enthusiastically by two maids. Finding it strange, Agnes Saint asks, What is going on all of a sudden? What else could it be? We are here to welcome Your Highness, of course. Did you enjoy the banquet? However, Agnes Saint remains suspicious. There is clearly another motive. But have you heard the news, Your Highness? They say His Highness the Crown Prince has decided to be Lady Diana's escort. This news surprises her. Escort for what occasion? For the National Foundation Day Ball, of course. Who will Your Highness attend with? The National Foundation Day Ball. Some time later at Kylo's house. What is it, Lady Agnes Saint? She finally speaks. I am curious about when the next mission will be. Looking at the schedule, it seems I have been excluded from all missions. Kylo replies softly, there won't be any missions assigned to you for the time being. Is it because of the National Foundation Day? I want to be with Kylo more than attend things like the National Foundation Day. Being a princess means being tied down at times like these. Agnes Saint finally confesses her feelings. So, Captain, you'll be attending the National Foundation Day ball, right? Kylo never appeared in any ball scenes in the original story. So, I originally planned to go with Damien, but he has decided to go with his childhood friend. I must take this opportunity to hint to Kylo. However, Kylo remains silent. A few moments later, he finally speaks. I do not know what your intentions are in asking this question. Kylo's attitude shocks her. Why is he reacting like this? The reason Kylo does not attend balls is because of me. Kylo says pensively, if you need a filthy, illegitimate child like me to laugh at in the hall, I am willing to attend as a loyal subject. After the National Foundation Day is over, I can resume missions, right? Probably. At this moment, Agnes Saint makes an important decision. So from now on, I hope Captain will join me on all missions. Is that all right? Agnes Saint's proposal catches Kylo off guard. He suddenly becomes flustered. I understand, so if there is nothing else, please leave. He is saying I am bothering him and wants me to leave.
Good evening, Captain. I thought we were much closer than this.
But it seems bringing up the ball ruined Kylo's mood. When will the distance between Kylo and me shorten? After Agnes Saint leaves, Kylo remains in his room, lost in thought. His mood seems quite serious. I will soon send your brothers to the knights, so have them greet the princess. Do you intend to miss the opportunity for our sons to become the Emperor's sons-in-law? This greatly displeases Kylo. Now he can only sigh wearily. Elsewhere, Agnes Saint is returning home. She keeps thinking to herself, so, who should I find as my escort for the ball? In the original story, I dragged Raymond along, begged him to dance with me, then burst into tears and ran off because of something he said. That triggered a tense conflict between Hazel and the Saintess, who were both watching Raymond, who was left alone. Attending with Raymond is absolutely, utterly abhorrent to me. However, if I attend alone, my reputation will be severely tarnished. Most of the eligible bachelors already have escorts. What should I do? The next day, Sirius suddenly appears and says, May I have the honor of escorting you to the ball, Your Highness? His presence surprises Agnes Saint. Why is he here? Sirius is a womanizer, but he has his limits. He has never shown any romantic interest in me. Why suddenly? I heard that Your Highness comforted my mother after she faced difficulties at the charity banquet, and you also ordered the rumors to be contained. If you permit, I wish to repay your kindness through the National Foundation Day celebration. Agnes Saint now thinks, it seems he was urged by the Marchioness to offer to be my escort. Although those words were meant for Kylo, not the Marchioness, whatever. This works in my favor. And finally, Agnes Saint agrees to Sirius's proposal. It is my honor, Your Highness. What color dress are you planning to wear that day? Agnes Saint replies triumphantly, that day, I will probably wear a light purple gown, the same color as my eyes. Her words impress Sirius. Are Princess Agnes Saint's eyes really that beautiful? Being pushed by my mother to visit the princess was not pleasant. Princess Agnes Saint is indeed beautiful, but her appearance is too flamboyant for my taste. Moreover, there is no way the princess would forget Raymond, so I thought she would refuse. The atmosphere is completely different from usual. No wonder. Perhaps this is not so bad after all. With an unexpected escort, time passes and finally, National Foundation Day arrives. The scene shifts to Kylo's residence. Kylo's two brothers are excited. Ready, little brother? Of course, brother. Benjamin rejoices. I have only ever been able to admire the princess from afar, but today is different. Because we have Kylo now. One of us will become the husband of the most beautiful woman in the Empire. Aren't you worried about competing with me? You seem nervous. If the rumor of me being kicked out of the banquet had spread, I would have been completely ostracized from high society. I might have even been divorced by my husband. But the princess suppressed the rumors for me. But there is still something that worries me. At this moment, Julia turns and says, Will that Kylo boy make sure the princess greets us properly? Her words worry her sons. Why are you suddenly saying that, mother? What bothers me is that even though he prepared a place, I have not received any news. However, Benjamin remains calm. He is probably busy with his duties, mother. Please be patient and wait a little longer. Besides, Can't we go greet her without that bastard? Her Highness Princess Agnes Saint and Sir Sirius Melville have arrived. The appearance of the two stuns them. Where's that bastard Kylo? Sirius escorts Agnes Saint. They look like the perfect couple at the National Foundation Day celebration. The princess's dress looks simple today. Isn't it because she is too confident in her beauty? I thought she came alone, but she ended up with Sir Sirius Melville. They are such a well-matched couple in many ways. This feeling of being the main character. A voice suddenly calls out, "So, have you completely ended things with Sir Spencer? Come to think of it, who did Raymond come with?" Looking over, Sirius notices that Raymond came with Hazel. Raymond also seems to sense their presence. Looking over, he only sees Sirius's joy. Raymond immediately ignores them. At this moment, Sirius notices and smiles smugly. "You do not like the princess, but you are annoyed that she is with me." Every man in the Empire, including myself, has felt inferior in front of Raymond. But that bastard may be a cool guy, but he is not a good man. A real man knows how to make a woman happy. Having such a beautiful woman pursuing him, yet he never looks back. What a jerk. If it were me, I would never treat her coldly like that bastard. Yes, if it were me, I would have married her long ago, started a wonderful family, and lived happily ever after. However, Agnes Saint's thoughts are elsewhere. I want to see Kylo. Inside the magnificent mansion, Agnes Saint's two maids compliment her. "Your dancing was beautiful, Your Highness. Even Sir Melville could not take his eyes off you." Daisy then says, "Could you dance with my brother? If you do, he will be so smitten with you that he will forget all about the Saintess. Because he is a fool who only cares about the Saintess, I am hoping Your Highness will do something to help me." At this moment, another maid advises Agnes Saint, "Your Highness, you will get drunk if you keep drinking like this. You are not good with alcohol, so you should not drink so much." I have had a few incidents with alcohol, have not I? But I am so bored. What should I do? Isn't the most interesting thing here the fight between Hazel and the Saintess? It is starting. I have to go check out this spectacle. I will take a walk alone and come back. A little while later, when Sirius returns, he is surprised to find Agnes Saint gone. "I just went to greet my colleagues for a bit." A maid informs him. She said she wanted to take a walk alone, so she went outside. Seeing Sir Spencer must have been difficult for her. Sirius becomes angry. Damn it, I was too naive. I should not have left the princess alone. The scene changes to outside the mansion. A voice calls out, "Where do you think you are going? There is no one here. Just say it here. Do you think I will be scared if it is just the two of us talking?" But the two are unaware that they are being watched by Agnes Saint. Hazel finally speaks, "Saintess, if you keep crossing the line like this, it will be troublesome. My patience has its limits too." Agnes Saint, hiding in the corner, observes. As expected, Hazel is not backing down at all. "You are the one crossing the line. Sir Spencer is my acquaintance. Do you think I do not know that you snatched him away? You have been like this from the beginning. You are jealous because I am prettier and receive more attention than you, right?" Just as she is engrossed in eavesdropping, Sirius suddenly arrives. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" To avoid being discovered, Agnes Saint quickly covers his mouth.
Quiet.
Her action makes him blush. Agnes Saint's gaze is serious. It seems like this is a very important matter. Even Sirius is captivated. This is the first time I have been restrained like this by a girl younger and smaller than me. But why do not I hate it? Is it because I have been looking for someone like this, but have not found her until now? Agnes Saint suddenly ducks aside to continue eavesdropping, leaving Sirius bewildered. However, the two quickly leave. Agnes Saint turns back and demands, "Don't follow me. Return to the banquet hall quietly." "This is an order." "Yes, Your Highness." Why does his voice sound so creepy? Where did the Saintess and Hazel go? I think they went this way. They finished talking already. At this moment, Agnes Saint is caught red-handed. I thought it was someone eavesdropping. But it is Your Highness. Faced with Hazel's question, Agnes Saint stammers, "Well, I could not miss such an interesting conversation." "So, did you find it interesting?" "It was almost interesting. It is a shame I could not hear it all." She starts to feel anxious. "I thought my aura was strong enough, but does an angel like Hazel also have such a cold side? Anyway, where did the Saintess go? Why are you alone?" "Let me see." "She disappeared, crying earlier. She probably went to her devotee. I do not need to ask who that is. I have a question. Have you truly given up on Raymond?" Agnes Saint immediately admits, "Yes, I am tired of being hurt. So if you utter those meaningless words in front of me again, I will have your head."
So, do not mess with me.
Hazel replies calmly, you are right. Raymond Spencer truly hates your highness. Agnes Saint is furious. Wait, did the saintess take it out on her? Why is she suddenly saying this, whatever? Ignoring Hazel, she quickly leaves. It seems like this is a very important matter. Even Sirius is captivated. This is the first time I have been restrained like this by a girl younger and smaller than me. But why do not I hate it? Is it because I have been looking for someone like this, but have not found her until now? This section appears to be repeated from earlier, lines 237-243. Agnes Saint suddenly ducks aside to continue eavesdropping, leaving Sirius bewildered. However, the two quickly leave. Agnes Saint turns back and demands, don't follow me. Return to the banquet hall quietly. This is an order. Yes, your highness. Why does his voice sound so creepy? Where did the saintess and Hazel go? I think they went this way. They finished talking already. At this moment, Agnes Saint is caught red-handed. I thought it was someone eavesdropping. But it is your highness. Faced with Hazel's question, Agnes Saint stammers, well, I could not miss such an interesting conversation. So, did you find it interesting? It was almost interesting. It is a shame I could not hear it all. She starts to feel anxious. I thought my aura was strong enough, but does an angel like Hazel also have such a cold side? Anyway, where did the saintess go? Why are you alone? Let me see. She disappeared, crying earlier. She probably went to her devotee. I do not need to ask who that is. I have a question. Have you truly given up on Raymond? Agnes Saint immediately admits, yes, I am tired of being hurt. So if you utter those meaningless words in front of me again, I will have your head.
So, do not mess with me.
Hazel replies calmly, you are right. Raymond Spencer truly hates your highness. Agnes Saint is furious. Wait, did the saintess take it out on her? Why is she suddenly saying this, whatever? Ignoring Hazel, she quickly leaves. Agnes Saint seems to intensely resent that man. On the other hand, Hazel appears quite calm after her statement. As Agnes Saint hurries back, she suddenly becomes faint. Oh no, I have to go inside, but why am I so dizzy? Did I drink too much earlier? Luckily, someone approaches and calls out, Your Highness. It turns out to be her two maids, who are extremely worried. Where have you been, Your Highness? I do not want to go back to the banquet hall. Even if there are brilliant chandeliers and mountains of delicious food. Even if everyone turns to me and applauds. But Agnes Saint does not seem to like it very much. Because Kylo is not there. The fact that I was reborn into this world, and the fact that I have lived like a puppet in the original story until now. Everything I do is only for you, Kylo. But I do not need a party that only you can enjoy. Everyone criticizes you for going mad with lust for power. But I know you are just lonely and want to be recognized by someone. So I have to be by Kylo's side. I have to go to Kylo. At this moment, a very relaxing melody is playing inside the banquet hall. However, Damien noticed someone. His eyes were always directed towards Sirius.
So he said to Diana,
This is the first time I have seen Sirius alone at a party. What is wrong with that womanizer? Right, he is always with other girls. Could he have come to his senses? Why suddenly?
Could it be?
Suddenly, Raymond approached and asked, What are you thinking, Your Highness? His appearance surprised Damien. Just in time. What do you think if Sirius Melville became Agnes Saint's husband? This question left Raymond dumbfounded. Raymond asked, Are you serious, Your Highness? Damien replied, Of course. Except for being a womanizer, he still gives off the feeling of a great husband. He comes from a reputable family and is very
polite.
And there must be something between them, since they were invited as a couple. Raymond said, Just because they came together as a couple, does it mean there is something between them? His words left the two speechless, and Diana blushed. Damien regained his composure and snorted, Our situation is different. They're not even in the same corps anymore, and they were not particularly close before. Besides, is not it normal to be attracted to a completely opposite man after a heartbreak? Diana glanced over and thought, It is truly the complete opposite. If they really become a couple, there is no need to worry about serious infidelity anymore, because no girl would dare to have an eye on the princess's man. Damien said, After considering everything, I do not think it is too bad. Raymond's eyes held a hint of sadness deep within. He then went out to the balcony to enjoy the breeze. His mind was in constant turmoil. Always acting as if it is not okay if it is not me, but then holding another man's hand in an instant. Why do I feel so childish now? Or is it because of the strange dreams I've been having lately? Agnes Saint, you always followed me around when you were little. And the mother who always cried tragically, resenting her father. The images of the two unrelated people overlapped. Why? He held his head in dizziness. Under the bright moonlight, someone was training in the courtyard. Kylo was swinging his sword at a wooden log. After a while of exhaustion, sweating profusely, he looked so drenched. Looking inside the castle,
He was pondering something.
can someone like me attend a place like a ball? That is what I used to think. Recalling the past, Agnes Saint said with sinister eyes, shouldn't commoners and bastards be banned from entering the ball? Just as you said, all I know is fighting. Attending would only be to embarrass myself. That is what was clearly said. A moment ago, Kylo approached the ballroom. His lifeless eyes suddenly gained some color. Inside, he saw the girl with platinum hair. Why do you look so sad? Isn't that the party you loved so much that you would not allow someone like me to attend? Why are you on my side? You reached out to me before. The person His Majesty ordered to do that was only one person, Sir Kylo Grey. You always slander everyone except Raymond. Why did you reach out to me? Didn't you hate me so much that just seeing me made you irritated? For what purpose? Do you keep confusing me like this? You are a noble queen, and I am nothing more than a hound raised in the royal palace. Anyway, once the Emperor withdraws his order, even that intoxicating scent, I won't be able to touch it a second time. Suddenly, he woke up. Feeling as if someone was behind him, Kylo turned around to look. Hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes widened in surprise. Turning around to look more clearly, it was the girl he was thinking about. She had a melancholic expression with flushed cheeks. Seeing her, he could not contain himself and dropped his sword. Why are you here? She slowly approached him. Suddenly, she staggered, as if her body might collapse at any moment. Kylo rushed to support her. Agnes Saint lay snugly in the arms of this strong man, her eyes drooping. They stared at each other. Oh no, I am covered in sweat right now, but she is probably completely drunk, so she might not notice. Suddenly, she said, I am sorry, and raised her hand. Is she going to hit me because I dared to touch her with these filthy hands? Even if I get slapped, I have no regrets. Accepting his fate, Kylo closed his eyes. But her next action caught him off guard. She grabbed his cheeks and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Kylo did not know how to react and stood frozen. The kiss became more intense. A truly romantic scene. Like Cinderella scattering her slipper, waiting for the prince to pick it up. The kiss continued. After a while, she finally stopped. Kylo's face flushed, his heart pounding. Contrary to his flustered expression, Agnes Saint smiled happily. Suddenly, she could not stand any longer and fell forward. Her knees rested on his chest, and she fell into a deep sleep, leaving Kylo bewildered and embarrassed. He thought, is she mistaking me for Raymond? Time shifted to the next morning. Inside the room, sunlight illuminated every corner. Agnes Saint woke up groggily. She sat up and held her head. My head hurts so much. How did I get back to my room yesterday after getting drunk? I went looking for Kylo. I remember seeing Kylo at the training ground. She rang the nearby bell. A maid appeared. You rang for us, Your Highness. We are preparing your morning makeup. This is the head housekeeper. Agnes Saint replied, get ready. But how did I get back to the princess's palace yesterday? Did Kylo carry me? The housekeeper hesitated. Sir Kylo Grey brought you back. He said he found Your Highness collapsed near the Knight's Order building. Hearing this, she was startled. Kylo brought me back. She asked in a panic, how did he bring me back? Did he carry me on his back? The housekeeper replied, no, he carried you like this very formally. She was stunned as the housekeeper recounted everything. He carried me like a princess, but I do not remember anything. I will never drink again. Unaware that she had done something even more than that. After the national founding ceremony, my relationship with Kylo changed a bit. Thinking back to before. The soldier replied, you are asking about Sir Kylo Grey, he just left. On Victor and Anna's side, things were not looking good either. Captain, he was just here a moment ago. By the time she found him, Kylo tried to avoid her as quickly as possible. Even she knew one thing very clearly, something had happened between them. Back in the present, she thought sadly, even though he did not like me in the first place, he does not even give me a chance to see him anymore. Did I do something wrong at the ball? Did I grope someone or say something perverted? Suddenly, something flew towards her. It is here, Rom. Rom was initially used for security, but this was a Rom that she had personally modified, and it was not used for security purposes. Agnes Saint held it affectionately, seemingly finding some comfort. Then she placed it on the table. An image from Rom appeared, right at the training ground. Kylo and his soldiers were training. So this machine she modified was for stalking her idol. Although I told the security chief that this is only for monitoring training and can only record in public places, but Victor, glancing over, caught sight of the camera and waved. Kylo, now sweaty and grimy, looked incredibly charming and attractive. I am going crazy. This is amazing. This beauty needs to be sculpted into a masterpiece immediately and left for future generations, as a national treasure. She stared, a smile of excitement on her face. Suddenly, her mood plummeted. If I keep this up, am I any different from those perverted, nasty fans? Agnes Saint clenched her fists with determination. No, hardships and adversity are the fate of this little fangirl. I can't just sit still. The day that is more important than the national founding ceremony is coming soon. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. The scene changed to a different location. Benjamin, someone called his name, and he turned to look. He said, "Why are you so late?" The other person replied, "Sorry, but the casino opens at night, so what is wrong with being a little late?" On the way here, it was strange. It is nothing. We saw something really strange, so we were late. Is that the Gray family's doing? Benjamin listened skeptically. My family did what? Huh, you do not know it is that thing. Look over there. He looked in the direction the person pointed, with a shocked expression. A billboard in the middle of the capital. Thanks to the mobile population around that area, successful entrepreneurs and artists often put up billboards to promote themselves. So it was like a hall of fame, advertising oneself as successful and wealthy. But on it said, "Happy birthday, Kylo Gray." Benjamin exclaimed in a panic, "Why is his picture up there?" His friend said, "It is not just there. There is one at that famous cafe over there too. Cancel today's appointment. You guys can keep playing or go back, whatever you want." Benjamin was so angry, he was not even hungry anymore, and left. He thought, celebrating the bastard's birthday and the position I have always dreamed of. Who the hell came up with this crazy idea? Walking in frustration. Meanwhile, nearby, Agnes Saint was enjoying her handiwork. She excitedly took pictures with her camera. I have always dreamed of this. Becoming someone with powerful financial resources. So I can show everyone his worth. A beautiful picture was saved, a dream fulfilled. The photos taken in the square, along with the cute black cat corner cards. She was still fiddling with her camera, taking pictures of various things. Before Kylo's appearance was revealed publicly. Kylo's birthday was once accidentally revealed in the original story. After returning from a mission, a calendar caught Kylo's eye as soon as he opened the door. The date written on the calendar was particularly familiar, and Kylo realized that the day he rolled around on the corpses of monsters was his own birthday. Compared to that day, the birthday cafe today was so sweet. She recalled people passing by and chatting. The Night Order captain is so handsome. I have never seen him at a party, so I do not really know him. Hearing those words made her heart bloom. That is my baby. It was worth spending all that money to prepare, in just a few days. Most of all, because Kylo wanted to be loved by everyone. If he saw this, he would be so happy, right? She wished he would open up a little more after seeing this. Inside a room. The captain, you say, there was an urgent subjugation mission last night, so he went out. He said it was mostly low-level monsters, so he could go alone. But what are you doing here? Physical training. Agnes Saint had lost all hope and knelt down, her face full of despair. Is Kylo the only one who can't see the advertisement? Why are not any good things happening? The path of a small fangirl is indeed a thorny one.
Come on.
Inside the room, someone yelled, "What the hell is that advertisement? Someone is definitely trying to insult me. Do you know what people are whispering behind my back? Viscount Gray put up a birthday ad for his bastard son to spite his wife. That is what they are saying." Old Ostrom replied, "That is just nonsense. Don't tell me you believe that. Do we live lavishly enough to afford such advertisements? Do you suspect anyone of putting up that advertisement?" She replied, "Probably Marchioness Melville. It seems she has held a grudge against me since the sponsorship party." From afar, another voice echoed, "No, mother. I think it is a play staged by Kylo himself. That guy said he would introduce us to the princess, but then he disappeared. We did not even see him at the national founding ceremony. He has no intention of keeping his promise. He is clearly trying to humiliate our family." The father thought to himself, "Indeed, I also think Kylo is the one who could do this, but I used up all the money from his mercenary days, so there is no way he could afford such an expensive advertisement." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He must have sold out our family's reputation. "What are you talking about?" Benjamin retorted. "It has always been the same, father. But lately you have been too lenient with him, so he has gotten bolder and sold our reputation for money. That is the only way he could have gotten that much money. The old man grew angrier. You insolent bastard. You borrowed the family's reputation to become the knight captain, and now you dare stab me in the back. I will have to go to the royal palace myself to see him later. The scene shifted to the inside of a grand mansion. The hallway was silent. Agnes St. trailed behind Damien, thinking, this jerk, I came here because you called. Why did you summon me for no reason? How dare you interrupt my fangirling time? She glanced sideways. Moreover, why did he ask this guy to escort me? The person accompanying her was from the Chero Knights. He was a passionate fan and especially respected Raymond. That was the person who particularly disliked the princess because she constantly bothered Raymond. He was definitely cursing her internally right now. Why is someone like him escorting me? What is this clueless brother of mine planning? Suddenly, she froze. Over there. She quickly hid behind the soldier. He asked, confused, what are you doing, Your Highness? Looking ahead, he saw a familiar figure. It turned out she was avoiding Raymond. I was wondering why he suddenly called me. It turns out he is trying to make me face Raymond. Anyway, I think I should come back later. He did not understand. But, Your Imperial Highness. She dramatically placed a hand on her chest. I do not want to run into Sir Spencer right now. If he is with me, I will be subjected to more strange rumors. He did not say anything more. Agnes St. turned and left. I refuse because being with Raymond always causes rumors. She said, you understand, right? So please convey this to my brother. I thought she would create some strange rumor to attract the captain's attention. But she looks terrified, not like she wants to attract attention. Could the rumors about her letting go of her feelings be true? There was a knock on the door. The soldier from earlier entered and bowed respectfully. Damien, not seeing his sister, asked. The soldier replied, well, she said she had something urgent to attend to and asked me to tell you that she would contact you later. Damien pondered. I was planning to make her face Raymond again to confirm if she had truly given up on her feelings. If there is nothing else, you may leave. So, Raymond, is the matter I asked you to handle finished? He replied, yes, Your Highness. This is the list of women Sirius has dated. Damien's face was filled with astonishment as he saw the stack of papers on the table. That guy, I knew he was a womanizer, but I did not expect it to be this bad. Don't tell me Diana is on there too. Even so, you still intend to push for the marriage between the princess and Sirius. Sirius is clearly someone who will stray even after marriage. He is not a suitable partner for the princess. Suddenly, Damien chuckled. Oh, really, is that so? Indeed, besides you, Raymond, there are few reliable men for Agnes St. to marry. But did not you say you hated my sister? Raymond was slightly taken aback by the counter-question. So, you still suspect that? Damien burst out laughing while talking to Raymond. But did not you say you hated my sister? Raymond remained silent. Damien smiled and continued, I do not intend to force you, but you should keep an eye on Sirius and Melville. You have worked hard. You can leave now. Raymond paused for a few seconds, then stood up and bowed respectfully. With your permission. As Raymond turned to leave, Damien called out, wait. Damien asked him, you are leaving for your mission in 2 days, right? Why do not you visit Agnes St. tomorrow? He turned back. Damien continued, it seems His Majesty is considering sending Agnes St. to a territory far from the capital. Raymond did not immediately respond. Why suddenly? Raymond did not understand. Damien continued to smile playfully at him. I am not sure, but it seems you are worried because I intend to expedite Agnes St.'s engagement. It is because His Majesty does not want Agnes St. to marry early. So, Damien gave his final instruction, before you leave for your mission, go say hello to her. Raymond bowed respectfully. If possible, I will. The door quickly closed. Damien smiled. He suddenly burst into laughter, as if overjoyed. Kid, you are not over your hatred for Agnes St., are you? Well, she is beautiful, capable, and of noble birth. Once she is grown up, she is a perfect bride. Moreover, she is like me and knows how to use her brain. Damien suddenly became conceited. The fact that she changed her way of pursuing Raymond, regardless of how he feels about it, is working. Agnes St., Damien was still pleased with what he thought was right. Get ready to thank your older brother. At that moment, she felt a chill. Why do I have a feeling someone is doing something ridiculous? He is not here, he frowned. A subordinate reported, Sir Grey left for his mission 2 days ago. Sir. He did not believe it. How could that be? What if he is back? Can't you go look for him? The subordinate continued, Sir Grey won't be back for another 2 days. Father, a voice called from behind. Then, let us visit the princess on our way. You brought the massage kit this morning, right? The person next to him joked. He gritted his teeth in anger. So noisy. He turned and pointed, scolding them. Do you think the prince's palace is a place anyone can visit, you useless things? Behind him, the two mumbled to each other. I even bought new clothes. Father just vented his anger. I see. Kylo must have sold our family's reputation. Because according to my research not long ago, Kylo's outside mission was not supposed to start until tomorrow. If his purpose was not to avoid me, then there is no reason for that bastard to suddenly go on a mission. In the afternoon, the leaves rustled in the wind. The monster was defeated with a single blow. Kylo appeared in front of the fallen monster. He sighed, his hand still gripping the hilt of his sword as he moved forward. Avoiding the princess for a few days is not enough. He panicked when he heard a subordinate shout, Her Highness the Princess is here. Captain, may I enter? Kylo even rushed out when Agnes Saint came to see him. In the end, he even volunteered to leave the royal palace for a low-level mission. He held his head and sighed. What the hell am I doing? But, as expected, I do not have the courage to face the princess since that day. He vividly remembered their shy encounter. Just thinking about the princess made his heart race with shame and embarrassment. Kylo looked away with heartache. She only sees me as a substitute for Raymond. I am even angry at myself for feeling this way. More than that, what should I do if the princess remembers that?
If she comes to ask about that day,
and if she suspects and says, How dare someone like you have such dirty thoughts? What should I do? The more Kylo thought, the more it hurt. So, before these feelings get out of control, he stood silently watching the sunset. Before it becomes something I can't have. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright sun, regaining his composure. I have to separate the princess from my life. The person she loves is Raymond Spencer. Back at the palace, you can't just sneak out of the royal city like this. Your Highness, Agnes Saint's face fell. She had disguised herself carefully. The head maid rushed over worriedly. Please do not refuse just because your escort is not Sir Spencer. It would be better to take another night escort. Agnes Saint held her hand and softly called, Head maid. You know how much I depend on you. I have come to rely on you as my nanny without realizing it. The head maid teared up, moved. Your Highness. She immediately promised, her pleading eyes sparkling. So please trust me too. Last time, I went and came back right away, did not I? The head maid was persuaded. She cautioned, I understand. But you must return on time as promised. Agnes Saint nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I promise. I can't take guards with me, because today is the last day of the birthday cafe. Even though I purposely made it earlier than Kylo's birthday, he did not even see the advertisement.
How sad.
She put on her hooded cloak, pondering as she walked. In the original story, he clearly left for the mission a little later. In the bustling town, in front of a door with a closed sign, Agnes Saint felt a little embarrassed. Did I come too early? Outside, noisy commotion continued. Hey, do not block the road. Excuse me, pedestrians complained. What is wrong with the way people are driving carriages and riding horses these days? And it is rush hour, so it is completely congested. Agnes Saint was also reprimanded by a passing man. Young lady, I am incredibly busy. Why are you standing there blocking the road? Agnes Saint flustered, thinking frantically. If I take a commemorative photo now, I will attract attention, and my cosplay will be discovered. She then considered another option. It has been a while since I have been out, so why do not I take a stroll around the shopping district and come back later? Agnes Saint blended into the bustling crowd. Behind a wall, someone was watching her. It was Raymond. He was staring intently at her. On the bustling street, Raymond followed closely behind the princess. It seems I no longer have any lingering feelings for Agnes Saint. I feel like it would be better to apologize for the hurt I caused in the past. But he was puzzled. Why is she dressed like that? That is why I went to the princess's palace, to witness her leaving the palace alone, so full of danger. He frowned. If anything happens to you, only your subordinates will be reprimanded. She secretly left the royal palace just to stroll around the shopping district. Raymond chuckled inwardly. Agnes Saint is always like this. She would say she wants to explore the royal city and then suddenly disappear, making the guards search everywhere. And in the end, I found her at the entrance to the forest opposite the royal city. Seeing her sleeping soundly with that innocent face, I was furious. I thought she had matured a bit, but I guess I was wrong. Agnes Saint was also startled. Her face brightened, a cheerful expression appearing. Agnes Saint excitedly rushed forward. Oh, a wonderful teddy bear. She touched the teddy bear with uncontainable joy. Agnes Saint had only just become an adult. He silently watched. She is still just a young girl. If our relationship could go back to being as good as siblings like back then, could we have a good ending from now on? Raymond reached out towards her. Raymond was lost in his thoughts. His eyes widened, snapping back to reality. Over there, get out of the way, a carriage was careening out of control. The man kept shouting, get out of the way. Agnes Saint just turned her head to see what was happening. The galloping horse did not obey the old man and continued charging forward. A crash. Raymond froze from afar. More commotion and chatter erupted around them. Someone's been hit by a carriage. It seems the horse went mad. Whose carriage is that? What should we do? There is so much blood. Are they dead? No. Raymond ran towards the scene. How could this be? I still have things to say to you. His steps faltered. Such a meaningless end. A pool of blood stained the ground. There lay the princess, sprawled out. The commotion continued. Is that Sir Spencer, who was hit? His hands trembled. Just like back then, the image of misfortune appeared in Raymond Spencer's mind. He lifted the unconscious girl. Raymond cried out, no, this can't be. Agnes Saint, he sobbed her name. The girl was in a daze. Then she suddenly opened her eyes. My head. She clutched her head in pain. In that moment, the trauma of being hit by a car in her previous life paralyzed her. Last time, I died on my way to the birthday cafe, and this time, I died on the way there. She covered her face and cried. It was just an ordinary traffic accident. A voice suddenly spoke. I apologize for this. She lowered her hands. The familiar voice and location, moreover. It was the goddess who governed this world. Could it be? She looked at the radiant woman in surprise. Another mistake. She held her head. This brainless goddess. What is with this randomly killing people thing? She angrily rebuked. I can overlook one accidental killing, but a second mistake, really? The god chuckled. I do not know the reason either. This is the first time this has happened in hundreds of millions of years. She still yelled angrily. So you are saying you do not know? So it is over. Return me before my body rots. Wait, she paused. My reincarnation into the novel was a reward for my first death, which means I can receive the reward now. The god called her name. Hey, I will quickly bring you back, so. Then this time, please save Kylo's life, the one who is destined to die. But the gods shook their head. That is not possible. Her face fell when she heard the god's announcement. I can't change a future that has not happened, because he has not died yet. Then, she demanded, do you have a magical item that can bring the dead back to life? The god frowned and replied, I can't give you something that does not exist. She continued to question, what about the ability to save people? The gods shook their head again. Something like that can't be given to humans. She angrily asked, then what can be done? What can save Kylo? Something that can erase the crack on the snowy mountain, which is what will take Kylo's life. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The god furrowed their brow in thought and said, instead of forcing yourself to think about it, why do not you hurry back? While she was thinking, time grumbled, demanding its reward. Don't go back on your word. Give it to me. The god did not understand. Wait, what are you talking about? I do not understand. She frowned. You read my mind earlier. In the second half, Raymond coincidentally obtained a certain magic pendant. She demanded, give it to me, the relic of the ancient god. Agnes Saint persistently demanded the god governing the world give her the relic of the ancient god. The female lead's expression was firm. You said you would take responsibility for my death. Those words made the god governing the world hesitate slightly. The god could not help but give in to Agnes Saint's determined personality. There is no helping it with you. This is the last time. There won't be a third time. Now, the god governing the world, will return Agnes Saint. Her figure disappeared, just like that. At that moment, a warrior god spoke from behind. Oh, esteemed god. Hearing the voice, the god governing the world recognized the man. She spoke, you have come just in time. Have you finished adjusting the law of causality in my second world? The man nodded slightly, hesitating a little. He asked her, why did you do that? This time it was not a mistake or anything. The god governing the world gently explained. At the moment that child actively intervened, the gears of fate in that world began to turn. If this continues, many people will die. Who knows, the whole world might be destroyed. So, Returning this world to its proper trajectory is also that child's task. Because doing so is the best way, not only for the child themselves, but also for the child they love, the people of that world, and even the one who is sleeping. For everyone. Inside the luxurious room, cries echoed throughout. Alexander collapsed to his knees, trembling as he clasped the female lead's hand and pleaded, "Please, open your eyes, Agnes Saint. It is all my fault. Please wake up." His older brother, Damien, could not hold back his tears as he witnessed this heartbreaking scene. The servants and maids all clasped their hands in prayer. "Princess, please open your eyes." As if in a subconscious state, Agnes Saint heard those prayers. She opened her clear, lake-like eyes. Everyone there seemed moved and hurriedly asked, "Are you awake, Agnes Saint?" "Agnes Saint, my daughter, princess, you have no idea how worried I was." Agnes Saint woke up in a daze. Emperor Alexander quickly summoned a doctor for an examination. After checking her over, the doctor gave the results. Everything has returned to normal. The wound on Agnes Saint's forehead has also healed, so as long as she feels emotionally stable, there should not be any problems. Hearing this, Alexander was overjoyed. Agnes Saint, sitting on the bed, noticed the sound of her bracelet. On her wrist was the sacred relic. Indeed, it was not a dream. Damien was a little worried and asked the doctor again. She stopped breathing, then returned to normal without any problems. Really, Agnes Saint was surprised to hear this. Stopped breathing, so while I was meeting the god, my body was dead. The doctor could not explain this matter. I can't say anything other than it is truly a miracle. Damien, receiving the answer, breathed a sigh of relief. He gently reached out and affectionately stroked his sister's head. "So be careful, okay?" Agnes Saint froze at this action. Why are you doing such a goosebump-inducing thing?" Agnes Saint raised her hand, preparing to push his hand away. But then she remembered the image of Damien worrying about her, which moved her a little. So she stopped, no longer resisting. Letting Damien stroke her head, she thought, "I will let it slide this time." Despite the doctor's words, Damien was still doubtful. "Stable, huh? Let me have someone bring Raymond here right away." Agnes Saint was shocked, and her jaw dropped. "Huh? Why are you saying that now?" Alexander, hearing the suggestion, became even more anxious and ordered the servant, "Right, quickly bring him to Agnes Saint's side. We must quickly make Agnes Saint feel stable." Agnes Saint felt tired, her face clearly showing discomfort. "No, I said I am putting aside my feelings for that person. When will they finally believe me? It is so annoying." But then Agnes Saint suddenly thought again, "Wait a minute, I just came back to life after a head injury, right? And it was in broad daylight in front of so many people." "That is right, it is now." Thinking of that, Agnes Saint called out to her father. The emperor, hearing his daughter's call, gently replied, "What is it, my daughter? Tell me, this father will do anything you say." Is there any more perfect timing than this? So Agnes Saint tilted her head, feigning an innocent and naive expression. "Raymond, who is this person? Why did you tell them to bring him here?" Hearing this question, those present were shocked. Damien's face turned pale. The servants were no exception. Had their master lost her memory? Damien reacted strongly, speaking incessantly. "You are asking who he is. He is the person you wanted to marry." Agnes Saint maintained her innocent expression. "Me when?" Then came the questioning from the doctor. "Princess, do you know where we are now? Your name?" "My name." Agnes Saint answered all the questions with ease. "My bedroom, of course." "Agnes Saint, the precious name my deceased mother gave me." "You are Harry. You have been the chief physician in the palace for 3 generations. He then asked, "Then do you remember who the captain of the White Knights is?" She pretended to put her hand on her chin and thought, "Who is it? Is it Diana?" Hearing this, everyone was horrified. The doctor hurriedly whispered in Alexander's ear, "I regret to inform you of this, Your Majesty. It seems that the princess has only lost her memories of Sir Raymond." Alexander was stunned upon hearing the news. "How can that be? Does what you are saying make any sense?" "Yes, sometimes when patients experience too much trauma, there are times when they erase those memories themselves," the doctor replied. Alexander was so shocked he could not close his mouth. Traumatic memories, that. Alexander covered his smile with his hand, feigning compassion. Our Agnes Saint must have been hurt a lot by that bastard. Damien, behind them, leaned his head against the corner of the wall, dejected. At this moment, Agnes Saint called out again, "Father." Alexander could not hide the radiant joy on his face upon hearing the news earlier. "What is it, my daughter?" Agnes Saint made a suggestion. "Instead of calling that person named Raymond, please call Sir Kylo for me." Hearing this, the Emperor jumped in surprise. He stammered, "Call who now?" Agnes Saint smiled triumphantly. The image of the super handsome Kylo appearing in her mind. "I want to see him right now." Alexander gently asked his daughter, "My dear, it seems this father did not quite understand what you said. Did you say Sir Kylo?" Thinking about him, Agnes Saint became shy and ladylike. "Yes, the captain of the Black Knights, as well as my superior, Sir Kylo. He is really brave and righteous." The image of him catching her appeared so romantic, because he has also saved me a few times while on duty. So if he were here, I might feel a little more at ease. Agnes Saint smiled brightly, like a blooming rose. Contrary to her enthusiastic attitude, everyone there looked at her as if she were a strange creature. "What is she saying?" Damien stepped forward to reason with her. "But this time, the one who saved you was Sir Raymond. If Raymond had not found you in time, you would have lost your life." Agnes Saint looked up, surprised. "Huh. Raymond was the one who found me. Why would that workaholic be at the shopping district?" Come to think of it, had not something like that happened this morning, while she was in her room, a guard came to announce, "Sir Raymond has come to visit the princess's palace." "To visit you?" But Agnes Saint dismissed it, saying, "Just tell him I am not here." Could it be that he followed me this afternoon? Why, thinking so, Agnes Saint got goosebumps all over. What? This guy isn't a fantasy novel protagonist like this too cunning. Besides, even without Raymond, I would have survived and returned. Seeing her silence, Damien continued, "So, why do not you meet Raymond and see, maybe if you see him again, you will remember." At that time, Alexander grabbed his son's clothes and urgently pleaded, "Wait. Physician, did not you just say so, that Agnes Saint forgot about Raymond because those memories were too painful for her? So, if those memories return now, won't Agnes Saint's condition worsen?" Alexander gave the doctor a burning stare, silently telling him to agree. Damien, on the contrary, had a cold gaze, as if saying, "Don't agree." The doctor hesitated for a moment, then sided with the one with higher authority. That is right." Alexander tried to persuade his son. "Your sister struggled so much to erase those memories. Do not you understand? Why do you insist on making her remember?" Damien replied, "I am only doing this for Agnes Saint. You know how much Agnes Saint likes Raymond." The father and son continued to argue back and forth. "Enough with the suffering. You still say that even after seeing how panicked Raymond was just now, that has nothing to do with Agnes Saint's condition. How can it be unrelated?" Watching them argue, Agnes Saint showed no interest whatsoever. "Can you two stop and call my super cute, universe-level adorable Kylo here?" Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Agnes Saint pretended to stagger and sway. "There's no helping it, huh?" She put on a pitiful, pathetic look. "The aftereffects of the accident are making my head hurt, and I feel so uneasy, father." Seizing the opportunity, Alexander instructed the servants, "Quickly summon Kylo here immediately. Stabilizing Agnes Saint's mood is the most important thing right now." Agnes Saint, having achieved her goal, smiled slyly. As expected, pretending to have amnesia is very effective. Using the excuse of my head injury, I can get closer to Kylo too. But Agnes Saint did not expect that. At that moment, outside the door, Raymond had heard everything. The moment he saw Agnes Saint's blood spreading, it was as if the nightmare on the battlefield had reappeared. The soldier, who was still laughing and talking yesterday. The comrade, who proudly showed off the letter he received from his family. In a single moment became a cold corpse, and the memories of hell gradually faded. Even though he felt himself crumbling bit by bit, he could not let it show. If he became agitated, the soldier's morale would also decline. That is why he always put his emotions aside. If he just threw himself into the next plan, time would pass and the sadness would fade away. But when Agnes Saint kept calling for him to the point of annoyance, it was like the time he had forgotten, even the sadness of losing his mother back then. "Could it be that you knew I would break down too? So, to keep me from drowning in sorrow, even though I always acted annoyed when I was around you, you still held on to me, did not you? Sometimes I thought it would not matter if you disappeared. But I was too arrogant. Whether I liked it or not a day went by that you did not appear in my memories. It has become the biggest part of my life. The one who could not live without the other was not you, but me. Even so, your small hands always held mine. And I would always, with an emotionless gaze, coldly shake them off." When he witnessed Agnes Saint being hit by the carriage, blood spilling everywhere, Raymond could not help but plead, "Please open your eyes." Please do not leave me like my mother. Agnes Saint, I will never let you go again. Whether it is marriage or anything else, I will do anything you want. Please, he had vowed so. But now, standing before the door, he heard those heartbreaking words, "Who is Raymond?" Instead of calling that person named Raymond, please call Sir Kylo for me. I want to see him right now. Each word uttered was like a knife stabbing into Raymond's heart. On the other side, a servant had arrived at Kylo's room. She knocked on the door while calling out, "Sir Kylo, are you in there?" Hearing the call, Kylo opened the door. The maid was delighted to see him. "Just in time, you're here." That is a relief. Seeing the person in front of him, Kylo thought to himself, "Isn't this the princess's maid? I just got back. What is the matter?" The maid urged, "You need to go to the princess's palace right now." Kylo was surprised. The princess's palace. The maid hurriedly informed him, the princess was in a serious accident this morning. She just woke up. Kylo was startled by the news. He hurriedly put on his cloak and went directly to the princess's palace. He turned back and said to the maid, "We can talk while we walk." The maid led the way and Kylo followed, inquiring, "What kind of accident happened?" The maid stammered, "Well, the princess left the imperial palace this morning and was hit by a carriage. She miraculously came back to life, even though she had completely stopped breathing." Kylo was astonished. "She is all right now, right?" The maid hesitantly replied, "Yes, but right after the princess woke up, she started asking for Sir Kylo." Kylo was even more surprised. He stopped, unable to believe his ears. "What, did I hear that right? Could she have suffered a serious head injury? Otherwise, why would she call for me?" Kylo, in a state of confusion, walked unconsciously. The maid in front bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sir Raymond." Kylo, who was in a daze, suddenly came to his senses. Seeing Raymond standing still in front of the princess's door, he was surprised. Why is that guy just standing there dumbfounded? Raymond, lost in thought, saw the approaching figure and looked over. When he saw Kylo's figure, his eyes widened. He must have been feeling heartbroken. The maid approached the door and announced, "Princess, Sir Kylo, whom you requested, has arrived. Bring him in." The maid's heart finally eased. Kylo glanced at Raymond, giving him a provocative smirk, and then stepped inside. Once again, Raymond could only watch without being able to do anything. Then the door closed. Only Raymond was left outside, the light reflecting his shadow, looking pathetically lonely. Alexander welcomed Kylo. "You have arrived, Sir Kylo." Kylo was a little nervous seeing so many people in the room, including both the Emperor and the Crown Prince. "Both the Emperor and the Crown Prince are here." Kylo quickly knelt and greeted them respectfully. "I humbly greet His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince." Alexander looked at him and said, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." The doctor guided him. "Please sit here, Sir Kylo." Kylo cautiously went over and sat beside Agnes Saint's bed. "What is going on? Why did the princess summon me here?" "Sir Kylo." Agnes Saint gently placed her delicate white hand on Kylo's tanned hand. "Thank you for saving me." Kylo's heart pounded in his chest at her proactive gesture. Alexander trembled as he witnessed his daughter's actions. He heard Agnes Saint say, "They say that before death, everything they have experienced flashes before their eyes." He panicked internally. It is not to the point of holding hands. Agnes Saint, oblivious to her surroundings, was immersed in her own world. Surprisingly, I experienced that feeling too. But what I remember most clearly among those images is how Sir Kylo saved me and protected me countless times. Do you know? So the first thing I wanted to do when I opened my eyes was thank you. Damien worriedly whispered to the doctor, "Physician, are you sure it is just a memory problem? It does not seem like it is just that to me." Agnes Saint overheard Damien's voice. "If he stays here, I won't be able to do anything." So Agnes Saint subtly dismissed her brother. "Your voice is too sharp, it gives me a headache." "Sorry, but could you go outside for me?" Her implication was, "It is too noisy, so go away." Damien was surprised at being dismissed. "Huh, what are you saying now?" At this point, the doctor and the Emperor interjected. "Excuse me, but Your Highness, how about you leave the room for the princess's stability? Damien, return to your room." Damien, hit with 2 dismissals at once, could not react in time. So he dejectedly left, feeling wronged. Dr. Harry instructed Agnes Saint, "Your Highness, physicians will be visiting frequently to conduct thorough examinations. So, during that time, you must find something that keeps you stable in your room." Agnes Saint's heart leaped with joy. "Is that so? Then I hope Sir Kylo will come here and talk to me every day." Kylo was bewildered by this request. The princess and I, together, every day. Agnes Saint said shyly, I will be troubling you then. Kylo's heartbeat was so loud, it was as if it had a speaker attached. He timidly replied, if it is your command, I will do anything. Kylo's agreement made Agnes Saint happy. Thank you. Oh my, come to think of it. You have just returned from your mission, so you must be very tired. Please go back and rest today, Sir Kylo.
Thank you for caring about me.
Then, Kylo bowed and went outside, his mind blank, unable to fully grasp the situation.
I do not understand what is going on.
Did the princess really die and come back to life? Why was not Raymond allowed to enter and had to stand there with that expression? And why does she want me to be her confidant? I've been trying so hard to forget that feeling, the feeling of Agnes Saint's plump lips pressed against mine, the burning sensation of that kiss. Now it is flaring up again. But if I see the princess every day from now on, how can I not remember that day? Damn it, just thinking about it makes my face flush. It was just an accident caused by her being drunk. But why am I so pathetically shaken by it? Back to the main character, she was being examined by the physician. Then I will excuse myself, Your Highness. Please rest, Agnes Saint. Alone on the wide bed. Agnes Saint slowly revealed a victorious smile, then burst into laughter like a madwoman. From now on, I can stick to Kylo every day. A round of applause for my acting skills. From now on, everyone will treat me carefully, and if anyone keeps nagging like Damien, I can just use the excuse of a headache to get rid of them. More importantly, looking at how I am actively approaching Kylo little by little like this, will everyone understand. Besides, she sat up and looked at the bracelet. This is the sacred relic, right? Raymond went through so much trouble to obtain this, but I got it as easily as flipping my hand. She took off the sacred relic and wore it around her neck like a piece of jewelry. No, this is something I obtained with my life, even though Raymond would still be the main character without this. So this I will make good use of it. The next day, while Kylo was working, there was a knock on the door. He called out, enter. A servant entered, bowed their head and asked, Sir Kylo, the princess wants to know if you have anything scheduled right now, and asked me to formally invite you. Kylo was perplexed. Formally, I spent all night wondering if yesterday was a dream, but it really happened. After thinking, he stood up and replied, I just finished handling some documents, so I will be right there. The servant breathed a sigh of relief, probably having been given a hard time by the princess. Really, that is a relief. I will lead the way. Kylo stood up and put on his elegant coat, the word worry written all over his face. This is the first time I have been alone with the princess since that night. So, I do not know if I can look her in the eye. She even said formally. As expected, Princess Agnes Saint's mind really has a problem. The servant led Kylo to the princess. Kylo spoke. I heard the princess has some memory problems. What are the specifics? The servant, as if their secret had been discovered, flinched. Kylo explained, I need to ask beforehand, so I do not make any mistakes in front of the princess. The servant hesitantly replied, actually, the princess has admired Sir Raymond for a long time.
Right.
But after yesterday's accident, it seems the princess has forgotten all her memories of Sir Raymond. Kylo asked again. All other memories are intact, but she does not remember anything about Raymond. The servant replied, yes, that is right. I do not know the details, but I have heard that if you experience something too painful, this kind of thing can happen. There was a similar case during the war, on the fierce battlefield, when all the members were killed by demons. Only one soldier miraculously survived, but all his memories of that battle were completely erased by his brain. And I heard that because of that, his mind regressed to when he was 15 years old, and he is still undergoing treatment. Kylo pondered after hearing this. For the princess, Sir Raymond's rejection was that big of a shock. How cold were his words that they could hurt that cold-hearted woman so much. I suddenly realized something new. The treasure that the Emperor cherishes most is indeed the time bomb of the Imperial Palace, but she is also a person who knows sadness and pain. The servant continued as they walked, but I am worried that not only her memories, but her personality has also changed. Everyone from yesterday until now has been on thin ice, not knowing when misfortune will strike. Kylo asked, has she become more cruel than before? The servant replied, not at all, on the contrary. She keeps smiling for no reason, which makes us even more scared. Thinking of that smile made the servant shudder. They were walking when the servant suddenly stopped. Kylo looked ahead and frowned. It turned out that Raymond was still standing in front of the princess's door. That bastard is still here. Seeing Kylo arrive, Raymond put on an unpleasant expression and spoke in a not-so-pleasant tone. Why are you here, Kylo? Kylo walked forward confidently and replied defiantly, Of course, it is because the princess summoned me. So, what are you doing here? Kylo wanted to hear Raymond's answer. So, what are you doing here? Kylo thought to himself, looking at everyone's reaction. It is clear he came without an appointment, right? How dare he visit the woman who had to erase her memories because of him? This heartless bastard. Raymond frowned and said irritably, The princess summoned you? Why? Kylo retorted, not backing down. Let us see. Maybe she called me to appoint me as her wet nurse in your place. The servant felt anxious, but did not dare interrupt the conversation. Kylo crossed his arms arrogantly. Because I can make her feel more at ease than someone she does not even remember like you. Raymond trembled with anger at these words, but they were true. Kylo continued, So can you move aside? I do not want to carry an unpleasant smell when I meet the princess. Raymond, feeling slapped in the face, was furious. Now you dare, seeing the tense situation. The servant quickly interrupted. Sir Kylo has arrived, Your Highness. The princess replied softly, Let him in. The servant finally relaxed. Kylo looked at Raymond and gave him a provocative smirk, then entered. Once again, Raymond could only stand and watch, helpless. Then the door closed. Raymond stood outside, clenching his fists in anger. Inside the princess's room, she appeared incredibly beautiful. Princess Agnes Saint smiled gently and said, You have arrived, Sir Kylo. Thank you for coming as soon as I called. Please have a seat. Unlike his arrogant demeanor earlier, Kylo stiffened up like a robot upon entering, only following the princess's orders without thinking. I understand. He sat down. The princess offered him tea and said, This tea smells wonderful. Let us try it together. Kylo picked up the teacup with a nervous heart, then stealthily glanced at Agnes Saint and thought to himself, Even though I know she is a woman, why am I so surprised by that fact? The princess, unaware of Kylo's thoughts, focused on her teacup. Actually, I am not a tea person, but it feels special drinking it with you, Sir Kylo. The princess gently sipped her tea. Kylo's heart was pounding. Looking at her sweet lips, he fidgeted, feeling ants crawling all over him. All because of that damn kiss. Just because of it. Kylo lowered his head and thought, I can't even speak properly, yet why does it make her smile so happily then? The princess spoke. The doctor said light walks will help my recovery a lot. Kylo just awkwardly replied, Yes. He continued to think, I would rather you look down on me like before. Kylo immediately replied, Of course. If you command it, I will fulfill it. Noticing something different in Kylo's expression, Agnes Saint sat up straight. She looked at him intently. Kylo looked at the princess, his heart pounding, his face flushing red. Why are you looking at me like that? The princess then said, Do you know, Sir Kylo, and smiled gently. Your eyes are truly beautiful. Kylo exclaimed at the compliment. What? His heart beat even faster. Beautiful. Kylo remembered the times people had criticized his eyes. What are you staring at? Truly despicable eyes, just like your mother. Oh my, I am so scared. Have I done something wrong, Sir Kylo? But now he was being complimented by the princess. Do you know what you were saying? Or is it because you just died and came back to life, that your eyesight is also having problems? At that moment, the princess put down her teacup and said, If we are finished, let us go for a walk. Hearing this, Kylo stood up and replied, All right. He thought getting some fresh air might clear my head. Suddenly, the princess stepped forward and took his arm. Kylo was startled and bewildered. This awkward situation just smiled brightly. Then Agnes Saint turned to him, smiled brightly, and said, Let us go, Sir Kylo. Kylo looked at the sweet princess beside him and stammered in his thoughts, What is going on? The close contact made Kylo's face flush. Out in the garden, the fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. The scent, like when he was trapped in the minefield with the princess, was so sweet that it made his vision blur. Kylo was startled after the queen took his arm. The queen gave a bright smile and said, Let us go, Sir Kylo. He blushed, looking at the queen and thinking to himself, Perhaps I am still stuck in a giant trap, and I do not know if I can get out. I am even suspicious. But looking at the beautiful figure walking beside him, Kylo cursed himself. Damn it. How can I stay composed? Outside in the flower garden, the warm sunlight, the gentle breeze, the fragrant flowers, what did all of that matter? When the person he loved most was walking right beside him, Agnes Saint happily held Kylo's arm tightly. Let us go there, Sir Kylo. He replied, I know. Agnes Saint excitedly thought to herself, How beautiful life is. This is the first time I have felt so lucky since I was born. Of course, it would be even more perfect without the maids following us. At that moment, an object was flying high above. Kylo spoke up, "Wait, I think I need to check what that is." After observing for a while, Agnes Saint asked, "That is a flying object used for security in the royal city, right?" Kylo replied, "Yes." Kylo continued, "It seems like it is just following us, Your Majesty." The Queen chuckled, "That is my camera drone. I can't let our date go by so plainly." Agnes Saint then lied. His Majesty deliberately ordered it because he was afraid I would get hurt again. "Are you inconvenienced?" Kylo replied, "No." Although he said it was okay, Kylo felt strange. "We're just taking a short walk. Why are so many of them following us?" After walking for a while, they sat down to rest under a large tree. The Queen chatted cheerfully. Being confined to a room can be very frustrating for a patient. "Thanks to Sir Kylo, I can go out and relax like this. I really enjoy it." Then Agnes Saint scooped a piece of cake and asked, "Do you like sweets, Sir Kylo?" He replied, "No, I do not like sweets very much." The Queen brought the piece of cake to her mouth and said, "Is that so?" Kylo suddenly hesitated. It turned out that there was cream on Agnes Saint's mouth. "There is cream on your mouth, Your Majesty." Agnes Saint, embarrassed, wiped it off, but in her mind, she said, "That is right. I did it on purpose." Then she turned to him and said, "Is it clean now?" But she actually wiped a different spot, creating an opportunity for Kylo to show himself. Kylo was silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly he said, "Let me wipe it for you." The Queen replied, "Yes, please." Before they knew it, the two had moved closer to each other. Their hands touched. Kylo stared at the Queen's gentle appearance. It seemed like Kylo was about to be mesmerized, but then he reminded himself, "I'm going crazy. Get a grip. How can Her Majesty look so beautiful? Remember how this girl has insulted me all this time." Thinking one thing, he still gently wiped the cream from the Queen's mouth with a handkerchief. Touching her soft lips, Kylo could not hold back his feelings and blushed. Kylo thought to himself, "Why are you sticking your lips out without any defense?" After thinking, he told her, "I am done wiping." He continued to think, "If it was not me sitting here, but someone else, what would you do?" The Queen then said, "Sir Kylo, you are so sentimental." Kylo continued to think, especially that Raymond, the one who is feeling anxious. If something like this happened to that bastard, no, that despicable guy. Agnes Saint was still sitting, feeling the breeze through her hair. Kylo thought to himself, he probably thinks it is good that Her Majesty has forgotten her memories of him. It means he has another chance to start over with her. If this happened when she was with Raymond, who knows, that bastard might have stolen your lips to seduce Her Majesty back to him again. Just thinking about it is annoying. At that moment, the Queen yawned and said, "Sir Kylo, I am sorry, but can I sleep for a bit? I am so sleepy after eating sweets." Kylo replied, "I will give you my seat." But the Queen stopped him, "No, no need." Then she lay down on his lap, the image like a newly in love couple. Kylo was extremely shocked, unable to react. Just sleep like this. Then he looked at the Queen's maids and thought, shouldn't they stop this? Somebody do something, but no one dared to speak. They just stood there motionless. Helpless, he could only sit still and say to himself, "Oh my God, why are you tempting me like this?" The wind blew gently through the trees. This moment, where time seemed to stand still, made Kylo's heart surge. I really tried to avoid it. If you asked me to choose the most unsuitable person for me, it would definitely be Queen Agnes Saint. The very person I should not be attracted to the most in this empire. So, before this feeling grew, I tried to run away, believing I could suppress it. Bullying, ignorance, loneliness, exhaustion, torture, and endless battles. Enduring these things is very easy for me. But the gentle tone of her voice, the sweet smile like cotton candy, and the warm gaze, these things are harder to bear than torture. The Queen, who was sleeping soundly, frowned. Kylo watched intently, observing her every little movement. His heart, for the first time in his life, felt this itching sensation. Then he could not help but raise his hand. He put his hand back down on his lap. How can I control this? Even so, I do not want to admit it. No, rather, I can't admit that I've fallen in love with this woman. A clear morning with fresh air. And the rustling of leaves. Two maids were standing there frozen. They whispered to each other, "Why is the Queen acting like that with that fierce man? What is going on?" The person who usually spends so much effort on makeup is now speaking in a nasal voice, wriggling her body, and even sleeping on his lap. It just looks so strange. A voice echoed in the palace. Is it really okay? In a room, the sound of pages turning could be heard. Agnes Saint said with a joyful expression. Kylo's face was completely red just now, was not it? Kylo, why are you so cute? The way you react when you are teased, especially when you try to hide it, is even more adorable. Suddenly, a maid's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, did you enjoy your walk? Was your nap comfortable? What did you talk about with Sir Grey? The barrage of questions continued. Agnes Saint thought to herself in her room. I see your intentions, girls. I am enjoying it as usual. As usual, I mean the time I spent with Sir Grey and the Night Cavalry. You do not have to worry about your reputation anymore, because now is the time I will restore it for you. Where exactly did she enjoy it? Can she really be happy with that man? I have never told you the details about Sir Grey, have I? Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Didn't I tell you that Sir Grey saved me not just once or twice? The parade was quite exaggerated. He ignored his own injuries and stood up to block the monsters attacking me. When I fainted during the mission, he stayed up all night to take care of me. Even when he was tired and exhausted, he carried me everywhere to avoid stepping on mines. That is not all. It was the first time I saw someone so responsible and chivalrous. Agnes Saint spoke with admiration, thinking to herself that she had to let everyone know how wonderful Kylo was. It seems we misunderstood him. He is such a brave man. They praised Kylo after hearing the story. If this keeps up, other women will admire Kylo. Won't they? Of course, I really want to have Kylo all to myself. But unlike the principal, since Kylo can live for a long time in this world, I hope he can escape the feeling of inferiority from not being recognized by anyone and can see this world with warmer eyes. Therefore, I hope that from now on he will be recognized and treated fairly by everyone. This feeling of mine is not a lie or an exaggeration. In a room, a man sat deep in thought. She refused to see me while calling Kylo directly. Her Majesty is perfectly normal. As I said yesterday, her injuries have healed, and there are no signs of psychological trauma. Except for her memory, Her Majesty has no problems. So, my memories are a source of suffering for Agnes Saint. That is right. At that time, because I really wanted to hurt Agnes Saint, I deliberately said unkind things and ignored her. What is the use of regretting it now? Because my existence for Agnes Saint. He slowly stood up but accidentally broke the glass he was holding. He sat down and picked up the shards. The door began to open. Hey Raymond, are you free? But his face turned pale at the sight before him. He saw Raymond lying there. Is anyone out there? He cried out in panic. Call the royal physician, hurry. Wake up, Raymond. He did not know what had happened. Remembering the previous scene, Raymond, you clearly promised that you would be her companion. But he received only a blunt reply. I never said that. I already promised to be another lady's companion, so please find another escort, Your Majesty. I told you I did not want anyone but Raymond. You promised. What am I supposed to do now? I do not remember making such a promise. Agnes Saint's expression was extremely sad. Who is it? Which girl did you promise to be a companion to? Why are you doing this to me? Are you going to tell me who she is, and then you will go bother them again? That is not it. Agnes Saint just wants to know who she is. How long are you going to be stubborn like a child? If you keep this up, no one will stay by Your Majesty's side. I only need Raymond. I do not need anyone else. Her voice trembled. Raymond seemed to pity her, but he chose to turn away. Today, I will be the first to leave, Your Majesty. He turned and walked away, leaving her alone. Agnes Saint ran after him, but was met with indifference. I won't let you go. Her arrogant attitude as if saying, you can have anything you want. You have to stay by my side, Raymond. You can't go anywhere. Her actions showed no concern for others. Stay with me forever. A blind obsession, as if to say, you will use everything you have just to have me. Raymond coldly shook her hand off. At that time, I hated it so much that I got goosebumps. That is why I did not want to be Your Majesty's companion. At that moment, Agnes Saint felt like she had been slapped in the face. That is why I did not want to be the Queen's companion. Her Majesty ordered me not to leave, but can't I run away myself? Even if I have to live with an ugly demon. Agnes Saint's tears suddenly flowed. I would rather do that than be swept away by Her Majesty's will for the rest of my life. Agnes Saint told herself she would still wait. If you change your mind, come find me. No matter what I said, Agnes Saint would not give up, so I thought it would not matter if I did that to her. That child is always selfish and stubborn, refusing to grow up. So, you would only look at me with those determined eyes. Because I knew you would always be like that. That is why I was not swayed when you said, let me go. I won't be an obstacle in your path anymore. I thought it was just a play to get my attention. But you really started to distance yourself from me. And finally, I noticed my own struggles and anxieties, knowing that you could completely disappear from my life. I relied on your love for me, much more than I thought. Only now do I realize this. I told myself that I would not hurt you anymore. You always made me cling to and chase after you to the point that I shivered, and you used me to fill your empty life. Now, can you forget so easily? How can you treat me like this? Why now of all times? Raymond finally woke up. The dreams of the past gradually faded away. Are you awake? His Highness asked him. Your subordinate was worried and came looking for me. He said you have not been eating or drinking, so you have almost lost consciousness. What is wrong with you? Did Agnes Saint stopping breathing shock you that much? I thought if it was you, even if Agnes Saint died, you would not care. I thought so too, but the moment I saw that small hand fall motionless, I was in despair. Have your feelings for Agnes Saint changed now? I am not sure. Because from the beginning, I did not even know if all of this was real. Agnes Saint forgot. How is that possible? Her life only revolved around me. This bastard has really lost his mind. Raymond thought sadly. I had predicted it somewhat, but as expected, Raymond also likes Agnes Saint. If Agnes Saint had seen this scene before her memory loss, she would have been overjoyed. This bastard finally realizes his feelings, but she has lost her memory. Isn't this situation a disaster for Agnes Saint? So, as her lord, a longtime friend, and an older brother, it is time for me to step in. So he said, I will help you. If you are willing to start over with Agnes Saint, I will help you. Do you really want to marry that child? Raymond had also thought that maybe one day he would marry Agnes Saint. As a knight loyal to the Empire, I must obey when the royal family commands. At that time, I hated it so much that I would rather die. But why now, when I am finally free, do I feel like I have been robbed of the future I should have had? If my lord has commanded, I know. What I am curious about is your will, Raymond. Do you want that child to like you again? Even if I am looked down upon or thrown away, your heart still belongs to me, a sacred territory that has never been taken from me. So it is only natural that I take back what was taken. This surprised the Lord as well. But he simply replied, all right, then consider this a good thing. Because Agnes Saint has forgotten all the hurt you caused her. Anyway, if you treat her a little better, she will like you again. Yes, after all, this is a chance to start over, is not it? Now, in an evening scene, when everything was silent, Raymond thought about what he had been through. He felt extremely regretful for treating Agnes Saint that way. Now, Raymond could not think of anything else but to remember the memories of the past. Agnes Saint, a girl who always had loving feelings for him. Agnes Saint losing her memory had hurt him deeply. Stepping into the building where Agnes Saint resided, looking towards her room, Raymond felt incredibly regretful. He stood there silently, without a word. The door slowly opened. Raymond could not believe she knew he was coming. Agnes Saint stepped out like a goddess, her eyes sparkling. Now I am starting to look forward to it. Agnes Saint stood above, Raymond below. They stared at each other without blinking. Did you fall in love with me at first sight before, or did you gradually fall deeper? How will you fall in love with me this time? Raymond wondered. I can't wait for the moment you fall in love again. This time, I will fill your mind only with beautiful memories of me. So you won't leave me again. The door began to slam shut. It is so hot. I was going to open the window to get some fresh air, but I ran into that jerk. Agnes Saint was angry. Why are you staring creepily into someone else's room in the middle of the night? Of course, if it was Kylo, I would definitely go out to enjoy a moonlit date. Since he is not the one I like, it gives me goosebumps. He not only followed me on the day of the accident, but he even stood in front of my room and almost fought with Kylo. Why is this happening? Agnes Saint felt incredibly uneasy. I can't be thinking about dates right now. Morning arrived. Sir Grey, Viscount Grey has summoned you. It is a bit difficult at the moment. Sir Kylo is currently carrying out Her Majesty's orders. Please come back later. Sir Grey stared without a word. I do not need to have anything to do with the Grey family anymore. Sir Grey, are you here to help Her Majesty today as well? You have worked hard, Sir Grey. The gazes of those around him had changed. Not long ago, things like this, the girl's eyes sparkled. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Grey. I am very impressed by the brave stories of the Black Knights. My life has been so peaceful lately that I wonder if it is a dream. A knock on the door echoed. Your Majesty, Sir Grey has arrived. Despite that, my heart still feels heavy, like a rock weighing down on my shoulders every day. Because, in truth, all these changes all stem from this one girl. Agnes Saint said excitedly. The royal physician said I am recovering very well. It is all thanks to Sir Grey. Thank you. Sir Grey looked apprehensive. You do not have to thank me. I have not done anything for you. What are you talking about? You are currently escorting me, are not you? Isn't this something not everyone can do? I do not have any special talents either. Agnes Saint replied coldly. You do not like it what? You do not like spending time with me. Sir Grey stammered. Absolutely not. I did not mean that. I thought so too. Agnes Saint's face lit up at his attitude. As Sir Grey said, anyone can take a walk with me, but not everyone can make that time comfortable and enjoyable. I only feel at ease and happy when Sir Grey is by my side. This could be said to be because Sir Grey is inherently special, right? Indeed, this made Grey's mind chaotic. Special? In what way? The Queen's strange changes constantly made him have irrational thoughts. Would you like to sit here and rest for a while, Sir Grey? Could this be a joke, creating dreamlike days for me and then taking everything away in an instant? Doing those things to make me despair. So, I must not waver now. This is just the Queen's capriciousness. I know better than anyone that I am just an ordinary person with no talent. Eventually, one day, everything will return to the way it was. I must not misunderstand anything. Agnes Saint, her face flushed, was looking at Ray. She cheerfully said, a petal fell on your cheek. That sentence stopped him from thinking anything further. Do you know something, Sir Ray? Agnes Saint asked. You look amazing with flowers. This is the first time I have heard such words. Is that so? I am glad you know now. I think it suits someone like Her Majesty more than me. What kind of person am I? Agnes Saint wondered. Someone who always has a bright smile. That is what I mean. Sir Grey, his face flushed, stammered in response. What is with this cute answer? You look radiant because of my light reflecting on you. Oh, sunlight, my precious baby. So you have always had such adorable thoughts when I smiled. I can't hold back. I have to see Sir Grey smile to know who it suits better. Can't you smile brightly? Even just once. I will only smile once, Sir Grey mumbled. In the past years, Sir Grey had never done anything other than force a smile or mock someone. Agnes Saint was extremely surprised that Sir Grey knew how to do that. As expected, it does not suit me at all. No, it is cute. I think it suits you, Agnes Saint complimented him. But I still want to see a more natural expression from you. Is there anything you like that makes you feel this way, Sir Grey? He stammered. I am not sure. Do you remember anything interesting that happened recently or something delicious you ate? I do not remember clearly. All right, I have decided. Agnes Saint suddenly stood up. I will find out what Sir Grey likes, no matter what. Because I really want to see Sir Grey smile genuinely in front of someone. So, what is Her Majesty like? Is it him, the captain of the Black Knights, the charming and adorable young man with rippling muscles? Is it sweet desserts or cute things? So, what do you hate? I hate being left alone, Agnes Saint thought. Talking about my past life with Kylo would be pointless. It is the story of when my mother passed away. She was loved and trusted by everyone in the royal palace, so even my father and the retainers were immersed in grief. His Majesty the Emperor is currently unable to see Her Majesty. However, I was too young to understand that my mother had passed away. I thought she was just sleeping for a few nights and would come back. At that time, I just hated being ignored. Agnes Saint was very young then. Brother, let me play too. The door suddenly burst open. Mother is dead, and the so-called princess only thinks about playing. How pathetic, Agnes Saint. I am not like you. I have to take Mother's place and stabilize the palace affairs as soon as possible. If you understand, then do not bother me and go back to your room. The only one who comforted me at that time was my nanny. She gently reassured me. It is okay. But not long after, my nanny also passed away. The reason I often attend parties is probably because of those memories. Because whenever I am alone, I feel like I am about to be torn apart by those memories. It feels like I am the only one left in this world. Sir Grey was thinking about those words. Even if those are just memories, I lived like a puppet, bound by principles, but call me anytime. Not just when you need a companion like now, but also when you need a guard or someone to do errands. Even when I am busy, I will come to you. This is the only thing someone like me can do for you. Even so, I still want to help you. Because I think I understand that feeling somewhat. Agnes Saint felt incredibly warmed by those comforting words. She smiled happily at Ray. Agnes Saint always thought about the scene of the two of them side by side. But why do you care about me, Sir Grey? Why are you happy with my very ordinary actions? Why do you only reveal your weakest point, something no one knows, to me? Was it really just a mistaken identity when you kissed me that day? Even though I know it is absurd, the more I learn about you, the more you make me wonder. When Gray asked her what she liked, she replied, "It is you, the adorable guy with the rippling muscles." When asked what she hated, she thought for a long time. What I hate? She could not bring herself to say it, even during break time. With the cold air, when she opened the door, Agnes Saint absolutely hated being abandoned. Sir Gray was also quite surprised by this truth. She started to stammer about a truth, about the story of when her mother died. Everyone was immersed in grief. Those memories made him certain of one thing. Maybe her heart is turning towards me, and not Raymond. I heard that Her Majesty Agnes Saint summons you every day. How is Agnes Saint's condition, in your opinion? Emperor Alexander asked. She looks very healthy, and there is nothing unusual. That is good to hear. I was worried that Agnes Saint might be bothering you, but thank you anyway. I will reward you soon. But I am worried there might be other rumors surrounding Agnes Saint. Agnes Saint seems to trust you a lot. Do you think so too, Sir Gray? I mean, it would not be good if Agnes Saint got caught up in any scandals. What do you think, Sir Gray? The intention behind his question was clear. If he had any dark thoughts towards the Queen, he would not let it slide. Sir Gray could only lower his head and think. That won't happen. No one would dare spread such rumors about Her Majesty. Besides, I have only just gained a little trust. Emperor Alexander was somewhat reassured. You do not need to worry too much. All right, if you say so, I will believe you for now. You may leave. With your permission. Finally escaped. I can be sure that this question was a warning from the Emperor. Raymond appeared out of nowhere. Looking left and right, none of them are my type, but I have to admit, this skin. Moreover, due to the aftereffects, Agnes Saint had liked Raymond since childhood, so sometimes, when she looked at his face, she still felt a pang in her heart. At times like these, just punching my chest will solve it. Raymond, seeing her strange expression, asked, "Are you all right? If you are feeling unwell, we will call the royal physician." This might be a little rude to the ladies, but could you two leave for a moment? What? How dare you be rude to my people? Yes, mister. Raymond, please feel free to talk. Where are those wonderful expressions you had when talking about your loyalty? You guys will get what is coming to you. You said Raymond, right? I heard you were the one who found me after the carriage accident and brought me back to the Imperial Palace. I would like to thank you. It was nothing, Your Highness. Raymond feels that Agnes Saint is being too formal. Why are you staring at me like that? It is so pressuring. Don't you know it is rude to stare like that? I apologize. I was only looking at you because I was worried about your health, Your Highness. I am sorry for the misunderstanding. Now tell me why you are here, and then go back. Back to the scene earlier, Mr. Gray is extremely flustered. I won't be able to control the topic. That was impossible from the start, and even if Her Highness truly had feelings for me, she is still the most noble lady in the Empire. And she is the Emperor's precious treasure. There is no way she would destroy her reputation and the favor she has in high society by choosing someone like me. Just these small acts of kindness due to curiosity and temporary affection. What am I delusional about? I am so pathetic. Outside the palace, light was already shining in. Even though I come to the princess's palace every day, I still can't get used to it. It is because of the private meeting with the Emperor last night. I apologize, Mr. Gray, someone called out. While I was fetching you, another guest arrived. Would you mind waiting in the drawing room for a moment? That is fine. It will give me some time to settle my tangled thoughts. All right, so tomorrow I will. Before he could finish, he heard a voice. The princess requests the presence of Mr. Raymond. That is the captain of the White Knights. There is no way he would not know that the princess always summons me around this time. But why is he here now? A guy who always treats me like an insect and starts losing control because the princess suddenly walks towards me. Raymond said seriously, "Please tell the princess that I have something I must tell her." Agnes Saint was extremely surprised. Who did you say is here? Mr. Raymond has come to see you. Just tell him you have a prior engagement and ask him to leave. He said he will wait until he sees you. He always comes at this time. I've already prepared my outfit, hair, and makeup, waiting for the time to go boating with my cute and handsome Kylo. Do I have to show this perfect image to another man? If I keep waiting, Kylo and Raymond might run into each other. When Mr. Gray arrives, please take him to another drawing room first, okay? And bring him some tea and snacks. Understood. And what about Mr. Raymond? Let him in. Agnes Saint thought, I will just see what he has to say, and then quickly find a way to get rid of him. I can't have Kylo hurt before our boat ride. Now, what does he want to talk about? Isn't it too ostentatious to move to the Imperial Palace on the day I had an accident? Maybe he is just here for a courtesy visit. Although it sounds a bit cheesy, don't worry, Your Highness. If he says anything outrageous, we will kick him out right away. Raymond slowly entered. His face was incredibly handsome. Just his appearance alone is enough to charm everyone. And yet he speaks so well. At this moment, Raymond explained his reason for appearing. What I want to say is, I want to confirm whether Your Highness is truly safe and sound. But the palace physician has not allowed any visitors yet. I have the right to see the princess without that permission. What right? Agnes Saint did not understand. What nonsense! Was he also hit in the head by the carriage that day? What do you mean? This is the first time I have heard of this. Are you going to become my fiancé or something? That was my intention. Raymond was incredibly straightforward. What did you say? Raymond slowly repeated. I intended to get engaged to Your Highness. To me, since when? She wondered. Agnes Saint truly could not remember who he was. Her eyes were emotionless. Just one look into her eyes was enough to know. Raymond observed Agnes Saint with a complicated heart. Why is it that only after she forgot about me do I realize how beautiful she is? Sitting opposite Raymond, Agnes Saint did not understand why he came. You said you intended to get engaged. I heard that our relationship has not been very good lately. Raymond's voice lowered, carrying a hint of melancholy. It was just a small misunderstanding. Don't let the words of those around you sway you. Agnes Saint crossed her arms. You and I made eye contact in front of my bedroom late at night a few days ago, did not we? Why were you peeking into my bedroom? Do you know that if you were caught at that moment, you would have no excuse? Raymond maintained the same expression. It was only because I was worried about Your Highness that I came. I have a duty to protect the safety of the royal family, and I am also partly responsible for the security of the imperial city. So I hope you understand. But why did Agnes Saint feel so uneasy? What was with that crazy look? Being with him would surely drive her mad. It is time to show him the door. Anyway, let us stop here. As I said, I have a prior engagement. Raymond stood up and bowed. I understand. Then I will come again tomorrow. Raymond's footsteps faltered after hearing Agnes Saint say, no need to come again. If I need you, I will call for you. Otherwise, you do not need to come. Hearing these words, Raymond could only leave sadly. I understand. The door slammed shut without hesitation. Agnes Saint felt relieved, as if she had just gone through something terrible. I am going crazy. Was Raymond ever like this in Infinite Splash? Actually, there were some rather dark parts in the original story. A soldier, for some reason, chased after him suspiciously. Something about a man speaking with his chest, then the daughter-in-law of Duke Spencer, or Raymond's 3,274th concubine, and even a blonde boy hunter. Those guys are the strange ones. Agnes Saint could not understand this. Still, why is he acting like my ex-boyfriend? I do not even think about anyone other than Kylo. He must be in the other drawing room now. I need to rest and recharge before going there. The butler anxiously called, Mr. Kylo, please do not stand here, and come to the drawing room. Kylo interrupted him. I will wait here. A creaking sound rang out as the door was about to open. Kylo frowned at the person in front of him. Raymond was slightly surprised to see him. You are here again. Kylo, what do you want? The corners of Kylo's mouth lifted slightly. That is right. It is the princess who calls for me every day. Then why did you come to see the princess? Didn't you treat her like a leech before, and now you are acting so anxious? Raymond gritted his teeth. I think you are misunderstanding something. Don't mistake the princess seeking you out. For the same reason she seeks me out. Of course, you are the one who knows best that is not the case. Kylo hesitated slightly. That is right. Even if he does not say it, I know this very well. Even so, me and Agnes Saint. I have also warned myself not to have such unreasonable delusions. But this feeling, why do you think I am mistaken? I do not want to be caught off guard by this bastard. It is not completely impossible. Now, she does not even remember you. And she only calls for me every day. Raymond asked with a smile, is that truly how you feel? Kylo smoothed his hair. Why do you look like you are afraid I will steal the princess away from you? Even if I die, I do not want to see the princess fall into this bastard's hands. Raymond scoffed. You mean the princess would like someone like you? You are truly shameless. The butler standing nearby was terrified. What is wrong with them? If the emperor finds out about this commotion in the princess's palace, not only the princess, but his majesty will also be However, at this moment, Princess Agnes Saint. Is this Kylo's aura showdown? I heard everything. Well, it is chaotic anyway. I just wanted to ask when Kylo was coming, but I unexpectedly witnessed this rare scene. I am even the cause of this fight. I should give a vacation to all the servants who let me witness this. What was it? Seduce me? I want to run out and ask him. How do you want to seduce me? Come seduce me, please. The butler did not know where the gasp came from. Lost in her imagination, Agnes Saint accidentally pushed the door open. She just forced a smile without saying anything. It made Kylo suddenly blush. He thought Agnes Saint had heard everything. It made Kylo incredibly embarrassed. He could not believe he had just casually said in front of the princess, "Maybe the princess likes me." Raymond then bowed. And he turned and left. Now, only Kylo and Agnes Saint were there. Kylo kept recalling the words he had just spoken.
I really did not mean it that way.
I have to explain. Agnes Saint said, "First, please come inside. Please have a seat." Actually, Kylo was still very flustered. You heard everything from the beginning, did not you? On the contrary, Agnes Saint was quite calm. Yes, I heard everything. These words made Kylo extremely anxious. She must be very angry. But I absolutely did not mean it that way. I just did not want to lose to that Raymond. Does she think that just because she treated me a little better? Why did not I know myself better and cross the line because of my insecurity? I showed my most pathetic side. To the person I least wanted to see it. From now on, the princess won't call for me anymore, will she? The warm eyes, hands, and smile. That made me misunderstand for a moment. It is really over now. Those were not my true feelings. I just deliberately said those selfish words to provoke that bastard. No, Raymond. What I said were just excuses. I apologize. It made Agnes Saint incredibly embarrassed. No way, my bias is a bunny. How did he turn from a cat into a bunny? Why is he getting cuter and more adorable every day? Everyone thought Kylo was someone who always had an inferiority complex. But Agnes Saint liked that about him. Having an inferiority complex means having the will to grow. Although Kylo was always jealous and constantly sarcastic towards Raymond. In the end, he admitted his inferiority complex and sacrificed himself to save countless people. Of course, I liked Kylo before that ending happened. But all of that, could it be destiny? Connecting us together, as people often say. So the moment he honestly accepted his shortcomings. It was also really adorable. Although it is a bit regrettable, but... Wait, why did you seducing me become a provocation to Mr. Spencer? The maid said that Mr. Spencer hates me a lot. Kylo nodded. I thought so too, but looking at his recent behavior, it does not seem to be the case. Agnes Saint suddenly felt uncomfortable. Really, but why could it be that Raymond has developed feelings for me now? Kylo explained, even if Raymond does not like your highness, at least he feels like you have been taken away from him. And what is more, the person who took you away is someone of low status. Agnes Saint's heart ached. Who dares to call my Kylo low status? Oh right, I said that before. Agnes Saint's eyes drooped. So the closer we are, the more Mr. Spencer will be bothered. Kylo shook his head. That might not be the case. It resonated with Agnes Saint's thoughts. Then, let us try this for now. Kylo had not thought of this situation. Shouldn't she be angry with me? Agnes Saint was feeling very happy. I do not remember clearly, but for some reason I feel like if he gets angry, my mood will improve. Although Kylo's intuition told him to stay away from her. Every time she looked at him with those eyes, it seems like Mr. Kylo wants to do that too. So, let us cooperate for now. Kylo could not push her away, and once again, he stepped into foolish expectations. Kylo quickly agreed. Of course. Agnes Saint said they made a pact together. That afternoon, after talking with Kylo, Agnes Saint danced around her room. What unexpected luck. Just now, I wanted to punch Raymond, but now I want to give him a reward. Thank you. You are a true hero. Thanks to you, I have gotten closer to Kylo. Moreover, after the physician's diagnosis, Princess Agnes Saint was deemed to have only lost a portion of her memories and showed no other abnormalities, so they permitted her to participate in social activities and duties. Finally, Agnes Saint was truly free, now no longer confined to the palace. Others were free to visit, so she thought she would only spend her days sweetly with Kylo. The first official visit belonged to the original female lead. But why is she crying in front of me? Hazel wiped the tears on her cheeks and sobbed, Please do not worry. I wanted to see you sooner, but my younger brother was ill, so I could only visit you now. It was unclear what kind of person Hazel's brother was, only that he had a somewhat elegant air. Agnes Saint propped her chin in thought. Is this the sickly twin brother I have only heard rumors about? Anyway, many people had changed their attitudes towards her lately, but she did not think it would include Hazel. Of course, because she and Hazel had not had any interaction besides the argument at the National Founding Day ceremony when Hazel asked if she had truly given up on Raymond. Finally, Hazel stopped crying and asked, I heard it is true that you have lost all your memories of Raymond. Agnes Saint was not surprised. So that is it. She came because of Raymond. Then it is understandable why she suddenly came to see me, although I do not know why she was crying. I have no reason to lie about this. Hazel's face suddenly darkened. Then she expressed joy in front of Agnes Saint. That is such a relief. Agnes Saint froze for 5 seconds. Did my leaving Raymond really make her that happy? Relieved, Hazel bowed and left. I understand. Then I will come visit you again, next time. Agnes Saint was taken aback.
What?
Why is there a next time? What is going on? Are the main characters collectively going crazy? Clearly, according to the plan, she would be happy with Kylo, and Raymond would be happy to be free from her, whom he disliked. It should have resulted in everyone being happy. But from Raymond to Hazel, why won't anyone leave me alone? Dark clouds filled the sky, and a shower poured down on the earth, covering the entire Imperial Palace grounds. The victory in this chess match belonged to Kylo again. Checkmate. Agnes Saint stretched and sighed. I lost again. I can't win even one match against you. Kylo chuckled. You are being modest, Your Highness. I know you deliberately let me win. The second day since she and Kylo began their plan of showing a good relationship, she had learned some facts she had not known about him. Agnes Saint suggested, let us play a few more games. One of those facts was his unexpectedly good communication skills. When did you learn to play chess? Kylo recounted. I learned from a colleague who came from a declining noble family when I was a mercenary. Agnes Saint inquired further. He seems to be quite the expert. Kylo nodded. Yes, he earned more money from gambling than from missions. He also made gentle jokes and knew how to steer the conversation to cheer her up. The rough image in the original story seemed to simply be due to a lack of someone to talk to comfortably. Princess Agnes Saint smiled to herself. After meeting those whose intentions I do not understand, seeing Kylo makes me feel so comfortable. Truly a beautiful sight. Showing me these sides of him means Kylo is gradually opening up to me, right? In the original story, Kylo's past of being abused and leaving the Grey household was only revealed to that extent.
Could I learn more now?
How did you start working as a mercenary? Kylo looked away, flustered. That is not an interesting story to tell Your Highness. Agnes Saint gave a regretful smile. Still not ready to talk about those things, huh? The rain has stopped. I did not even notice the time. After a while, Kylo also took his leave. I have some business at the Knight's Order, so I will excuse myself. Agnes Saint instructed him. Then tomorrow, I will send someone to invite you, as usual. Kylo nodded. Yes, please rest, Your Highness. Kylo strode across the ground, thinking about Agnes Saint as he walked. The princess with amnesia, it is as if she has really become a different person. Perhaps that is why, when I am with the princess, I also feel like I have become a different person. I feel like I have become someone proud and wonderful, not a rogue with a worthless status. To the point that I wonder how I can say such words and make such expressions. But the truth is, I am still just a dirty, filthy person, willing to do anything to survive. If she knew about my past, she would probably be disappointed, so I could not say anything at that time. But I feel like I am deceiving and taking advantage of her innocence and warm feelings. But then again, is it greedy to want to enjoy this warmth received from someone like her for the first time, even just a little longer? The next day, in Kylo's room, the butler announced, Mr.
Gray.
The princess says you do not need to come to the palace today. It was like a bolt from the blue. Kylo could not believe it. What suddenly happened? Is she tired of being around me, or did I make a mistake while I was excited? Could it be that time? But the princess already hated me. As expected, I have nothing. But why does it make my heart ache so much? Is that how it is? I can't see her today. I messed up again. A few minutes earlier, a servant rushed into Agnes Saint's room, panicked. Your Highness, something happened. Agnes Saint glanced at them. What happened that you did not even knock? The servant stammered. His Majesty has decreed that from now on, whenever Your Highness leaves the palace, a knight must accompany you at all costs. This information surprised Agnes Saint. If it is at all costs, does that include when I am on duty having a night as a third wheel while I am on a date with Kylo? I was planning to step on a landmine again, but this makes it impossible. Of course, it was understandable, given that his beloved daughter almost died in a carriage accident. But the servant delivered another shocking piece of news. There is something bigger than that. His Highness, Crown Prince Damien, nominated Mr. Spencer for that position. Bang! A sound rang in Agnes Saint's ears. At whose request, absolutely not. Go and tell Mr. Gray that he does not need to come to my palace today. With that, Agnes Saint hurriedly left. Right now, I have to go defeat that devilishly wicked Damien. Just you wait. The person in charge of the story felt helpless at this plea to change the age rating. Even Emperor Alexander did not understand Damien's intentions. Why have Raymond serve as Agnes Saint's escort? Damien said, don't you remember why Agnes Saint's escort position has been vacant until now? Agnes has repeatedly made excuses to dismiss escort knights by criticizing their status or abilities. But those were just excuses, and perhaps everyone knows Agnes did that because they were not Raymond. Moreover, even disregarding personal feelings and focusing solely on ability and status, no one is more suitable than him. Alexander snapped, why not? There is Clifford from the Golden Knights. He lacks neither ability nor status. Damien continued to give his reasons. You intend to assign Sir Clifford to Agnes. I can foresee her calling him a stiff old man. Alexander questioned, but did not Raymond say he did not want to escort Agnes? Damien chuckled. He has changed his mind. Before, when I personally asked him, he said he was panicked when she had the accident. Now he will treat Agnes well and do anything. Alexander was dumbfounded. Isn't that even more problematic? Damien said seriously, I know what you are worried about, father. You are afraid they will get married, right? But is this really for Agnes's sake, or is it because of your personal animosity towards Duke Spencer? The butler entered. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess Agnes Saint has arrived. Agnes Saint walked in with a displeased expression. Alexander asked her, how are you? Is your body feeling any better? Agnes Saint bowed low. It is better, father. I have heard about my brother's proposal to make Mr. Raymond my escort. Alexander's opinion differed from Damien's. Yes, but I still think Sir Clifford is more suitable for you. What do you think, Agnes Saint? She pressed her lips together, then said, whether Mr. Spencer or Mr. Clifford becomes my escort. Starting tomorrow, I won't step outside, not even one step. Both Alexander and Damien were shocked to hear her say this. Agnes Saint explained her reasoning. I do not know how I felt about Mr. Spencer before, but now, just looking at his face, makes me uncomfortable. And I am sure Sir Clifford will nag me no matter what I do. If so, I would rather enter a convent. A convent was a place completely separated from the outside world. Once inside, one could not marry, and even royalty could not freely enter or leave. At this point, they would not be able to force an escort on her according to their wishes. Father, do you remember? Before, when I refused all the escort knights, you said that if I wanted someone later, you would appoint them for me. The person I want is. Damien was terrified as he prepared to hear Agnes Saint's answer. Alexander was no exception. It is the person rumored to be favored by Agnes Saint recently. Mr. Kylo. Please appoint him as my escort. Alexander teared up. Could it be that you and that man, so you do not have feelings in that direction, right? Agnes Saint felt a pang of guilt. There is no such thing. Don't worry, father. Anyway, the fact that Mr. Gray saved my life has already spread everywhere. Rewarding him is perfectly reasonable, but granting him a title would be met with fierce opposition from the nobility. Damien did not expect Agnes Saint to be able to make such political statements. Agnes Saint spoke enthusiastically about Kylo. And if he is appointed as the princess's escort knight, it would become a prime example of how the royal family rewards loyalty that transcends status. Damien did not let her continue. I did not think you had such deep thoughts. A position for someone who made a contribution, I also think that is the right thing to do. However, according to that logic, should not Raymond be the escort? When you had the accident, was not it Raymond who saved you in front of everyone? Agnes Saint thought, that is right. But I can't reveal the truth that it was due to a divine being's mistake. Damien chuckled. How about dividing the days of the week fairly and having both of them escort you, Mr. Gray for 3 days and Mr. Spencer for 4, naturally. Agnes Saint disagreed. Wait, brother, why is Mr. Raymond getting 4 days? Damien said cheerfully, Mr. Gray saved you, but I heard the incident happened because of his mistake. So would not Mr. Spencer's contribution be greater, Agnes Saint retorted angrily. This leech, when did he hear about that? Even though he is right, I have to repay Kylo. Do you remember how I insulted Mr. Gray before because of his background? This is my chance to apologize for my actions and show everyone that I have changed. If you are thinking of my reputation, do as I say, brother. Damien was stunned for a few seconds. Since when did she start saying such meaningful things before? She only cried and complained. All right, I will grant your wish. Mr. Spencer for 2 days and Mr. Gray will escort you for 5 days. How does that sound? Agnes Saint smiled with delight. All right, a bit of a shame it is not the whole week, but considering Kylo's position, this is great. Thus, one sighed reluctantly, and the other satisfied, they reached an agreement. Except for one person who was completely forgotten at some point, none of Emperor Alexander's wishes were granted. Early the next morning, the Emperor appointed Raymond and Kylo as Agnes Saint's escort knights. The news of their appointment as knights spread rapidly in just one day. Although some were still hung up on Kylo's background, I think I have compensated him and harbored dissatisfaction, but it seems that thanks to the good news about him recently, those who view the situation positively have the upper hand. Of course, there were also those who were furious. At Viscount Ray's mansion, a piece of paper was crumpled in hand. Ostern gritted his teeth. Kylo, that impudent bastard. The scene shifted to Viscount Gray's mansion. His angry children questioned, Father, is this reasonable? I am asking, is this reasonable? This guy definitely has ulterior motives. While ignoring all of our contact. Father, what are you going to do? At least say something. Surely you're not defending that guy, are you? He is the one who completely ignored your calls. Their father finally spoke up in frustration. Stop, shut up, my head is already a mess. I can't think straight. The two young men finally shut their mouths. Their father sighed in exasperation. Oh, dear. Viscountess Gray sat sobbing, making the Viscount even more irritated, thinking they were blatantly blaming him. It was not his fault that Kyle's reputation was growing. Why should he suffer such humiliation? Because of that guy's reputation, all the nobles he had met recently favored him. But the high-ranking nobles he wanted to get close to were now avoiding him. What was all this, in this situation, called that guy? Shifting back to a few days prior, a subordinate reported to the Viscount, I went to the knight's headquarters, but he refused to meet, saying he was busy. The Viscount was furious upon hearing this. How dare he blatantly ignored me. He does not even realize who helped him climb up to become the princess's escort. If he has gained the princess's trust, he should have immediately introduced her to his brothers. That is why they say you should not raise wild beasts. That foolish, impudent bastard, how dare he avoid me? Do you really think you can avoid me in this empire? Meanwhile, at another mansion, a letter had been delivered. Kylo was slightly perplexed after reading the letter, thinking to himself, the princess's escort knight. That day I blurted out that reckless remark in front of Raymond Spencer. And Agnes, the princess, caught me. Since that day, the princess has not sought me out. Outwardly, she seemed to accept my apology. But in the end, she was clearly disappointed in me. At some point, I even hated her to the point of intolerance. But the warmth in the princess's eyes and gaze, when I saw her tone and expression, it felt like I had become a completely different person. Not the Kyle Gray that everyone despised, but an ordinary person. Someone worthy of respect, a good person. The greatest emotion I felt when I thought about never again receiving Princess Agnes's kind treatment was an unbearable sense of regret. The princess was only slightly kind to me, but I could not shake the feeling of regret. I felt so pathetic for it. If I could not control myself, I felt like I could run back and beg like a fool. So instead, I decided to leave and carry out my mission as soon as possible. But then, the butler brought in the letter and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Gray." The next day, suddenly, people sent by the Emperor arrived and handed me an appointment letter. Agnes, the princess, chose me as her escort knight. Kylo thought, so, the princess really intends to overlook my mistakes. Does this mean she will continue to treat me like before? Can I receive that gaze again? Since when did I start being swayed by the princess's every action? Was it after the princess's accident, or even earlier? How can I change this feeling? Can I go back to the beginning? Do I really want to go back? At the same time, Raymond received the same appointment letter. He was extremely surprised. Why? I have never paid any attention to Kyle Gray. I have never even noticed him. But recently, due to the princess's favor, I realized he had fallen into some absurd delusion. How could he have such an irrational misunderstanding? I find him both amusing and pitiful. I even warned him, out of pity. And yet, that guy dared to say to me, "Are you afraid the princess might like me more?" He dared to ignore my warning. Such a thing was never my concern. It is impossible. Agnes could never like an unofficial nobleman. But at that moment, strangely, my heart wavered.
Impossible.
Agnes definitely likes me. Ever since we were young, Agnes's unrequited affection was like an unavoidable fate, no matter how much I tried to avoid it. Even though Agnes has lost her memories of me, I do not think things will change much. But then, Agnes's heart, which I always thought belonged to me, was gone. Even worse, Cal Gray's escort duty is 5 days, while I only have 2. How ridiculous. But fine, 2 days is enough. The important thing is to win back Agnes's heart. I must win it back.